Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete, Martial Arts Attirixits, Chapter 601. I'm damn outstanding. Sigh. Wang Teng suddenly sighed. He already knew who would win without watching the match. Agliro was powerful. With the constellation force, he was invincible among his peers. He could even jump stages and defeat someone with a higher cultivation realm than him. Well, unless his battle ability was too weak. But Country Inka wouldn't allow such a martial warrior to embarrass their country. Hence, Zhiguo would definitely lose. Taixuan and the others felt their hearts dropping when they heard Wang Teng's sigh. He wouldn't make this reaction for nothing. Right then, the light and dust in the coliseum finally dispersed. Everyone looked over hurriedly. Zhiguo was half kneeling in the arena, and he was in a miserable state. His entire body was slightly burnt. Agliro was floating in midair with his palms together. There were no expressions on his face. Zhiguo looked up at Agliro and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. He pulled himself up with difficulty and stumbled. He only managed to stabilize his body by stabbing his blade on the ground. Admit defeat. Wang Teng stood up and said. Zhiguo gritted his teeth, his gaze stubborn. As the leader, my decision is final. We admit defeat. Wang Teng walked into the arena and spoke in a calm tone. The high priest looked at him in astonishment. He nodded and said, Country Inka wins. Unwillingness flashed past Zhiguo's eyes. Don't worry, you only lost one match. Leave the rest to me. Wang Teng looked at Agliro intently. Then he lifted Zhiguo up and brought him down the arena. The other martial warriors came forward to console Zhiguo after seeing his expression. Senior, the words got stuck in Luo Cheng's throat. He didn't know what to say. He might be the only one that understood Zhiguo's current emotions. I'm fine. You don't have to do this. Zhiguo shook his head and said, all right. We just lost a match. Do y'all have to be so solemn? You look as if you have lost a teammate. Don't worry, we can win it back next time. Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Everyone knew that he was comforting them, but they still rolled their eyes uncontrollably. His tone was so irritating. Why couldn't he say something positive? What did he mean by losing a teammate? Was he cursing them? Tisk, how ungrateful. Wang Teng shook his head and sat down. He took out his snacks and munched on them indifferently. For a moment, the only noise left was the sound of him chewing. Everyone felt their eyebrows jumping. They wished that they could press him on the ground and beat him up. How infuriating. While they were worried about the match, he was eating his food heartlessly. Ignoring them, Wang Teng counted his gains silently. Fire Force, 680, Constellation Force, Fire, 65, Metal Force, 750, Metal Blade, Conscious, 350, Metal Blade Conscious, 290. Wang Teng was overjoyed. As expected, the guy dropped the Constellation Force. Moreover, it belonged to the fire element, which he possessed, Constellation Force, Fire 87. Wang Teng had picked up 22 points of the fire element, Constellation Force in the underground laboratory in capital Zia. Adding the 65 points now, he had 87 points in total. He felt that he had more fire element Constellation Force to use. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a scripture to convert his normal force to Constellation Force. If he could convert all his forces into constellation forces, his ability would rise exponentially. As for the ancient god's body, it was useless. The scripture was no doubt amazing, but it could only strengthen his physical body. It couldn't help in cultivating his forces. It was hopeless to search for inspiration from the ancient god's body, besides the constellation force. He also gained normal forces. Wang Teng looked at the 680 points of fire force in deep thought. Obviously, Agliro hadn't grasped the usage of the constellation force entirely. Only part of the force in his body was the constellation force, with the rest being ordinary fire force. Next, he glanced at the 750 points of metal force. The attribute bubbles dropped by a low-tier general stage martial warrior were higher in value compared to the ones dropped by brigadier general stage martial warriors. Finally, there was the metal blade conscious. The blade-conscious move Zhiguo had executed during the match was impressive. Although he lost to Agliro, it wasn't because of his stage and ability. He lost due to the difference in the quality of the force. Metal Blade Conscious was still a powerful conscious. Metal Blade Conscious, 3430 5000, 5th level Wang Teng. Already possessed Metal Blade Conscious and was at the 4th level. With another 640 points, he successfully reached the 5th level. The stronger his Blade Conscious was, the more advantage it would bring to Wang Teng. The more sword and blade conscious he instilled into his sword blade firestorm, the stronger it would be. Thinking about it carefully, Wang Teng started to admire himself. How could he create such a powerful battle technique so easily and casually? Sigh, I'm damn outstanding. Wang Teng suddenly realized that whether it was blade conscious, sword conscious, or fist conscious, he was merging them unconsciously, even his force too. Was this his path? Wang Teng touched his chin in deep thought. He felt that he had discovered something remarkable anyway. Picking up attributes without doing anything felt amazing. After Country Inka and Country Sia's match, the martial warriors from the other nations got restless. Gerald from the large Eagle Nation suddenly stood up and stretched his back. He said to Arnold, "My bones are itching from watching the duels. Let me play with the White Eagle Nation." "Don't be careless," Arnold reminded him. I know. Gerald waved his hand and walked into the coliseum. Everyone got interested when they saw the large Eagle Nation participating. Gerald scanned the surroundings and stopped in the White Eagle Nation's direction. He opened his mouth slowly. "Large Eagle Nation, Gerald. I will like to challenge White Eagle Nation." "Why is everyone challenging us?" Yoke's face turned black. He was exasperated. "But Large Eagle Nation, how predictable," Yoke sneered. He turned to the young man behind him. "Shuen, it's your turn." Shuen glanced at Gerald. He stood up and walked straight into the arena. "The White Eagle Nation is sending an unfamiliar face. I've never seen him fight before. Is this the trump card they have been hiding?" The Large Eagle Nation might have sent their most powerful martial warrior too. I can sense that this man's aura is at the low-tier general stage. The martial warriors from the different nations chatted softly. They were highly anticipating this match. At this moment, Shuen had arrived in front of Gerald. He spoke in an indifferent tone. A white knight sword appeared in Gerald's hand. He pointed it at the ground as he looked straight at his opponent. His presence rose immediately. Shuen's expression changed slightly as an invisible aura exploded from his body. Boom! These two auras collided in the air. The atmosphere tensed up in an instant. Chapter 602. Let surprises rain on me. The battle of aura between formidable warriors wasn't just about winning. They might seem to be competing with each other, but they were actually looking for a chance to attack. The person who revealed a loophole during this battle would give his opponent an opportunity to welcome him with a round of ferocious attacks. At their stage, every mistake was fatal. The ability of low-tier general stage martial warriors was at the peak of the pyramid on Earth. Every single attack from them was life-threatening. They mustn't be underestimated. The Coliseum was silent. No one attacked first. They were both staring at each other with their daggers drawn. This was the calmness before an imminent storm. The spectators held their breaths and stared at the two people below without blinking. Wang Teng touched his chin and clicked his tongue. Look at the intense gaze they're giving each other. People might wonder how long they are going to continue looking at each other. Everyone, the people around him, were watching the match seriously, but when they heard his words, their stern expressions collapsed. Intense gaze? They were having a decent and normal battle, yet Wang Teng managed to make the atmosphere awkward. What weird things were going through this bastard's mind? However, after Wang Teng said it, they felt that there was honestly something going on between Gerald and Xuan. Don't you think so too? Wang Teng's eyes lit up when he saw their expressions. The expressions of other martial warriors immediately changed. The thought had only flashed through their minds for a split second, but Wang Teng still noticed it. Did this fellow have eyes as sharp as an eagle? But it was his fault. If he didn't mention it, they wouldn't think in that direction. They were all pure and naive people. They wouldn't have such indecent thoughts. Hence, it was Wang Teng's fault. Wang Teng took all the blame. "Shut up," Dan Taixuan shouted. She turned angry from embarrassment. Wang Teng felt a strong sense of contempt in her voice. He pouted and muttered, "What is this? Women are so strange. Do you dare to say that again?" Dan Taixuan had sharp ears. She glared at Wang Teng as she snorted, "Zhu Yu Shao, Ji Xiuming," and the others gloated at him. What a bold young man who dared to say everything. Didn't he know that women were narrow-minded? Why won't I dare to do it? Who's afraid of you? Wang Teng glared at her and said in a righteous tone, "What did I say just now? Oh, right, I said that you are as beautiful as the goddess in the sky, and your beauty is unparalleled in this universe. You are an exceptionally outstanding lady." Phew, Ren Qingchang spat out the mouth of water he had just drunk. This was the most shameless person he had ever seen. Ren Qingchang suddenly understood why he had lost against him. He also knew why Wang Teng was so powerful and miles ahead of his peers. It was because he was shameless. Their ancestors were right to say that a person with no ego was invincible. Jiximing and the others were bewildered and stared at Wang Teng with strange gazes. Suddenly, they felt a sense of respect towards him. They would never be able to learn the skill of throwing away their ego whenever they needed to. Luo Cheng even gave him a thumbs up secretly at the side. Impressive. Dan Taixuan gave him an ambiguous smile. She knew that this brat was talking nonsense, but she still felt happy. "You're sensible." Dan Taixuan glanced at him and sat down lazily. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion occurred in the arena. Gerald and Xuan had started fighting. They collided violently with each other in the sky. In an instant, the roar of thunder and the shrill cry of a gale inundated the arena. Lightning force. Wind force. Wang Teng suddenly smiled with his eyes. Happiness filled up his heart. These two martial warriors were lightning element and wind element martial warriors. Good riddance, as expected of the talents of the two big countries. Mutated element martial warriors were rare. Ever since Wang Teng became a martial warrior, he had only met a few mutated element martial warriors. However, in this global exchange event, he saw an ice element martial warrior, a divine spirit master, and now lightning element and wind element martial warriors. "Let surprises rain on me?" Wang Teng felt like shouting to the sky. In the sky, Gerald seemed to have turned into a flash of green light. His body was light and agile like a spirit in the wind. It was hard to capture his position, but whenever he attacked, he turned into an extremely sharp green light blade, flying through the sky and splitting it, creating clear marks in the air. Xuan from the White Eagle Nation was powerful too. Bathed in bolts of lightning, he shuttled through the sky with a lightning-long pike in his hand. They were engaged in an intense fight. Silver lightning sparks flew everywhere whenever they collided, along with the strong gale. With them in the center, the area around them became a battlefield soaked in violent forces. The commotion caused by their duel was astonishing, leaving the other martial warriors flabbergasted, but they continued looking at the sky, unwilling to miss any details. "They're so powerful." Zhao Yuanwu muttered. He was astounded by the scene and couldn't control himself. Luo Cheng, Ji Xiuming, and the other martial warriors were shocked too. They realized that there was a huge gap between them and these real top-tier talents. However, they were still young. In the next global exchange event, They might be able to reach that height. They could be even stronger. I didn't expect both talents from the large Eagle Nation and the White Eagle Nation to be mutated element martial warriors. Zhiguo said grimly, "They have reached a profound stage in their respective elements. They are very powerful." Taixuan said, her gaze flickering. Ren Qingchang blinked and clenched his fist in frustration. He was also a lightning element martial warrior, but he was far weaker than Xuan. The other party might just defeat him with a single hand. If it was Wang Teng, what would happen? He glanced at the young man, only to realize that he was watching the fight between those two martial warriors with excitement and happiness. What the hell? What was with that happy look? Why are you happy when they are so powerful? Even with Ren Qingchang's strong mindset, he couldn't help but lament. Honestly, he couldn't grasp Wang Teng's thoughts. This fellow was unique. He would never imagine that Wang Teng was elated because Gerald and Xuan kept dropping attribute bubbles during their fight. Green and purple bubbles fell from the sky one by one and floated on the ground of the coliseum. Another harvest. Lightning force, 50. Lightning force, 30. Wind force, 45. Wind force, 25. Wind soul conscious, 10. Chapter 603, Lighting battle, conscious. Wind soul conscious. Wang Teng was stunned. Then the happiness in his eyes grew more evident. He thought that gaining the wind and lightning force was good enough since he was an easily satisfied child. He didn't expect his sheeps to give him more surprises. They dropped a wind element conscious attribute. As the wind soul conscious merged into his body, the related memories appeared in Wang Teng's mind. There was a sea with wind that raged the surface of the sea, creating fierce and frightening waves. A figure stood roaming in the violent storm, floating left and right like rootless grass. It seemed as if he would be torn apart by the gale and swallowed by the waves at any moment. Yet every time he fell into the sea, he would fly out again, charging forward amidst the rain and storm and fighting for enlightenment in such an adverse situation. From stumbling and falling at the start to getting used to the storm and welcoming it like a sea swallow, it gradually became light and nimble. Once the image stopped moving, Wang Teng felt enlightened. After fully absorbing the attribute bubble, a green glow appeared in his eyes uncontrollably. A breeze caressed his body, lifting everyone's hair up. Huh? Taixuan and the others were martial warriors, so they immediately noticed the difference. Following the source of the movement, they turned to look at Wang Teng. They saw the glimmer that was disappearing gradually in his eyes, and it left them stunned. "Did you achieve enlightenment again?" Taixuan asked with uncertainty. A little. Wang Teng waved his hands as he tried to push their attention away. Everyone was speechless. A little if they weren't close to him and felt that strange breeze just now, they would have believed him. However, their attention was on the match, so they didn't probe further. They shifted their gazes back to the sky. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He would have a tough time explaining it to them if they asked. He had picked up 130 points of lightning force and 115 points of wind force a moment ago. He was now sensing the two forces in his body. He nodded in satisfaction before looking into the arena again. As the duel grew more and more intense, more and more attribute bubbles were dropped. Wang Teng turned into a hard-working farmer, swinging his rack and digging up the fruits of other people's labor. It was nervous and exciting. "They're too fast. I can't see them clearly." Zhu Yushao suddenly said. There was perspiration on her forehead. Quaif Hak Fi and Yan Bo seemed to find it strenuous, too. Unable to keep up with their speed, they felt helpless. "Gerald is at the losing end," Wang Teng said calmly. "What?" Everyone was surprised. Based on their observation, the two people in the arena were equally matched. Why was Gerald at the losing end? Gerald is good at speed. His attacks are not weak, but that depends on his opponent. Xuan is a lightning element, martial warrior. In front of his lightning attacking skills, Gerald's attacks will be destroyed soon, Wang Teng analyzed. Zhu Yushao and the others understood. They thought about it carefully and realized that Gerald didn't gain an upper hand when his attacks collided with Xuan's lightning power. They were destroyed every time. Wang Teng was right. Gerald used his exceptional speed to fight with Xuan, so it gave people an illusion that he was of equal strength. Of course, Xuan wasn't slow either, but compared to Gerald, who had the Wind Soul conscious, he was a little slower. This fellow, they looked at Wang Teng with respect. When they were still struggling on the surface, Wang Teng had already looked past it and saw the essence. Not everyone had such sharp eyesight. They didn't know that Wang Teng's battle awareness had already reached the 9-star level. Adding in his experience, he could tell many things at a single glance. Boom! Suddenly, changes occurred to the battle in the arena. A figure fell from the sky, its body covered with a thick green glow. A purple lightning bolt struck down on the body without any mercy. The two lights were like two shooting stars moving at extremely high speed. Boom! The purple bolt of lightning caught up with the green ball of light in front. It stabbed right into the ball of light like a lightning spear. Arnold stood up abruptly with a grim expression. He clenched his fists tightly and stared intently at the two lights in the arena. Boom! The ball of light smashed onto the ground, throwing dust into the air. Cracks spread out on the ground. If even the sturdy ground of the coliseum was not let off, you could tell how powerful that attack was. The martial warriors from the other countries held their breaths as they looked in the arena. They waited for the final result. After some time, the dust dissipated, and the arena was cleared. Gerald was lying on the ground with a shallow hole below him. The cracks spread out like spider webs. Xuan stood in front of him with his battle spear. His face was calm. The sharp tip of the spear was pointed at Gerald's neck, sparks of electricity flashing on it. I lost cough. Gerald moved his lips with difficulty. While speaking, he suddenly coughed violently before vomiting a mouthful of blood. Xuan kept his long spear after Gerald admitted defeat. He walked towards the spectators' stand. The high priest announced the results. Everyone sighed to them. Gerald was already very powerful, but he still lost to Xuan. Wang Teng glanced at Xuan's back intently. Then he picked up the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. Lightning Force 150. Lightning Force 240. Lightning Force 330. Lating Battle Conscious 120. Spiritual Realm Spirit 205. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 180. Wind Force 510. Wind Force 420. Wind Soul Conscious 275. Spiritual Realm Spirit 136, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 170, Divine Wind Scripture 65. Wang Teng was amazed. Oh my God! What a huge number of attribute bubbles. He had received 720 points of lightning force and 930 points of wind force. This was a huge gain considering he didn't kill these two people. Then there were 341 points of Spiritual Realm Spirit and 350 points of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. Unfortunately, most of these talents had Spiritual Realm Spirit and Enlightenment. These were nothing to Wang Teng. Then there were 275 points of Wind Soul Conscious. Adding it to the 10 points he gained before, he had 285 points now. Wind Soul Conscious, 285 tenths, first level. What surprised him was, besides Wind Soul Conscious, he also gained another conscious attribute, Lating Battle Conscious, as these attribute bubbles merged into his body. A figure appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The figure was fighting with the bolts of lightning in the sky, lonely yet powerful. It slowly gathered a frightening battle conscious. The image came to an end as the figure stabbed his spear into the sky, clashing with a bolt of lightning. Boom! Amidst the explosion, the figure stood there without moving. The bolts of lightning around him made him appear magnificent and eye-catching. Lating Battle Conscious, Wang Teng muttered to himself. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Chapter 604, The Weirdo and the Tough Nut. What did you just say? Dan Taixuan asked curiously. She didn't hear the words Lating Battle Conscious when Wang Teng was whispering to himself. Nothing. Wang Teng smiled and replied. Taixuan shook her head and didn't probe further. She then turned and looked at the coliseum. Frankly speaking, Gerald was not weak. On the contrary, he was very strong and was considered to be amongst the top ranks of martial warriors from all around the world. But when two forces clash against one another, one would eventually lose. In the battle between him and Xuan, Xuan was the final victor. His lightning stance had left a deep impression on many people. In the eyes of everyone, the White Eagle Nation was keeping their cards hidden. The ordinary-looking Xuan had never made a move before, but when he did, he displayed a strength worthy of an ace talent, defeating Gerald and clinching the victory. It was clear that Xuan was the White Eagle Nation's trump card. At this moment, Xuan returned to the spectators' stand, and everyone from the White Eagle Nation gathered around him, all with smiles on their faces. Yoke was especially happy. After so many matches, the White Eagle Nation was no longer the defeated side. It was saddening to speak of it. A great world power like them shouldn't have been in such a miserable state in the exchange event. But this year was unfavorable for them. Everyone was targeting them, and the martial warriors that they had sent out all received cruel treatment, throwing their dignity into the mud. It was a bit better now. Now that Xuan had displayed his strength, he showed all the other martial warriors that the White Eagle Nation had top talents as well. On the contrary, Arnold was in a bad mood. The large Eagle Nation had high hopes for Gerald, but he was defeated at Xuan's hands. It was undoubtedly the biggest upset in this exchange event. However, he still comforted Gerald with a few words. After all, he was a talent of the large Eagle Nation. If his mental state was affected by this defeat, it would definitely be a huge loss. "It's a pity," Taixuan retracted her gaze and said regretfully. "Are you talking about that, Gerald?" Wang Teng asked. "Yes. No matter where he is, he would be considered a top talent. It's a pity to lose like this," Taixuan commented. "It is a pity. It would have been better if he could have a match with me." There was a strange light in his eyes as Wang Teng rubbed his chin. He felt that if Xuan was replaced by him, he could have farmed more attribute bubbles out of Gerald. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes panel. Under the scripture section, there was a new addition, Divine Wind Scripture, a sky rank force skill scripture, in addition to Lating Battle Conscious. The most valuable loot this time around was Gerald's Divine Wind Scripture. Wang Teng had obtained many sky rank scriptures. He already had 4 sky rank force skill scriptures, earth, fire, wood, and water. Now he had gotten his hands on a sky rank wind force skill scripture, raising the total to 5. If people knew about this, their jaws would drop. It was extremely extravagant for someone to obtain a sky rank scripture, and they would spend all their family fortune on it, yet Wang Teng had 5 of them. No one would even dare to think about such a thing. However, Wang Teng was still not satisfied. He set his eyes on Gerald, wanting to obtain more Divine Wind Scripture attributes. "What's with that gaze of yours?" Taixuan asked helplessly. Gerald was already miserable enough, but Wang Teng still didn't leave him alone. She knew that he was thinking about weird things when she saw his gaze. If he encountered Wang Teng, he wouldn't be better off than he was now. It might even be worse. Taixuan knew Wang Teng too well. This guy would never defeat the opponent in a normal way. Cough. "There's no other meaning. I'm just a little happy to see such an excellent opponent," Wang Teng said with a dry cough. There was nothing wrong. He genuinely wanted to have a match with him because he saw how good he was. After all, the better the opponent was, the more valuable their attributes would be. That was the truth. While the two were chatting, a martial warrior from Country Bat walked into the coliseum and issued a challenge to Country Saya. "Who's going?" Qifei and Yanbo exchanged glances. They were the only ones in Country Zaya that hadn't done anything yet. Wang Teng would not rob them of their opponents either. "You first," Yanbo said with a smile. Qifei nodded and didn't say anything unnecessary. He got up and jumped into the coliseum. After the two of them made their introductions, they got right down to the business. Their force surged, and they collided in an instant. Qifei was extremely strong. His wood force had reached the Brigadier General stage, and he was proficient in the use of wood force. Wang Teng noticed that he was holding a long black rod that didn't seem to be made of metal or wood. When he waved it, images appeared in the air, shrouding the martial warrior from Country Bat. There was a trace of wood force conscious in his rod technique, and it was not just a simple attack in the eyes of outsiders. It seemed like it was crafty and impossible to defend against. The Country Bat martial warrior was holding a sword, and his body was surging with water force as he clashed against the rod images. Boom, boom, boom. After a loud roar, Kui Fei seized the opportunity and slammed the rod against the opponent's chest. It was like a snake springing from its burrow. The martial warrior from Country Bat flew away with blood spurting out of his mouth. Holding his long rod, Kui Fei stood proudly in the coliseum, displaying a perfect stance. Martial warriors from all around the world were surprised. Kui Fei had won the match with ease. Sure enough, the martial warriors from Country Sha were not to be underestimated. Country Sha has won this match, the high priest announced. Dan Taixuan heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the words. So far, so good. Zhu Yushao and Zhiguo had already lost. If Kui Fei lost as well, Country Sha would almost be down. She didn't take Wang Teng into account at all. That guy was not a normal martial warrior and shouldn't be considered in her calculations. You are so afraid of them losing. Wang Teng seemed to have noticed her concerns. He glanced at her strangely and said in a funny voice, "You know nothing." Dan Taixuan glared at him. In this exchange event, the countries are looking at the comprehensive strength of all their warriors. It's not just about the strength of a single guy. You might be strong, but if the performance of Kui Fei and the others was a mess, it wouldn't change the other countries' perception of Country Saya. Zhu Yushao and Zhiguo might have lost, but their display of strength was not bad. The other countries can also see that. As long as they aren't fools, they wouldn't underestimate them, Wang Teng said. Having said that, a loss is still a loss. No one can deny that, Dan Taixuan added. Wang Teng shrugged. He had to admit that what Dan Taixuan said was true. The world only looked at the victors and no one cared about the failures. It was a very normal phenomenon and a normal thing to do. There was nothing else to say. He looked at the coliseum and concentrated his spiritual power to collect the attribute bubbles that Kui Fei and the Country Bat martial warrior had dropped. Wood Force 730 Snake, Coil Rod Conscious 150, Spiritual Realm Spirit 35, Water Force 760, Water Blade Conscious 50, Spiritual Realm Spirit 80, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 48, Snake Coil Rod Conscious. Wang Teng started pondering. This must be the rod skill Kui Fei had executed just now. The rod was like an agile snake coiling around its target. Once you got entangled by it, you would have a hard time breaking free. He had to admit that this rod conscious had its uniqueness. The enlightenment process of this rod conscious appeared in Wang Teng's mind. In the forest, a figure was fighting with snake star beasts. He copied their habits and battle techniques and gradually came up with the snake coil conscious. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered. He received many benefits. Rather than saying this was snake coil rod conscious, it was more appropriate to call it snake coil conscious. Snake coil rod conscious was the shallowest form. The real technique was the snake coil conscious. It could be used in sword skill, blade skill, and even fist or palm skill. The same applied to other skills. At this moment, the benefits of having high enlightenment were clearly visible. Wang Teng was able to understand the snake coil conscious without anyone teaching him. The other attribute bubbles were common. Wang Teng scanned through them without giving them much attention. He would count his overall gains after the exchange ended. Next, the martial warriors from the other countries stepped into the arena and gave spectacular matches. Yanbo noticed that everyone had already gone out except for him, so he stood up and chose a country to challenge. In the end, he won. Today, Country Zia had 2 wins and 2 losses. They redeemed themselves from Zhu Yushao and Mu Zhiguo's losses. After winning, Yanbo was in a good mood. He went back to the spectators' stand happily. Just when everyone gathered around him to congratulate him, a martial warrior from Country Neon suddenly stood up. This person was Shanai Tongji. This lady martial warrior had an eye-catching performance during her last match. She had defeated a martial warrior from the White Eagle Nation and even made him lose his mind. This wasn't something normal martial warriors could do. Hence, all the countries paid special attention to her. Many people knew that Shanai Tongji was a divine spirit master. There was envy and seriousness in their eyes when they focused on her. There were very few divine spirit masters in this world, and they were all really talented martial warriors. Only people with high spiritual power talent could learn spiritual kinesis and become divine spirit masters. Normal people wouldn't be able to comprehend it. Many people admired Country Neon for their good luck. This highly talented divine spirit master came from this small country. What kind of luck was that? Could it be that Shanai Tongji's mother had stepped on a lucky star when she gave birth to her? The martial warriors from other countries were wondering about her next match. Who would Shanai Tongji challenge? This was the thought in everyone's mind. With her top-tier talent, there were only a few possible candidates. The only people that could be her opponent would be Xuan, Gerald, Valeria, and a few other talents. But after waiting for half a day, Shanai Tongji still hadn't chosen her opponent. She just stood there in a daze. Her expressionless and cute face seemed a little lost. The high priest couldn't help but ask Shanai Tongji, "Which country do you want to challenge?" "Huh?" Shanai Tongji was in a daze, so she didn't hear the high priest's words. "I'm asking you, which country do you want to challenge?" The high priest repeated himself helplessly. Oh, Shanai Tongji regained her senses. Her voice was calm as she replied, "I'm not challenging anyone. I will fight with anyone who's willing to come out." Everyone. The high priest didn't know what to say. He screamed in his heart, "Why are the talents this year all so strange? Why aren't they going by the book? Are they trying to create trouble?" He felt that he had so much worry as the host of this exchange event. Is any martial warrior willing to have a duel with Shanai Tongji? In the end, the high priest maintained his composure and asked the crowd. The martial warriors looked at one another. Some were hesitating, while others seemed restless. Asking the fish to take the bait. "Why is this young lady using this scheme?" Yan Bo scoffed. "But her battle skills are unpredictable. She's hard to deal with." Zhu Yushao touched her chin and said. The martial warriors from the other countries were discussing among themselves, too. They were in a dilemma. Just when Valeria from Country Boar was about to step out, a figure appeared in the coliseum. Wang Teng, Qiu Fei, Zhu Yushao, and the others were flabbergasted. Wang Teng, who was lazily eating his snacks and enjoying the show, voluntarily went out for a match. What was wrong with him? They were puzzled. Although the martial warriors from Country Zaya knew Wang Teng's personality, they were still shocked. It was easy to imagine how stunned the other martial warriors were. They recognized Wang Teng's ability. Even though they didn't know how powerful he certainly wasn't weak. Also, he had the bad habit of hitting someone's face. Whenever he entered the arena, a good show was imminent. How could anyone not notice him? The high priest smiled uncontrollably, a weirdo and a tough nut. This should be an interesting match. He gloated in his heart. He had some small resentment towards Wang Teng. He had chosen Hilson to be part of the Holy Temple, but Wang Teng didn't give him any face and beat him into a pig's head. It was an embarrassment for the Holy Temple. How could he not be angry? Wang Teng stood opposite Shanai Tongji and sized up this cute lady from Country Neon with interest. Shanai Tongji studied him carefully. Then she looked at the high priest. The high priest understood what she meant. He announced immediately, "Since none of you have any questions, we will start the match." The moment he finished speaking, both martial warriors moved. Shanai Tongji disappeared, and a large, ferocious ape suddenly appeared in her place. Roar! The ferocious ape roared into the sky and hammered its chest with its fists. It pounced on Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained calm. He stood at the same spot and hurled his fist out. Boom! The ferocious ape's body disintegrated slowly and disappeared without a trace. Small trick. Wang Teng snorted. He moved, and the next moment he appeared without any warning at a certain spot in the arena. He grabbed the air in front of him. Swoosh! A figure appeared out of nowhere. Then it ran away, leaving lingering shadows behind. This person was Shanai Tongji. She had already left the center of the battlefield and was hiding in the outskirts of the arena. She was probably waiting to watch Wang Teng fight with the ferocious ape. Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't cooperate. At one glance, he knew that this ferocious ape was just an illusion. A person with low spiritual power would get tricked easily and start a physical fight with the giant ape. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Chapter 605. Oxhair Filiform Needle. Huh? A soft gasp escaped Shenai Tongji's mouth as she stared at Wang Teng in surprise. Then she turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot again. Wang Teng was not in a hurry to defeat her. He was very interested in spiritual illusion. He wanted his opponent to execute her skill to the maximum so that he could pick up as many attribute bubbles as possible. The instant Shanai Tongji disappeared, many star beasts started to appear in the arena. They all had powerful presences. There were large apes, giant pythons longer than 10 meters, ferocious tigers, ruthless wolves, and many more. The star beasts filled up the coliseum and stared at Wang Teng fiercely. Also, they were giving off a bloodthirsty aura which seemed real, as if they were truly powerful star beasts. A single glance was enough to make people's hair stand up. Even though some people knew that this was an illusion, they were still afraid. This was how powerful spiritual illusion was. Unfortunately, Shanai Tongji's opponent was Wang Teng, a bug. His mastery of spiritual power exceeded her by a level, and this one level wasn't just a simple level of difference. The gap between Imperial Realm and Emperor Realm was so wide that some divine spirit masters never overcame it in their lives. Of course, Wang Teng didn't plan to bully her. If not, there was no need to continue this match. He wouldn't be able to collect attribute bubbles either. Roar. The large star beasts in front roared before they charged towards Wang Teng. Their attacks were varied and strange. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, wind, all elements were present. It was a dazzling sight. Some star beasts were spurting flames. In an instant, the entire arena was bathed in fire. Scorching heat spread out. Even the martial warriors sitting in the stands felt the heat. They were astounded. Was this really an illusion? Boom. At the same time, lightning struck down from the sky. Some star beasts were drawing the lightning. Sharp spikes formed by the earth sprouted on the ground. Plants with veins grew like crazy and flew towards Wang Teng. This scene was astonishing. All the martial warriors were dumbstruck. However, Wang Teng remained composed. His expression was extremely calm. These attacks weren't all fake. Some were real and some weren't. It was hard to gauge. If it was someone other than Wang Teng, they wouldn't be able to evade them. With his spiritual sight, he could see what the real attacks were. When he looked over, all the illusions disappeared. There were only 2 to 3 real attacks. Shanai Tongji had used her spiritual kinesis to control the forces in the area and turned them into attacks. They were all aimed at Wang Teng. However, she wasn't Wang Teng. These forces were all external help. Since she didn't actually possess them, they weren't that powerful. Wang Teng didn't move. He allowed the seemingly powerful attacks to land on him. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise. Wang Teng wasn't dodging, but the next instant, they realized that the attacks didn't affect Wang Teng at all. It's all fake. Everyone's gaze flickered, feeling shocked. It wasn't just that the attacks were fake. They were astounded that Wang Teng could see through them. Mind you, if they had met this level of illusion, they would be in a flurry. How could Wang Teng do this so easily? This didn't make sense. Was Wang Teng's eyesight so sharp? Could he see through illusions? Wang Teng remained composed. He merely released his fist and destroyed the real attacks. Shanai Tongji was dumbfounded when she saw this scene from her hiding place. This time, she was honestly amazed by Wang Teng. Wang Teng could see through her illusion. This was unbelievable. Shanai Tongji turned serious and stopped hiding. Her figure gradually appeared in the arena with a wave of her hand. All the star beast illusions disappeared. Why aren't you using your spiritual illusion anymore? Wang Teng was surprised when he saw her deciding to step out on her own. At the same time, he found it a pity. He was happily picking up spiritual illusion attributes when she suddenly stopped playing. What should he do now? Shanben Quan was shocked. He looked at the battle in the arena with worry. This Wang Teng is weird. I wonder how strong he is. Will Tongji be able to handle him? He frowned as he muttered to himself. Sitting beside him was a handsome young man with long hair. He laughed and said, Senior Shanben, don't worry too much. Princess Tongji is the most powerful talent in our country. She has many secret skills, so she will be able to defeat Wang Teng. Yi Teng, don't underestimate any opponent. Shanben Quan glanced at him and said. Awkwardness appeared on Yi Teng Zhentuo's face. He kept quiet in embarrassment. Shanben Quan seemed to be reprimanding him. Their country emphasized heavily on seniority, so as his junior he didn't dare to refute. Besides, in terms of ability, he wasn't Shanben Quan's match. In the arena, Shenai Tongji remained quiet. All of a sudden her body rose into the air and she started floating. An invisible force swept through the arena as her hair danced wildly in the wind. Spiritual power. She looked down at Wang Teng and stretched both her hands out. Dense, sharp glints appeared in the air. There were countless ox hair filiform needles. This is getting interesting. Wang Teng squinted. Divine spirit masters were able to control forces and could also maneuver objects to use as weapons. These ox hair filiform needles were extremely small and thin. They were light and easy to control too, hence. Controlling a large number ox hair filiform needles wouldn't require too much spiritual power to a divine spirit master who had a limited amount of spiritual power. This was the best weapon to choose. Wang Teng's shooting star spiral had enough attacking and explosive power, but compared with the ox hair filiform needles, it required more spiritual power. Also, it wasn't as discreet as the opponent's needles. If these two weapons were released at the same time, the shooting star spiral would get discovered first. Of course, Wang Teng had other methods to conceal it. That was why he could succeed every single time. That was another situation. Go! A cold shout escaped Shenai Tongji's mouth. Numerous sharp glints shot forward like bullets and flew towards Wang Teng. All the martial warriors squinted when they saw this scene. Divine spirit masters were rare. Watching them in action was even harder thus. When they saw Shenai Tongji's attacking skills, they were amazed. This was new to them. Moreover, they also felt their heads going numb. No ordinary martial warriors would be able to resist the large number of ox hair filiform needles. This skill was stranger and harder to deal with than ordinary martial arts move. Divine spirit masters were indeed extremely talented. How envious. Also, Shenai Tongji's ability was on par with general stage martial warriors. Such powerful divine spirit masters were even rarer. Chapter 606. I haven't had enough, and you are already done. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the ox hair filiform needles darting towards Wang Teng. They couldn't help but break into a sweat for him. All they could see were countless needles covering the sky and raining down on Wang Teng. Like a drizzle, they covered all spaces. How was Wang Teng supposed to defend? Zhu Yushao and the others got anxious as they stared closely at the coliseum. All they could see was Wang Teng raising his head and looking at the countless cold glints. A gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and the vast amount of spiritual power that was kept in his sea of knowledge surged and swept out as if a dragon had just revived. Boom! All the ox hair filiform needles froze in the sky. The needles couldn't move an inch as if time had stopped. Shenai Tongji's eyes were full of astonishment. Her needles were frozen by someone. How is that possible? Over at the spectators' stand, all the martial warriors were stunned as well. What is this? What just happened? Why did the needles stop moving? Countless questions appeared in the spectators' heads. This was a situation that was beyond their expectations. Those menacing ox-hair filiform needles stopped moving just like that. It felt anticlimactic. Where was the skill of a divine spirit master? Unless Shanai Tongji was a fake divine spirit master. What's happening? Shanben Quan was shocked and confused. Yiteng Zhentuo, who had just said that Shanai Tongji would definitely win, was speechless. The scene in front of him was beyond his understanding. In the coliseum, Wang Teng's mouth showed a slight arc, and his body gradually started levitating. Terrifying spiritual power surrounded him, and the ox-hair filiform needles turned around slowly, aiming at their master. Shanai Tongji was horrified. She realized that she had lost control of her needles. She frantically scrambled her spiritual power, trying to regain control of the needles, but all the spiritual power that she poured out of her body sank like a rock in an ocean. It seemed as though a tornado was surrounding the young man in front of her. Whenever her spiritual power approached him, it would all be devoured. He was a divine spirit master too. Shanai Tongji was astounded. She didn't expect to meet another divine spirit master in the exchange event. Furthermore, he was even stronger than her. At this time, with a thought of his mind, the ox-hair filiform needles retraced their paths, this time with a speed greater than before. In an instant, they arrived in front of Shanai Tongji. Shanai Tongji's body shook. She didn't want to lose just like that. Numerous ox-hair filiform needles appeared in front of her again, and with her spiritual power, they clashed with the needles under Wang Teng's control. Clang, 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 needles from both sides struck each other, producing a crisp metal sound. Shanai Tongji's spiritual power wasn't weak. The needles under her control moved smoothly like she was controlling her arm, and they managed to strike down all of Wang Teng's needles. The needles controlled by the both of them formed a white line in the air, clashing against each other, and continuously shooting out tiny sparks, dazzling the spectators. Everyone finally got to see a match between divine spirit masters. They were inexplicably relieved. That was it. Such a scene was worthy of a divine spirit master's reputation. The previous scene seemed like an imaginary illusion. Wait. Why was Wang Teng able to control the needles as well? The hearts of all the martial warriors dropped, and an incredible guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Wang Teng was also a divine spirit master. It wasn't that they had realized it late, but that the truth was too hard to accept. One was still okay, but now there were two divine spirit masters, and that divine spirit master was a talent from Country Sha. Everyone's eyes went red and their hearts were filled with envy and hatred. Damn it, it's Country Sha again. Yoke had a bad expression and a foul mood. Country Sia and the White Eagle Nation were the two major powers in the world, and they had always been competing against each other. They naturally didn't want things to go smoothly for Country Sia. Fortes had an unsightly expression as he gritted his teeth. Although he hated Wang Teng, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He couldn't beat Wang Teng in terms of martial arts. Now that he was also a divine spirit master, there was nothing he could do to match up to Wang Teng. If he provoked him again, he would undoubtedly be looking for trouble over at Country Zea's spectator stand. Zhu Yushao and the others were stunned. Wang Teng is a divine spirit master, and he's so strong, Kuai Fei exclaimed. Dan Taixuan turned around, looking at everyone's expression. She said in surprise, "You didn't know." Everyone, Zhu Yushao and the others, were speechless. There was no way they would know. How could they, if no one told them about it? Ren Qingchang and Ji Xiaming's eyes flickered slightly. They recalled the time when Wang Teng was using similar skills during the sea beast's invasion. Since Wang Teng didn't say it explicitly, outsiders wouldn't know what exactly he did. They could only make a guess. Now it had been confirmed. His teammates were all shocked. They were talents of the same generation, but the gap between them was so great. Dear Lord, you're too biased. Ji Xiaming and the others felt powerless and envious of him. Even though they were geniuses as well and were extremely talented, they couldn't stop themselves from envying him. They wanted to be divine spirit masters as well. In the coliseum, Wang Teng didn't know that he had caused a commotion by displaying the skills of a divine spirit master. He was focusing his attention on farming attribute bubbles. Well, Shanai Tongji gave him a lot to farm. Emperor Realm Spirit 10, Emperor Realm Spirit 8, Emperor Realm Enlightenment 12, Emperor Realm Spirit 10, Poison Force 60, Poison Force 80. As Shanai Tongji continued to spend her spiritual power, more and more attribute bubbles dropped, which were all collected by Wang Teng. There were so many Emperor Realm Spirit attribute bubbles that Wang Teng was beside himself. However, he could tell that Shanai Tongji's poison force hadn't reached the general stage. It wasn't that high in level. Therefore, she was only applying the poison force onto the needles to attack. She never thought of directly hurting Wang Teng, but unfortunately, they were all blocked. The poison force was useless. Compared to Wang Teng's face, which was filled with vitality, Shanai Tongji was turning pale. Her consumption of spiritual power was enormous, and she would not last much longer. Is there a limit to his spiritual power? Shanai Tongji's face moved slightly, feeling unreconciled. As a divine spirit master, it seemed that she might lose in the hands of another divine spirit master. How ironic. Looks like you have reached the limit. Wang Teng felt a little regretful when he saw this scene. I haven't had enough, and you're already done. Youngsters nowadays are really weak. Wang Teng shook his head and decided to end the match. When Shanai Tongji saw that, her heart jumped. An ominous premonition flooded her head, and she quickly uttered, I admit defeat. WTF. Wang Teng was flabbergasted. I just took out my brick, and you dare to admit defeat. What about the dignity of a talent? What about the dignity of a divine spirit master? Wang Teng failed for the first time. He felt like had punched cotton and felt miserable. Although indignant, he could only keep the brick that he had just taken out. He couldn't do anything when she had already admitted her defeat. He had originally wanted to squeeze more value out of Shanai Tongji, but he didn't expect her to be so vigilant. But thinking about it, it made sense. A divine spirit master's spiritual power was extremely powerful, and they were sensitive to danger. Ordinary martial warriors couldn't compare to them. Wang Teng made up his mind secretly. The next time he encountered a divine spirit master, he would strike quickly and unpredictably. A lost chance like this was enough. There mustn't be a second time. Shanai Tongji heaved a sigh of relief after she shouted the 3 words. An instant later she saw golden rays flashing in Wang Teng's hand, and her mouth couldn't stop twitching. This bastard, he really thought of doing that. This stupid, straightforward man is destined to remain single. Shanai Tongji cursed fiercely in her heart, but she was relieved. It was fortunate that she conceded defeat quickly. She did not dare to imagine the consequences. In the spectators' stand, Hilson and Fortes, whom Wang Teng had taken great care of, felt envious of Shanai Tongji. Back then, if they were so decisive, they wouldn't be in such a pitiful state. At least they wouldn't have been beaten into a pulp. Now that they thought about it, it still hurt. Chapter 607. You'll get used to it after a few times. Many people were dumbfounded when Shanai Tongji admitted defeat so directly, including the high priest. However, he maintained his composure on the surface, expressing that he had seen through everything and wasn't affected at all. He couldn't help but remember Hilson's miserable state. Why wasn't that idiot as smart and decisive as Shanai Tongji? This resentment made Hilson shudder. He looked around him and felt that things weren't so simple. Where did that sudden bad feeling come from? The high priest had already retracted his gaze and resumed his poised appearance. No one could tell that he was thinking ill of Hilson. Since Shanai Tongji has admitted defeat, Country Inka has won this match. The high priest announced the result. Everyone finally regained their senses from the shock they had received after Shanai Tongji admitted defeat. They looked at Wang Teng in surprise. This fellow was astonishing. He was a talented martial warrior and a talented divine spirit master. The combination of the two made him the genius among the geniuses. Besides his evil personality, this young man from Country Inka mustn't be underestimated. In the coliseum, Shanai Tongji looked at Wang Teng after she admitted defeat and said, "You're very strong." I hope that I will have a chance to fight with you again after I grasp the Hellspawn skill left by the Yin-Yang family. Hellspawn? Wang Teng's eyes lit up instantly. Competition wasn't important. The main thing was the attribute bubbles. He was familiar with Hellspawn. He had seen this skill in many novels in his past life. It was a good skill. If Shenai Tongji learned it, he would be able to get it from her. He had already taken attribute bubbles from her once, so taking a few more wasn't a problem. She'd get used to it after a few times. Wang Teng's eyes were frighteningly bright. He stared straight at Shenai Tongji and nodded. No problem, no problem. You must come and challenge me next time. I'll be waiting. Shenai Tongji felt her head turning numb from his enthusiastic gaze. What was wrong with this fellow? Why was he always using weird gazes to look at people? She could feel that he didn't have feelings towards her. She wasn't narcissistic. She knew that was one of the best beauties in her country. But this fellow's gaze wasn't as simple as just taking a fancy to her. He looked as though he wanted to skin and eat her alive. Scary, scary. Shenai Tongji's heart pounded furiously. She hurriedly turned around and left the arena. She wanted to get away from this dangerous fellow immediately. Wang Teng. Why did she seem afraid of him? Was he so scary? Wang Teng didn't have a clear understanding of himself at all. He swept all the attribute bubbles over and collected them. Emperor Realm Spirit, 15. Emperor Realm Enlightenment, 12. Emperor Realm Spirit, 10. Spiritual Illusion, 240. Poison Force, 95. Poison Force, 95. Poison Force, 120. Wang Teng's expression turned strange when he saw the few hundred points of Poison Force. It looked like Shenai Tongji had tried her best to use her Poison Force, but it didn't cause any damage to him. Was he a little atrocious? If he knew that she had worked so hard, he would have given her more chances. If not, he might stimulate her, Wang Teng reflected on his actions. Then he glanced at the Poison Force attributes on his attributes panel. Poison Force, 4570 5000, 7-star. His attitude changed in an instant. Although Shenai Tongji's Poison Force hadn't reached the general stage, she still contributed a few hundred points of Poison Force. It was the same as those general stage martial warriors. He looked at the spirit attributes. As expected of a divine spirit master, the number of spirit attributes Shenai Tongji gave him exceeded the combined total of the general stage martial warriors. She gave many points of enlightenment too, and they were all at the Emperor Realm. This was more than many other martial warriors. The total amount was sizable spirit. 226 3000, Imperial Realm, Enlightenment, 19.5 3000, Imperial Realm. The last attribute was the spiritual illusion. There were 240 points of it. Wang Teng went from the well-versed stage to the small achievement stage. Spiritual illusion, 150-500. Small achievement. Wang Teng's eyes glowed brightly. This spiritual illusion would have more uses in his hands than Shenai Tongji. With his spirit cultivation and his various element forces, his boundary of executing the spiritual illusion would be wider, and it would be harder to see through his illusions. The power of his attacks would be greater than Shenai Tongji too. Since she used the forces in her surroundings to feed her attacks, their power was limited. However, with a wave of his hand, Wang Teng's attack might be as strong as a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior's attack. If he was focused on the battle, the attacks he released might be as strong as general stage martial warriors. As the saying went, divine spirit masters relied on talent. The higher the talent, the higher the limit. Wang Teng didn't even know where his limit was. Sensing the gains he had received this time as he walked back to the spectator's stand, he thought of something. He wasn't afraid of his opponent being too strong. He was afraid they would be too weak. The stronger his opponent, the more attribute bubbles he could collect. Besides, stronger martial warriors could last longer in a fight. They could bear more torture and drop more attribute bubbles. Even if they started bleeding from the torture, it was all right. This was the advantage of being a formidable warrior. Wang Teng walked back to the spectator's stand with this piece of enlightenment. Zhu Yushao and the others gathered around him and watched him as if he were a strange animal. All they lacked were some fruits and snacks. Wang Teng was rendered speechless, feeling that he was being humiliated. He shouted, "This is outrageous." Everyone laughed awkwardly. Zhu Yushao sniggered and said, "You're too astonishing. We didn't even know that you were a divine spirit master." "You didn't ask," Wang Teng retorted. "So it's our fault. Everyone lost their words." "Anyway, what stage are you at?" Kuei asked curiously. "Do you want to know?" Wang Teng asked him back. They nodded in unplanned unison. Even Ren Qingchang and Ji Xiaming looked over. They were curious how high Wang Teng had climbed. Dan Taixuan glanced at Wang Teng secretly. She realized that she had never understood him clearly. All along, the ability he executed was just a portion of his true power. Every time she thought that he had touched his limits, he would refresh everyone's understanding of him. This fellow was like a bottomless pit. Although they couldn't see through him, they still wanted to probe further. "If you want to know," Wang Teng glanced around him and sniggered, "I'm not telling you. Everyone this bit." Everyone thought that he was going to say the answer, but he fooled them in the end. It was frustrating. While they were bickering with Wang Teng, another match started in the arena below. The person who came out this time was Valeria of Country Boar. She looked around the coliseum and stopped in a certain direction. That was where ancient country fire was. Chapter 608, This Love is a Little Heavy. Ancient country fire had always maintained a low profile. In this exchange event, a few martial warriors came out. Some won, some lost. But in summary, their performance was extremely ordinary. That was right, ordinary. There was nothing outstanding. However, no one would ignore the martial warriors from this country. From its name, one could see the reason. Ancient country. There were only a few countries that could call themselves ancient countries. Country Xia was one, Country Inka was another. The third had disappeared in history, and the last one was Country Fire. There were many legends about Country Fire. They were known for their ancient sculptures. Some people said that these sculptures were created by aliens. Others opined that they were the remains of an ancient civilization, and so on and so forth. There were no conclusions. However, there was one thing they could all confirm. This country had a legacy that outsiders didn't know. Ancient countries might not be strong, but they had their own uniqueness. Also, their foundation wasn't something small countries could compare with. Hence, when Valeria sent a challenge to Country Fire, the other martial warriors looked in their direction. The martial warriors from Country Fire were dressed in unique costumes. They were as unique as the monks from Country Inka. Although wearing modern attires, they also had some ancient accessories like golden armbands and anklets. These people had one similarity. They had drawings on their bodies. Some had dog heads, some had wolf heads, some had eagle heads, and some even had one eye drawn on their bodies. When Valeria wanted to challenge them, the people from Country Fire were stunned for a moment. Then a tall and muscular bald man got up and walked into the arena. "Country Boar Valeria," Valeria said directly. "Minkalaf," the muscular man said in a low tone. "Please." Valeria greeted him with a martial warrior's bow. Then the force in her body exploded, and she strode towards Minkalaf. Her battle strategy was straightforward, as her strength lay in her physical body. Under the golden force glow, she looked like a golden war goddess. She raised her fist and hammered it down. Minkalaf squinted with a loud yell. The force in his body erupted too, causing his body to grow twice as large, as if there was a frightening power hidden within. He faced Valeria head-on. Boom! The two fists collided and set off force shockwaves. However, their bodies seemed to be stuck to the ground, and the image seemed to be on pause. They weren't moving, but the circles of force waves around them spread out. The air vibrated as residual force kept spreading. This scene was definitely caused by an astonishing power. These two martial warriors were both strength-based martial warriors. Their attacking method was simple and direct. They didn't use any weapons and attacked each other with their fists. Explosions sounded continuously. The spectators were astounded. Their ability had reached the low-tier general stage. They had seen martial warriors at this stage before, but not many of them were pure strength-type martial warriors. This attacking method gave everyone a huge blow. Wang Teng felt exasperated. Valeria was indeed a unique lady. How many men would be able to handle that strong body of hers? He admitted that he didn't have the capability. Indeed, he mustn't give her any ideas. If she continued to pester him again, he must reject her directly. A female hunk had no future. Wang Teng shuddered at the thought of the scene. Zhu Yushao and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They had obviously recalled Valeria's proclamation of love towards Wang Teng in the past. This love was a little heavy. Zhu Yushao patted Wang Teng's shoulder in sympathy, shooting him an "I understand" look. Fei Yan, Bo, Zhiguo, and the others shook their heads. They went forward one by one and patted Wang Teng's shoulder. Their expressions were the same. The same sympathy could be seen in all of them. Brother, it will be tough. Wang Teng was stunned. What was with their expressions? What strange things were these people thinking of? From their actions and looks, Wang Teng felt that he had become a handsome prince who got abducted by an evil female dragon. His ending was miserable. Go away. This isn't what you think. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and said, "We understand. We're not thinking of anything." Quack, Fei, and the others replied in unison. Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. The intense battle continued in the arena. Valeria and Menkalov kept colliding with each other, hitting their opponent with their fists. Dull thuds could be heard occasionally. These were the sound of fists hitting the body, but none of them seemed to feel anything. Their physical bodies suffered huge blows again and again. They were repeatedly thrown out, yet it didn't deter them. They would fly back and exchange punches. Time passed slowly. These two martial warriors weren't robots, so they gradually reached their limit. At the moment, they were panting heavily and staring at each other without blinking. No one was willing to admit defeat. These two people were equal in strength, again. Again, Valeria and Menkalov shouted simultaneously. They dashed towards each other again. Boom, boom, boom. Dull thuds resounded in the arena. The martial warriors from other nations were in a daze. Had these two people gone crazy? At this stage, they were both exhausted, but they still continued fighting. The two contestants in the arena ignored everyone's gaze. They climbed up again after each collision and charged towards each other. Time passed. They were badly bruised. No matter how strong their body was, they wouldn't be able to handle so many violent punches. Boom. At a certain moment after the final round of collision, both parties were completely exhausted. Their forces were depleted, and they collapsed on the ground. Bang. Their bodies remained rigid as they fell. Dust flew into the air. Everyone looked at them in silence. Many people felt that they were crazy, thinking that they only had muscles and no brains. However, at this moment, none of them were able to voice out their comments. Anyone who had persevered so long would gain respect. Moreover, they were honestly powerful. They were at the top of their peers and could be considered the cream of the crop. Taixuan, Agliro, and the others turned serious. If they met an opponent like them, they didn't have the confidence to win against them. They didn't know that pure strength-type martial warriors could reach this stage. How frightening. Wang Teng sized up these two people in astonishment. Their strength had exceeded his expectations. However, he didn't find it strange that strength-based martial warriors could reach such a level. After all, he had seen a purer form of strength. Ancient gods' physical bodies were the epitome of strength. They possessed the strength of Ultima, maybe even something more powerful. He couldn't imagine how strong they were. The low level of ancient god's body he possessed was enough to defeat Valeria and Menkalov. If he reached a higher stage in ancient god's body, how powerful could he be? He didn't dare to think about it. Wang Teng shook his head and looked at the arena. He picked up the attribute bubbles they had dropped. Physical Essence 143. Physical Essence 85. Physical Essence 1415. Chapter 609, Wang Teng vs. Xuan. Physical Essence. This was a new attribute bubble. Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't think that these two strength-type martial warriors would drop a new attribute during their battle. As these attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng immediately felt a warm stream flowing through his limbs and meridians. It nourished his physical body and turned into a part of him. Wang Teng clenched his fists. He felt a certain change in his physical body, similar to when he received a new physique. It was a physical change. This attribute could strengthen his physical body. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered, and he started pondering. This physical essence seemed not bad. If he could pick up a large number of physical essence attributes, his physical body would be strong enough without activating any special physique. Wang Teng possessed 5 special physiques now: 8 Arms Devil Physique, Heart of Zhongyan, Ice Cocoon Physique, Demon Lotus Poison Body, and the Ancient God's Body. Every physique had its uniqueness and uses, but in the end, the most important thing was his foundation. Coincidentally, this physical essence could improve his physical foundation. Wang Teng immediately understood the importance of this physical essence. His eyes turned bright like stars when he looked at Valeria and Menkalaf again. "Boss, don't leave. Fight a little while longer." Valeria was walking towards the spectators' stand. When she glanced in Country Zea's direction unconsciously, she saw Wang Teng's intense gaze and was stunned. Then, her depressed emotions from drawing with Menkalaf disappeared in an instant. As expected, Wang Teng was worried about her. He finally saw her pros. They would have a future. Valeria's eye lit up, and she nodded at Wang Teng. Now it was his turn to be stunned. That look from Valeria was so strange. Did she misunderstand something? But he didn't do anything. How could there be a misunderstanding? Wang Teng had a bad premonition. His eyebrows jumped around furiously, making him hurriedly push them down. There were a few attribute bubbles left in the arena. They were disappearing, so Wang Teng quickly picked them up without thinking too much. Metal Force 56D, Earth Force 620, Physical Essence 35, Physical Essence 46. His eyes shimmered when he picked up the Physical Essence attribute. At this moment, someone from the White Eagle Nation came down. The martial warriors all turned serious when they saw this person. It was Shuan. He came down. I wonder which country he will challenge. Well, what do you think? There are only a few choices. That's right. But which one do you think he'll choose? Country Inka, Country Zha? A discussion erupted in the coliseum. Wang Teng looked at the ordinary-looking young man with interest. He had more lightning force attributes to pick Great Lightning Force, 7,200 9,009 star. He only needed 1,800 points of lightning force to reach the Brigadier General stage. He hoped that Shuan would work harder. At this moment, Shuan entered the arena under everyone's gaze. He scanned the coliseum to choose his opponent. Wherever he looked, people would shrink their necks. Everyone knew how powerful he was from his battle with Gerald just now. Many martial warriors knew that they weren't his match, so they didn't want to fight with him. Fortunately, Shuan's gaze didn't pause on them. He looked past them and finally stopped in Country Saya's direction. "I would like to challenge Country Saya," a calm voice came from his mouth. Zhiguo, Zhu Yushao, and the others were astounded. Shuan was challenging them. Wang Teng was stunned, too. He was just thinking of getting more attribute bubbles from Shuan, but in the blink of an eye, this person came to find them. Taixuan looked at Zhiguo and Wang Teng. Which one of you wants to do it? Everyone understood that among them, only Zhiguo and Wang Teng could put up a fight with Shuan. Zhiguo's expression changed many times. In the end, he said with a bitter smile, "I'm afraid I'm not his match. Let me do it." Wang Teng stood up with a smile at the edge of his lips. "Shuan is a lightning element, martial warrior. Can you beat him?" Zhu Yushao asked. "I'll have to fight to know that," Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Taixuan was extremely confident in Wang Teng. She nodded and said, "I'll leave him to you. Don't think of coming back if you lose." "Don't worry. Don't worry." Wang Teng waved his hand and walked into the arena confidently. Zhiguo looked at Wang Teng's back and had a sudden thought. Was that sentence directed at him? He was enlightened. He had lost his confidence because of his defeat to Agliro in the past. Hence, when facing someone like Taixuan, he unconsciously started to think that he wasn't his match, but who could predict the future without a fight? You need to fight to know the result. Flames of motivation burned in Zhiguo's eyes, his morale was boosted, and his eyes shimmered brightly. Wang Teng came in front of Taixuan and looked at him calmly. When the other martial warriors noticed that it was Wang Teng, they got interested. Would this young man, who was a martial warrior and a divine spirit master, be able to beat this top talent from the White Eagle Nation? Many people were curious. They looked at the two people in the arena. Let's start. The high priest looked at them and said calmly, "Boom!" The moment he finished, an aura rose from Taixuan's body, and his battle conscious engulfed the air. He held his spear in his hand with lightning force enveloped around it. His ordinary-looking face seemed handsome and outstanding right now. Wang Teng stood at the same spot lazily. His aura was reserved and his expression remained composed. He wasn't affected in the slightest. Taixuan squinted when he saw this scene. This Wang Teng wasn't simple. He didn't waste any time. Stepping on the ground, he turned into a bolt of lightning. He slashed through the air and stabbed his battle spear out. Boom! Thunder roared in the sky. Taixuan soared down like a bolt of lightning and went straight for Wang Teng. So powerful, as expected of a lightning element martial warrior, Taixuan's ability is astonishing, Darwin said with a grim expression. I believe that Wang Teng will win. Valeria looked at the figure in the arena. Valeria, do you really like him? Darwin asked with a strange expression. He thought that Valeria went to confess her feelings to Wang Teng because he had the same interest as her. To him, this was just a joke between two youngsters. Looking at her gaze now, he felt that his thoughts might be too simple. Why can't I? Valeria asked him back. You can, but your identity. Darwan didn't continue. There was a hint of worry in his eyes. Chapter 610. All the best. Go for it. If Wang Teng knew what Darwan was thinking, he might get a shock and say to him, Mister, you're thinking too much. But he didn't have the time to think of these unnecessary things. Taixuan's attack had arrived above his head. Thunder clapped beside Wang Teng's ears, and the frightening gale messed up his hair. Right then, a pitch-black giant weapon appeared in his hand. Okay, with a calm gaze, Wang Teng raised his head and stepped on the ground, cracking it instantly. He received the attack with Okay. The flames swirled around him, gathering into a blade glow at the tip of his weapon. He slashed Okay out. Boom! The flaming blade glow and the lightning battle spear collided. Flames and lightning exploded in the air. The residual force spread out. The moment they exchanged blows, they separated before slamming into one another again. Their battlefield was shifted to the sky above the arena. A purple and a red ball of light collided violently again and again, creating explosions that resounded in the coliseum. The other martial warriors turned grave. They were in disbelief as they watched the intense match. Arnold from the Large Eagle Nation said in bewilderment, Wang Teng's martial arts are so strong. Gerald stared at their fight without shifting his gaze. He had lost to Taixuan, so he felt a little unhappy when he saw Wang Teng being able to resist his attacks. Battle intent burned in Agliro's eyes as he looked at their fight. Boom! The two people collided in the sky once again and separated instantly. Taixuan looked at Wang Teng from afar and asked, Why aren't you using your skills as a divine spirit master? If I do that, you won't have a chance, Wang Teng replied calmly. Impudent, for the first time, anger appeared on Taixuan's calm face. He glared at Wang Teng coldly and pointed his spear at him. Tell me that again after blocking this attack. He pointed his spear sideways at the sky. Suddenly the clouds started to change. Bolts of lightning struck down and landed on his spear. Wang Teng raised his head as lightning flashed in his pupils. He was elated. That's right. This is it. Let there be more lightning. As he looked at the bolts of lightning, he felt that there were countless lightning force attributes waiting for him. His lightning force would be able to reach the Brigadier General's stage. soon seeing how hardworking Xuan was. However, he didn't underestimate the attack. Lightning force was still very powerful. If it landed on him, it would be quite painful, even though his physical body was strong. The emerald glazed flame surged out of his body, while a frightening blade glow appeared on his moke, a terrifying blade, conscious burned violently, waiting to be released from its constraints. All of this happened within a few seconds. Opposite him, Xuan's long spear was entirely covered with bolts of lightning. Sparks danced crazily around the long spear. The next instant he moved, lightning python havoc. When he stabbed his spear out, a long bolt of lightning that looked like a python shot towards Wang Teng. The flash of lightning moved at high speed, coiling around Wang Teng from all directions and blocking the air around him. He had nowhere to hide. Wang Teng didn't think of evading either. He swept Mo Kei in the air. Big Dipper flaming blade, 8th level blade conscious, boom. Wherever the flaming blade glow touched, green flames would destroy all the flashes of lightning. The flame was extremely domineering. Even lightning had no advantage in front of the emerald glazed flame. Who could fight with a divine fire? Xuan's expression changed, and he asked in disbelief, "What flame is that?" Wang Teng remained indifferent, not bothering to reply to him. Divine fire. The high priest finally confirmed his guess after seeing the power of the flame. When Wang Teng had used this emerald flame in the past, he didn't execute its power entirely, so he wasn't sure. He could only make a guess. Wang Teng met the opportunity to get a divine fire. Envy flashed in Arnold's eyes. He sighed. No wonder Hilson lost to him. Divine fire is a natural enemy of ice force, Gerald said. Hilson felt the corners of his mouth twitching when he saw the power of this flame. Wang Teng was his arch enemy. He remembered the fear of being controlled by the brick once again. Yoke was in deep thought as he stared at Wang Teng. Even he had to admit that Wang Teng was extremely strong. Xuan might not be able to win this time. Wang Teng didn't waste any time. He turned into flashes of lingering shadows and dashed towards Xuan. Xuan had never looked so serious. He crashed into Wang Teng again. Wang Teng's strength had exceeded his imagination. He didn't dare to look down on him any more, whether he used his skills as a divine spirit master or not. His capabilities were on par with his in the sky. A ball of flame and a ball of lightning struck each other without a stop, releasing extremely powerful energy waves. Xuan had already released all his lightning force, but Wang Teng's attack still remained as strong as his. He couldn't gain any advantage. He had exhausted a large portion of his force. If the match continued like this, he would lose soon. Where was this person's limit? Xuan's expression turned ugly. He finally understood how hard it was to deal with Wang Teng. Wang Teng collected attribute bubbles as he fought his battle. He was extremely joyful when he felt his lightning force increasing rapidly. Lightning force, 120. Lightning force, 80. Lightning force, 105. His lightning force was getting closer and closer to the Brigadier General stage. Fighting could increase his cultivation level. How amazing. However, he still needed a little more. Was Xuan starting to suspect him? Should he give him a little confidence? As he thought about this, he twirled his pupils and his face turned pale. He said sternly, "I didn't think that you would be so strong. You forced me to this stage. Lightning element martial warriors are indeed powerful." He gave people the impression that he was a spent force. His face was losing color, and he was panting heavily. He seemed to have reached his limit. Xuan was invigorated when he saw Wang Teng's condition. Lightning force exploded again. He charged towards Wang Teng with renewed vigor. Wang Teng's eyes brightened, and he gave himself a thumbs up. "How smart of me. All the best, go for it." Xuan didn't disappoint Wang Teng. He gritted his teeth and attracted the lightning force in his surroundings. He lashed one attack after another toward Wang Teng. More lightning force attribute bubbles dropped at a certain moment. Wang Teng, who was picking up attribute bubbles, suddenly shuddered. A force shot through his spine and flowed around his body. A powerful aura soared into the sky uncontrollably. The clouds changed as silver bolts of lightning danced wildly in the air like wriggling snakes. They shot down and circled Wang Teng, making him look like the Emperor of Lightning. Lightning Force Brigadier General stage, achievement unlocked. Xuan was confused. The lightning force around him wasn't listening to him. It seemed to have turned into Wang Teng's servant. What the hell was going on? Chapter 611, The Greatest Form of Respect. Wang Teng possessed the ultimate stage of lightning force. When he broke through the Brigadier General stage, the lightning force shot through his spine, forming a bridge that connected heaven and earth. All the lightning force in his surroundings was summoned by him and entered his body. The lightning enveloped him and danced wildly. Everyone looked at the figure hovering in the sky with thick shock in their eyes. Wang Teng was actually a lightning element martial warrior. Also, he had a breakthrough in the middle of a battle and had reached the Brigadier General stage. A breakthrough in the middle of a fight, and he even managed to do it while being suppressed by Xuan's lightning force. What a talent! At the large Eagle Nation's side, Arnold's eyes were shaking as he exclaimed, "This guy." Gerald stared closely at Wang Teng. His heart was filled with frustration. He was hailed by others as a talent and enjoyed great honor in the large Eagle Nation. However, this exchange event taught him that there was always someone who would be stronger than him. Country Inka's Wang Teng was undoubtedly better and more outstanding than him. On Country Boar's side, Darwin's gaze kept flickering. He took a deep breath and said, "Country Inka's is always able to produce such unexpected talents. How enviable. The man I chose is indeed an excellent one." Valeria snickered. That Barbie-like face revealed a hint of cuteness. He's a double-element martial warrior. His fire force has already reached the Brigadier General stage and is on par with Xuan. Now that his lightning force has reached that stage as well, I'm afraid Xuan can no longer match up to him, Darwan said. Even if he hadn't broken through, Xuan would still be unable to match up to Wang Teng. He hasn't even used any skills of a divine spirit master. Valeria nodded and said, at the same time, talents from Country Inka, Country Fire, Country Neon, and the other countries were all discussing amongst themselves. It seemed as though they were trying to get the shock out of their chests as geniuses. They had their own pride, but with the talent that Wang Teng had displayed at this moment, they had to admit that this person seemed better than them by a bit. Yes, only by a bit. They wouldn't admit to anything more than that. Yoke's face was turning dark over at the White Eagle Nation's side. He felt that Wang Teng was their country's nemesis time and time again. He had opposed them. Beating Fortes into a pulp was still acceptable, as, after all, he wasn't the strongest martial warrior on their team. It was just a loss. The worst was just an embarrassment. But Xuan was different. He was their trump card for this exchange event. If Xuan was defeated in the hands of Country Sia, it would mean that their progress in this year's exchange event would end here. Wang Teng would become the wall that they couldn't climb over. What were those martial warriors doing when they were gathering intelligence? Country Sia had such great talent, and they didn't even send us any information about him. Yoke cursed their families in his heart. If they knew about Wang Teng's existence, they would have at least made some preparations. They were caught completely off guard. However, he didn't know that Wang Teng's rise was a sudden and short one. People had paid attention during the National Martial Arts competition, but it was only a competition for soldier-level warriors. It was leagues away from this exchange event, and no one felt that Wang Teng would be able to participate in the exchange event then. Afterward, the Sea Beasts riot happened in Donghai, and Wang Teng came into prominence in that incident, finally catching the attention of the intelligence officers, but it was too late. Country Zaya was extremely protective of their talents, and many intelligence officers were killed before they could even get the word out. Besides, in this age, the countries were separated by the oceans, and powerful star beasts were lurking in nature, making communication even more difficult. That was why the White Eagle Nation didn't receive the information in time. At this moment, everyone in Country Shia found it hard to believe as well. Many of them were unaware that Wang Teng possessed lightning force, and then they suddenly saw his breakthrough to the Brigadier General stage, leaving them absolutely dumbfounded. Even Dan Taixuan didn't expect Wang Teng's lightning force to have reached this level. Her heart was filled with emotions. This fellow was a monster. Ji Yiming, Luo Cheng, and the rest opened their eyes wide. They already knew that Wang Teng's 5 elemental forces had already reached the Brigadier General stage. But now, why did the lightning force suddenly appear? How many elemental forces did this guy have? Everyone found it unbelievable, and some couldn't even accept the fact. In the future, if anyone dared to say that they were a talent, they would fight him. In front of that monster Wang Teng, who would be considered a talent? Ren Qingtang was bursting from within. Lightning force was a mutated element force. It was powerful and rare for people to possess it. That was why he was always proud of his lightning force. Now his biggest opponent had displayed lightning force, and he had even reached the Brigadier General stage, far surpassing him. How on earth could he ever catch up to him? Ren Qingtang's frame of mind was shattered, and he wanted to swear. He felt that God was unfair. Why was Wang Teng so powerful and talented? It was like all the talents in the world were combined into one. How was it possible for a person like that to exist? Jealousy had been building up in his heart for some time now. Since the sea beast's riot, he had been suppressing it deep in his heart. Now he was raging again. Jealousy was causing him to break apart in the coliseum. Xuan's eyes were fixed on Wang Teng. He was frantically grasping his lightning force, trying to regain control of it. However, things backfired. The lightning force within several hundreds of meters of him didn't react accordingly, instead all gathering towards Wang Teng. Despair. Xuan's face was pale. He felt like he was abandoned by the world. Injustice. He felt like crying, bathed in lightning. Wang Teng smiled. Stop struggling meaninglessly. It's useless. I don't believe it. I'm already a low-tier general stage martial warrior, and you have just reached the Brigadier General stage. You are only making use of this opportunity to control the surrounding lightning force temporarily. It won't be long before everything returns to normal, Xuan sneered. His face wasn't looking good, but he didn't lose his mind yet. Ha ha! Wang Teng thought that this guy wasn't stupid, but it was a pity that his opponent had underestimated him. Now that he had reached the general stage, Wang Teng didn't intend to waste any more time. As lightning flashed around his body, he bolted straight towards Xuan. As a lightning force martial warrior, I'll show you the greatest form of respect by defeating you with lightning force. Wang Teng appeared in front of Xuan in an instant and swiped Mo K that was on his shoulders outwards, bringing along the unrivaled power of lightning. Boom! The lightning burst, and as Mo K slashed downwards, it turned into a terrifying blade glow penetrating the ground. Xuan was horrified. At this time, he couldn't even think about resisting. He quickly stepped back and tried to get out of the range of the blade glow, but it was too late. Chapter 6:12. Enough to defeat you. No, Xuan screamed. His face was pale as he stood amidst the bolts of lightning, with the purple blade glow slashing down on him. However, his roar was overlapped by a huge explosion. Boom! Lightning struck down and slammed on his body. Flashes of lightning danced crazily in the sky. Sparks flew everywhere, and silver-purple glows covered up the entire area where the two martial warriors were. Everyone squinted as they watched the battle reach the climax, not daring to blink. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell from the glaring ball of light. It was headed straight for the ground. Bang! Along with a dull thud, the figure smashed into the ground. A bolt of lightning struck him thereafter and pushed the person a long distance away. Cracks had started to appear on the hard stage. There were even burnt marks at the edges of the cracks. The coliseum turned eerily silent. Xuan lost. When Wang Teng's lightning force entered the Brigadier General stage, many people had predicted this ending. Still, witnessing the scene personally, the feeling was entirely different. Also, that attack from Wang Teng seemed outrageously powerful. If they didn't see it firsthand, they might have suspected that Wang Teng wasn't at the Brigadier General stage. Instead, He had advanced to the low-tier general stage. This was unbelievable. What breed of monster was? Yoke's face turned black like the bottom of the pan. He looked at Xuan, who was lying on the ground in a miserable state. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. Marcia, Fortes, and the others were silent. In the sky, the bolts of lightning dispersed, revealing Wang Teng's figure. The lightning force on his body dissipated slowly, leaving only some sparks dancing between his hair. There was lightning flashing in his eyes. He looked down at Xuan, his gaze as calm as ever. It was as if he had just done something small and unimportant, something that wasn't defeating a talent from a big nation. Marcia and the others looked at him. For some reason, they felt fear creeping up their hearts. Fortes's face turned green when he remembered how he had provoked Wang Teng in the past. If he knew this young man was a devil, he wouldn't have been so irritating. Please don't look for me. Please don't look for me. Fortes kept praying to his God in his heart. Although Xuan was badly injured, he didn't lose consciousness. He crawled up with difficulty and stared indignantly at Wang Teng. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He was a genius. How could he lose? Wang Teng lowered his head and looked at him. He said indifferently, "Even if I have just advanced to the Brigadier General stage, it's enough to defeat you." Splurt. Anger burned in his heart when Xuan heard this. He vomited a mouthful of blood. For a genius like him, this kind of defeat was a great blow. Furthermore, he met this irritating man, Wang Teng. Not only did he defeat him, but he also stabbed him with his sharp words. Wang Teng didn't plan to stimulate him, though. He just wanted to put on an act. A good start must be followed by a good ending. After all, Xuan had worked so hard to cooperate with him. It would be inappropriate of him not to express some gratitude. Cough. The high priest couldn't stand it anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth. Country Jia has won the instant the result came out. The people from Country Jia regained their senses. A huge cheer erupted. The competition to emerge as the more powerful nation between the White Eagle Nation and Country Xia had always been fierce. In the current era, martial warriors represented the hard power of a certain nation to a large extent. This exchange event was an avenue for martial warriors from different nations to compete against one another. In the past, Country Xia lost most of the time and only had a few wins. They hadn't beaten the White Eagle Nation in 3 years. Wang Teng's victory allowed Country Xia to vent their frustrations over the past few years. Dan Taixuan glanced in the White Eagle Nation's direction. When she saw Yoke's black face, she smiled uncontrollably. She had always found it a regret to lose to the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. Today, Wang Teng helped her fulfill her wish. This was worth celebrating. If this piece of news spread back to their nation, all the martial warriors in their country would be overjoyed. The match ended. No matter how unwilling they were, the result couldn't be changed. Yoke stepped into the arena. This time, he didn't exchange words with Wang Teng. He held Xuan silently and walked down the arena. Wang Teng looked at their back views, although Yoke hid it well. He still caught the sinister glint in his eyes. This fellow must be furious. He laughed secretly in his heart. Then he retracted his gaze and swept the attribute bubbles scattered in the arena over with his spiritual power, Lightning Force 220, Lighting Battle Conscious 165, Lightning Force 180, Lightning Force 280, Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent 50, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 60, Spiritual Realm Spirit 85. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. This was a good haul as expected of a talent. Look at what he dropped. There were Spiritual Realm, Spirit, and Enlightenment, Ultimate Stage Lightning Talent, Lighting Battle Conscious. Wang Teng's Lightning Talent was already at the Ultimate Stage with the additional 50 points. His Lightning Talent jumped a little Ultimate Stage, Lightning Talent, 1950 over 5,000. He had 120 points of Lighting Battle Conscious already. Adding 165 more points to it, he had 285 in total. Lighting Battle Conscious, 285 tenths, first level. During the battle with Xuan, Wang Teng had used this Lighting Battle Conscious so he knew its advantages. In summary, when he used it, he was the king of all the lightning nearby. It was able to increase the attacking power of his lightning attacks to a certain degree. The lighting battle conscious played its part in the last attack he had used to defeat Xuan. The remaining bubbles were lightning force attributes. He had picked up some during the battle, and it helped him step into the Brigadier General stage. Now he had gained 680 additional points. A new stream of lightning force merged with the lightning force in his body, calming the restless forces in his body gradually. Lightning force 820,000, 10,000, 10-star. Wang Teng was satisfied. One of his forces grew to the Brigadier General stage after he fought one match. If it was possible, he hoped to have more good chances like this. He returned to the spectator's stand, welcomed by his excited companions. Amazing, Zhu Yushao punched his chest forcefully. She laughed and said, "This time, the martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation won't dare to tease us anymore. We're fortunate to have you. If not, we wouldn't have been able to beat Xuan." Zhiguo lamented. "I feel embarrassed by all your compliments." Wang Teng chuckled. Everyone rolled their eyes. "How could you feel embarrassed with that thick skin of yours? Do you believe what you've said? You have made contributions to the country." Taixuan glanced at him and said, "Is there a reward?" Wang Teng's eyes shone. "You have the Queen Phoenix battlecraft already. What other rewards do you want?" Taixuan replied angrily. Queen Phoenix battlecraft. The team recalled the promise made by the three great commanders before they left the country. As long as Wang Teng defeated the talents from the other nations, they would reward him with a Queen Phoenix battlecraft. At that time, no one believed it. Yet, Wang Teng had defeated the ultimate talent from the White Eagle Nation, and there weren't many martial warriors from other countries who could be his opponent. Hence, it seemed highly likely that he would get the Queen Phoenix battlecraft. Chapter 613. You Can Only Be More Despicable. Queen Phoenix battlecraft. As a soldier, Zhiguo and the other military soldiers yearned deeply for these large-sized toys. Unfortunately, they knew that it was close to impossible to get the most advanced aircraft for their own personal usage. They didn't expect Wang Teng to have this right. How much hope did they have in him? Zhu Yushao, Kui Fei, and the others were green with envy. You could imagine how jealous they were, but they knew that if they were given the chance, they might not be able to grasp it. Ji Xiuming, Luo Cheng, and the other students were also envious. They couldn't resist the temptation of a Queen Phoenix battlecraft either. After all, as young people, all of them had the thought of being in the limelight and having the chance to boast in front of everyone. In an instant, they felt the distance between Wang Teng and them. It seemed as large as the universe. He was preparing to fly, but they were still playing house on the ground. Why couldn't humans be equal? Why was there a difference? Why was reality so cruel at this moment? These talents felt the same helplessness and dejectedness normal people felt when facing them. Taixuan looked at their expressions and felt guilty for some reason. Although she had mentioned it casually, it gave everyone a huge blow. It was all Wang Teng's fault. Why did he mention the words reward? It was his fault. Taixuan glared at him. Wang Teng was speechless. He knew what Taixuan was thinking. The competition continued. A martial warrior from North Country Star came out and wanted to challenge Marcia from the White Eagle Nation. Yoke turned grim. He said to Marcia, "You mustn't lose this match." It was almost an order. The White Eagle Nation was in a tragic situation. Xuan, who was their trump card, was badly beaten. They had no other paths of retreat. Even if Marcia won this match, nothing would change. But she couldn't lose. Her defeat would only put the White Eagle Nation in an even worse situation. Yoke wanted to protect what was left of the White Eagle Nation's reputation. Marcia understood this point, her expression serious. She nodded and stepped into the arena. Wang Teng's gaze was instantly attracted to the match, two beautiful ladies. He had seen Marcia before. Her figure was amazing, and her curly hair made her even more attractive. He had to admit that these foreign beauties had wonderful figures. An average man wouldn't be able to handle them. Only someone with a powerful body like him could withstand the pressure. The martial warrior from North Country Star was not bad either. She had golden hair and green eyes. Her skin was fair, and her legs were long, straight, and plump. She was curvy, tight, and filled with elasticity. Dan Taixuan saw his shining gaze and rolled her eyes at him. She said unhappily, "Can you have some standard?" "What's so nice about those foreigners?" Cough. "I'm examining their flaws critically. I'm not looking at beauties. I'm not that kind of person." Wang Teng pursed his lips and said in a righteous tone, "Shameless." His companions looked at him in contempt. No one believed his lies. After interacting for some time, they understood Wang Teng's personality. This fellow was an irritating person who didn't have any face value. As the saying went, there was always someone better than you and someone more despicable than you. These were all true for Wang Teng. The match had already started in the arena. Marcia and the female martial warrior from North Country Star rushed towards each other as they released their forces. Boom! A battle erupted instantly. An almost unnoticeable hint of seriousness flashed past Wang Teng's eyes when the battle started officially. Both of them were strong, and their outstanding appearance added points for them. The other martial warriors were watching the match with interest. After all, beautiful people were always a feast for the eye. It was rare to see two pretty ladies fighting. Boom, boom, boom. Marcia and the martial warrior from North Country Star attacked each other and created loud explosions. Marcia was using a pair of claws as her weapons. They were exceptionally sharp, along with her metal force lines of bright golden light slashed through the air, almost ripping the space apart because of its sharpness. The female martial warrior from North Country Star had a short sword. It was covered with fire force as it knocked against Marcia's sharp claws. They shuttled around the arena, turning into lingering shadows as they chased each other and collided continuously. Sometimes the residual impact of the force explosions would spread through the arena. Marcia seemed a little solemn. Her gaze was ruthless as she stared at her opponent in the distance. Boom! Her body started changing without any warning. A layer of light black fur grew out from her skin. However, it didn't seem as coarse as Kune's fur. Instead, it felt thin and soft. Her ears turned sharp and fur grew on them too. A long black tail grew out from behind her. It waved in the air. The female martial warrior opposite her turned grave when she saw this scene. She clutched the short sword tightly in her hand and prepared herself for the upcoming challenge. Marcia smiled. She took off the sharp claws in their place. Long and sharp nails grew out from her hands. They gave off a metallic glint as they gleamed coldly under the light. Wang Teng stared at her in astonishment. "Oh my God, Catwoman." He was honestly amazed. He knew that Marcia might be a gene martial warrior too, but he didn't expect her animal to be a cat, though her appearance seemed a little cough. Wang Teng touched his chin and hurriedly shook the indecent thoughts out of his head. Marcia's gene mutation seems to be of a higher tier than the rest, Dan Taixuan suddenly said. Her gaze was fixed on Marcia. Wang Teng glanced at her involuntarily before turning to study Marcia. He understood what Dan Taixuan meant. No wonder he felt a little strange just now. Marcia's eyes were clear. The changes in her body weren't as significant as Kune's or Fortez's. Only a few noticeable traits could be seen. This proved that Marcia's gene mutation level was high. Yes, she looks better than the other martial warriors from the White Eagle Nation. Look at that tail and her ears. Wang Teng nodded and commented, incongruous. Shut up. Dan Taixuan took a deep breath to suppress the urge to pin Wang Teng on the ground and beat him up. In the arena, Marcia suddenly moved. She turned into a flash of black shadow and disappeared on the spot. Fast, the martial warrior from North Country Star squinted her eyes. She turned her body to search for Marcia. Stab. The moment she had this thought, a cold flash of light appeared behind her back, slashing her battle uniform. A few drops of blood splattered on the ground. Ouch! The female martial warrior groaned in pain. She turned around and waved her short sword. Unfortunately, Marcia was already gone. Chapter 6:14, The Battle Between the Kings. After Marcia vanished without a trace, the next instant she appeared at the female martial warrior's blind spot and clawed at her. Ah! The female martial warrior from North Country Star shrieked in agony. Anyone who heard her screams would tear up for her. Marcia is so vicious. The young lady is quite pretty. Why does she have to leave so many wounds on her body? It will be ugly if they turn into scars. Wang Teng shook his head. He found it a little unbearable. Everyone, the expression on his teammates' faces collapsed when they heard Wang Teng's comment. Come on, they were watching the match seriously. Can you shut your mouth? How was Wang Teng able to make everything sound strange? This fellow must be doing it on purpose. Please, be a human. Everyone was exasperated. They stared at Wang Teng until he felt goosebumps all over. He decided to keep quiet in the arena. The fight had reached its climax. To others, Marcia had turned into lines of dark shadows. She flashed around her opponent at high speed, clawing the female martial warrior until she had no chance of resisting. Marcia's speed increased exponentially after her mutation. Her body was extremely agile. The female martial warrior from North Country Star couldn't keep up with her. Bang! In the end, the female martial warrior from North Country Star couldn't withstand the onslaught and flew out from one of Marcia's claws. She slammed onto the ground heavily. White Eagle Nation wins, the high priest announced the result. What a poor little thing. The female martial warrior was covered with wounds. Fresh blood stained her clothes. It was a terrible sight. Her battle uniform hung on her like rags, revealing some parts of her body. Fortunately, the blood covered her up, so nothing could be seen. What a vicious lady. Wang Teng clicked his tongue as the match came to an end. He looked at Marcia with a hint of fear in his eyes. A bad woman wasn't scary. A ruthless woman was. Yes, this was a lady he mustn't provoke. Come on, imagine sharp claws growing out from her hands when you were having an intimate time with her. What if she clawed his, that cold touch, that bloody scene? Wang Teng shivered. He didn't dare to think further. He looked at the arena and wanted to pick up the attribute bubbles. Coincidentally, Marcia was looking in his direction. She seemed to notice his gaze and instantly licked her lips. Her gaze turned seductive. Oh my God, demon, don't you dare to tempt me. Wang Teng was bellowing in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface and silently picked up the attribute bubbles. Then, he shifted his gaze away nonchalantly. Metal Force 565. Origin of Life 1. Spiritual Realm Spirit 45. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 60. Fire Force 540, Advanced Stage Fire Talent 36, Spiritual Realm Spirit 38, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 54. Wang Teng shuddered. This felt so invigorating. A comfortable moment for every 1 point of Origin of Life. How good could it get? The only hard part was suppressing himself. At this moment, his expression was indescribable. After this one, there were another 2 matches. Wang Teng noticed that no more outstanding martial warriors came out. The top-tier martial warriors from every country had already made their appearance. This was the last stage of the competition, so no countries would hold back. If they didn't send their talented martial warriors out now, there would be no more chances. They would be returning home soon. The competition is ending. Aren't you going to take the initiative to challenge someone? Taixuan asked when she saw his silence. Wang Teng hesitated. Then he nodded and said, Since I'm here, I should go down and have some fun. I should finish what the 3 old men asked me to do. He stood up and stretched his back. Then he walked into the arena. Don't lose. You won't get your Queen Phoenix battlecraft if you do, Taixuan said. Wang Teng waved his hand without turning back. He stepped on the arena. The expressions of the martial warriors from the other countries became stern. Wang Teng. This fellow again. He had just defeated Xuan from White Eagle Nation, and he was coming down again. The battle between the top-class talents would exhaust considerable force. Some might even use up all their force, so they would need to get ample rest before starting their next match. Normally, no one would start a new match in haste. However, Wang Teng was looking for another fight after a short moment of rest. Had he already recovered? Many people were puzzled. At the same time, they found it unbelievable. Wang Teng arrived at the center of the coliseum and scanned the crowd. Many people evaded his gaze. They didn't dare to look straight at him, afraid that he would notice them. Wang Teng smiled. His gaze paused in Country Inka's direction. "Wang Teng from Country Saya. I would like to challenge Country Inka." His voice spread out slowly. Although not loud, it was resolute. Agliro was a martial warrior that had caught Wang Teng's interest. Constellation force. Agliro had constellation force. If he didn't get attribute bubbles from him, who else could he choose? There was nothing wrong with this thinking. The martial warriors from Country Inka were stunned. Only Agliro remained calm. He glanced at Wang Teng indifferently before walking into the arena. "Please," Agliro placed his palms together. When he put them down, he was already holding an iron rod. Wang Teng took out his Mo Ke. This giant weapon had grabbed many people's attention. It was rare to see a weapon that looked like a sword and a blade. What a flashy piece of equipment. "Who do you think will win this match?" Arnold asked. "Gerald." Gerald pondered for a moment before replying. "Huh?" Arnold was surprised. "I thought you would say Wang Teng. Agliro gives me a different feeling." "He's very mysterious," Gerald said. "You're right. However, Wang Teng gives me a different feeling too. The battle between these two will be very interesting." Arnold smiled. The same conversation was happening between all the martial warriors from different countries. Wang Teng and Agliro. This was a match between the kings. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious. The two martial warriors stared straight at each other. The atmosphere turned tense. "Start." The second the high priest finished speaking, the two of them disappeared. They were charging towards each other at the speed of lightning. Boom! Wang Teng held Mo Ke and chopped it down like a huge axe. Terrifying energy erupted. Clang. Agliro raised the iron rod in his hand and blocked the attack. However, the next moment, his expression changed slightly. He felt a daunting force pressing down on him. His body went a little lower uncontrollably. The force of this attack was appalling. He felt that he had underestimated his opponent. The guy was stronger than his initial estimates. Wang Teng smiled at him. He twisted his body at a weird angle and swept his leg over, aiming directly at his opponent's temple. His attacks were simple, direct, and ruthless. Wang Teng didn't hold back, using the most brutal attack at once. Each of his moves was fatal, and he refused to show any mercy. Agliro raised his arm in a hurry and blocked Wang Teng's kick with his elbow, but he was still forced to retreat more than 10 meters. His feet rubbed against the ground and formed a long black abrasion mark. Formidable. The coliseum was silent. Chapter 615. Venerable, Common Play. Wang Teng was never afraid of close combat. He had multiple strong physiques, like the lighting physique, ancient god's body, and many other powerful scriptures. At his stage, no other martial warriors were his match. This was why he could jump ranks and fight with world-class talents like Agliro and Xuan without being at a disadvantage. There was nothing to doubt about his power. Agliro flew a long distance back from Wang Teng's kick. After stopping, his gaze turned serious. He could still feel the dull pain on his arm because of the strength of that kick just now. Even his bones were impacted by the kick. If he hadn't used his force to protect his bones, if his force hadn't absorbed most of the strength invading his body, his bones might have broken on the spot. Agliro flicked his sleeve using offense as a form of defense. He stepped on the ground. Boom, the ground shattered as cracks spread out from the center. A strong force spread out. Agliro had disappeared. He was charging towards Wang Teng. Crimson flames erupted from his body and engulfed him. Wherever he went, there was a long trail of flames behind him. It looked like a fire dragon. Scorching heat swept through the arena. Wang Teng felt the searing air boring down on him from afar. The hot wind blew past his cheeks. Agliro appeared in an instant. He released his fist and attacked Wang Teng's head. Boom. The flaming fists were extremely powerful. The air around them exploded, and heat waves were seen spreading through the air from the center, flowing out into their surroundings. An ordinary martial warrior would get injured if these flames touched their bodies. After all, Agliro's flame wasn't an ordinary fire force. It was the constellation force many times more powerful than the ordinary fire force. However, these flames were unable to hurt Wang Teng. Not only did he possess the fire element constellation force, but he also had the emerald glazed flame protecting him. It was impossible to harm him with flames. A ball of emerald flame flowed out of his body and bathed his entire body in flames. Extending his fist, he welcomed Agliro's attack. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening force surged out. 8-level devil scripture, lighting physique. Wang Teng activated these two scriptures simultaneously. Pitch-black patterns covered his entire body while flashes of lightning sparked on his skin. However, all these changes were hidden behind the flames, so no one noticed them. He used his self-created 5-element fist and threw out all 5 fist consciouses one after the other. It was a dazzling sight. What fist skill is this? Agliro was flabbergasted. The incoming punch was extremely difficult to deal with as it kept changing and was hard to predict. Also, he noticed that when Wang Teng first executed this fist skill, he wasn't proficient. But as the battle continued, he got more and more experienced in his execution. His fist skill became smoother, and there was no pausing in between. Wang Teng was using him to practice his fist skill. Realizing his intentions, Agliro's expression turned ugly. Even with his many years of discipline, he couldn't help but be angry. This fellow was atrocious. Wang Teng saw his expression and knew that he had seen through his plans. This was a little awkward. It was like a person getting caught by the husband when he was dating his wife. At a moment like this, the man would look straight at the husband. Normally, the husband would want to kill this person. Agliro's actions proved his point. His attacks became more ferocious as he hammered Wang Teng furiously. He was yearning to beat him to death. He turned extremely fierce. "Wow, don't get so excited. Let's talk properly. This is all a misunderstanding. You're thinking too much." Wang Teng patted his chest and shouted hurriedly as he evaded the sharp slash by Agliro. Agliro felt his lips twitching. He kept quiet and continued attacking Wang Teng. They fought from the ground to the sky. Balls of force glows kept colliding, and explosions resounded in the arena. After some time, they finally separated. Wang Teng appeared in the distance. With his eyes shimmering, an evil smile appeared at the edge of his lips. At the same time, a strange glow appeared in his eyes. Spiritual power surged out and enveloped the area where Agliro was at. Why did Wang Teng suddenly stop? Many people were puzzled. They didn't know what Wang Teng's plan was, but after some time they saw an incredible scene. A huge change occurred in the arena below. The arena suddenly turned into a bathing pool. Steam flowed up the air, and many half-naked ladies were frolicking in the pool. Half-naked ladies? The joys of spring, a feast for the eye. Most of the martial warriors at this place had never seen such a seductive scene before. 2 lines of blood flowed down their noses. This was so indecent, but they couldn't shift their gazes away. The young men sitting in the spectators' stand, such as Ji Xiaming, Luo Cheng, and Mu Zhiguo, hurriedly wiped their noses. They were cursing Wang Teng. How dare he create this frightening scene during a competition? Where was his dignity? They suddenly felt bad for Agliro. He was extremely unlucky to meet Wang Teng, a person who never went by the book. "He's using seduction. This is outrageous," Kui Fei said. "Indeed, as his countryman, I look down on him." Unscrupulous, Yan Bo nodded in agreement. "I feel ashamed to be associated with him." Ji Xioming and Mu Zhiguo said. They used their hands to cover their eyes as they spoke. However, the gap between their fingers was enough to stuff an egg. "Do you dare to close your fingers when you say that?" Zhu Yushao looked at them in disdain. At the very least, Wang Teng was much more frank, but these young men were criticizing him while staring at the scene with wide eyes. Where was their integrity? Men, Tongji, how does he know your spiritual illusion?" Shanben Quan exclaimed in astonishment. Shanai Tongji looked at the illusion below, which covered the entire arena. In the end, a bitter smile appeared on her face. She lost for a reason. Wang Teng was much stronger than her. How strong must his spiritual power be to create this illusion that spanned the entire arena? She didn't dare to think further. Only bewilderment was left in her eyes. He was so young. How was this possible? In the arena, Agliro was surrounded by numerous beauties. He discovered that he was standing on a platform in the middle of the bathing pool. The beauties crawled out from the water and tangled around him like water snakes. Venerable, come and play. Agliro glanced around him in surprise. Right away, he knew that this was an illusion. He wanted to search for a loophole, so he stepped on the surface of the water and dashed around the place. However, soon, he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he was moving in circles. The beauties continued to gather around him. They hugged his legs and moaned, "Venerable, come and play together." "Demons, stop this impudence," Agliro shouted, glaring at them furiously. Chapter 616, Life's Disaster. The solemn and empty coliseum suddenly transformed into a grove filled with alcohol and meat. The scenery changed so quickly that people were caught off guard. Everyone couldn't get that illusion out of their heads, while Agliro was deeply immersed in it. Despite knowing that this was a spiritual illusion, dispelling it was a challenging task. Furthermore, spiritual power acted on one's mind, even if they knew it would affect them subconsciously, making them fall for it. Besides, compared to Shenai Tongji, Wang Teng's level was much higher, and his spiritual illusion was naturally much more powerful. At this moment, Agliro was surrounded by the beauties, and his heart was wavering and was on the verge of collapse. His calm face finally revealed traces of lust. Suddenly there was a flash of clarity in his eyes, and he hurriedly sat down on the stone platform, closing his eyes without saying a thing. He ensured that he wouldn't be affected and disgrace himself. However, it didn't work very well. The power of the beauty's temptation was too great. The strength of this illusion depended on the caster's imagination. With Wang Teng's wealth of experience in watching films, his imagination had no limits. The martial warriors around them were blushing red and cursing. The female warriors turned their heads, feeling embarrassed. I didn't expect Wang Teng to be someone like this. The high priest had a strange expression. The corner of his mouth kept twitching as he lost his cool. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as though he was facing a harsh test. He even cursed Wang Teng and his ancestors in his heart. He questioned himself countless times. Why did he come to host this exchange event? This was simply torture. Priests like him served the gods and had to keep their minds and bodies pure, which was why they couldn't get close to women. Now that Wang Teng had created such a scene, it would take at least half a month for him to calm down his agitated heart. Damn it. What grudges did they have? Why did Wang Teng have to do this to him? Although the high priest knew that Wang Teng wasn't targeting him, he still couldn't suppress the resentment in his heart. He was a little shocked as well, since Wang Teng's spiritual illusion had affected even him. This showed how powerful Wang Teng's spiritual power was. At this moment, Agliro suddenly stood up in the coliseum, and his force erupted, blasting the surrounding water away. "Go away! Go away! Go away!" A roar came out of his mouth. Agliro had a hideous expression. His eyes were red, and the terror within him was surfacing. Wang Teng stood not far in front of Agliro, but Agliro could see or hear him. His 5 senses were blinded, the result of the spiritual illusion. Of course, the stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the spiritual illusion. The reason why Agliro was deeply entrapped in the spiritual illusion was that Wang Teng's spiritual power was exceptional. Wang Teng had a weird expression and muttered in his heart, "Seems like this monk couldn't cultivate his heart well. It's only been a while, and he's already in this state. He can't be done just like that, right?" However, he was happy to see this scene. The more enraged Agliro was, the more attribute bubbles he would drop, which was a good thing for Wang Teng. Seeing Agliro's outrage, the martial warriors had sympathy for him. He was a monk, but Wang Teng just had to make him lose his cool. There was no humanity in that. The White Eagle Nation's Fortes saw what was happening and suddenly thought of Kune's tragic situation. It was the same. Fortunately, Agliro wasn't a gene martial warrior, or he wouldn't know how he would end up. Kune was a fine example. Go away, stay away from me. Agliro roared with his face full of fear. Master was right. Women were all dangerous beasts that should be avoided. He remembered what his master had said before he went down the mountains. If he could, he would rather have a battle of life and death than face the beauties. Come out. I know you're nearby, Agliro shouted as he looked around for Wang Teng. Almost there. Wang Teng muttered to himself as he picked up the attribute bubbles, Constellation Force Fire 35, Constellation Force Fire 20, Fire Force 125, Fire Force 102. In the next moment, his mouth curved and he vanished from his spot. Quietly appearing behind Agliro, the golden slab of brick drew a graceful arc. The brick slammed down, "Let's go." Bang! Agliro was caught off guard and the brick struck the back of his head. He immediately felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. His eyes went dark and his body shook involuntarily. Despicable. Shameless. Agliro was infuriated. He knew that he was ambushed by Wang Teng. He turned suddenly, looking for his opponent's traces. Thanks for the compliments. Wang Teng appeared behind him once again and swung his brick. Bang! 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 For 3 times in a row, Agliro was unable to react and defend himself. A few bumps appeared on the back of his head. They were extremely eye-catching. Ah! Agliro went berserk and roared wildly, forcing himself to remain standing. His mind defense was shattered. Oh my, is your head that hard? Wang Teng was surprised and muttered in his heart. Did he practice Iron Head Kung Fu? Country Inka has such martial arts. Come on again. Wang Teng's brick had set Agliro off and he patted his bald head while yelling. However, he was trying to get Wang Teng to stick his neck out. This request is too much. I can't refuse a request like this. Wang Teng snickered. His body flashed and he kept changing positions around Agliro, all while smacking the brick on his head. Agliro's face turned dark. Why couldn't he catch Wang Teng at all? He was always one step behind. Wang Teng was as cunning as a fox. He didn't remain in his spot and would disappear after every hit, leaving the other party helpless. And Wang Teng's speed was also frightening. In his perception, Wang Teng's movement was like the wind and lightning. It was extremely fast. The eyelids of the surrounding martial warriors kept jumping from their expressions. It seemed like they could feel the pain just by listening to the dull sound. Boom, strength of Ultima. Wang Teng used his strongest means of power for his last brick hit of the match. That horrifying strength struck Agliro's head directly. Let's see how hard your head is. Agliro was terrified. His head was in pain, and you could only see the whites of his eyes. It was too painful. He couldn't take it anymore, that damned bastard. Agliro collapsed with endless resentment in his heart. Silence. The surroundings fell into complete silence. The top-tier talent of Country Inka was knocked unconscious, and his head was covered with bruises. What a miserable state. He shouldn't have suffered like this. However, he faced someone he shouldn't have. This was his fate. He was destined to suffer such a disaster. No, it wasn't just his life's disaster, it was a disaster for all the martial warriors here, among all the top-tier talents here who had yet to face Wang Teng. Chapter 617, Fire Essence Scripture. When Agliro collapsed, the illusion in the arena disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng also gradually appeared. He stood beside Agliro and looked down at him with sympathy in his eyes. What a poor and sad, handsome young man. Tisk, a person with no face value was invincible. To others, Wang Teng was such a guy. Fortes suddenly felt fortunate. He had also lost to Wang Teng. He felt that Agliro was worse off than him. Could it be that Wang Teng was more violent towards martial warriors with higher talent? He didn't get beaten up so badly because he wasn't talented enough. Fortes was enlightened. He suddenly felt that he understood the crux of the problem. So, should he be happy or sad? Beside him, Shuen, who had woken up, touched his head uncontrollably. Good, Good, there weren't any bumps on his head. He didn't receive the special attention of the brick. Yoke's face turned black when he saw his team's expressions. He felt exasperated. Wang Teng was a weirdo. Marcia noticed their expressions too. She glanced at Wang Teng. Suddenly, she felt an attractive aura around this young man from Country Saya. He had used his brick to make these talented martial warriors fearful of him. Wang Teng was honestly quite interesting. Although he was a little evil, it was nothing in front of his overpowering abilities. Everyone would only see how powerful he was. Shanai Tongji was staring at him with wide eyes. I didn't know you could use spiritual illusion like this. Wang Teng had opened a new path for her to explore. Whether this path led to heaven or hell depended on the person. A strange glint appeared in Shanai Tongji's eyes. Shenben Quan, who was sitting beside her, felt a chill down his spine. He glanced at her and felt that something about her had changed. In the large Eagle Nation's direction, Gerald's eyelids were jumping uncontrollably. What on earth was Wang Teng? How could he be so ruthless? At first he wanted to have a duel with this talent from Country Saya, but now that thought had vanished from his mind. He didn't even want to think about it. Arnold looked at Gerald's expression in satisfaction. Don't ask for it. Don't ask for it. Don't ask for it. Important things must be emphasized thrice. The high priest saw that Agliro couldn't get up, so he announced the results. Wang Teng from Country Shia has won. After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng remained indifferent. No emotions could be seen on his face. It was as if defeating Agliro was an insignificant matter. He was putting on an act. The high priest felt his teeth hurting and turned his head away. What he didn't see wouldn't hurt him. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles on the ground. Constellation, fire, 30. Constellation force, fire, 52. Emperor Realm Spirit, 35. Emperor Realm Spirit, 16. Emperor Realm Enlightenment, 40. Emperor Realm Enlightenment, 36. Ultimate Stage Fire Talent, 50. Huh. Wang Teng gasped softly as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. He was surprised. Agliro's spirit and enlightenment were in the Emperor Realm. What Wang Teng didn't know was his unexpected actions had ignited the devil inside Agliro's heart. His mentality exploded, and his spirit suffered an impact. That was why he dropped some Emperor Realm spirit and enlightenment attributes. If not based on his spirit and enlightenment realm, he would never drop Emperor Realm attributes. Wang Teng counted his gains. He had received 125 points of Emperor Realm Spirit and 106 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Enlightenment, 2012 3000, Imperial Realm Spirit, 243,000 Imperial Realm. His spirit and enlightenment rose a little again. Next, he looked at his surprise gain, Ultimate Stage Fire Talent. Wang Teng had 5 Ultimate Stage talents now. Wood, water, wind, lightning, ice. Adding this new one in, he had 6 in total. Oh my. He was getting more and more outstanding. Wang Teng felt that his talents were going to break out of his body at any moment. He couldn't hide them anymore. This was so troublesome. Honestly, he just wanted to get some constellation force so that he could study the constellation conversion scripture. He didn't think there would be so many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng counted his spoils again. In this match, he had gained more than 200 points of constellation force. Constellation force, fire, 353. Wang Teng glanced at the number on his attributes panel. He sensed the fire energy in his body once again and felt that his efforts were worth it. This was how you got more attributes. If not, how could he raise his realm quickly? The path to becoming stronger was filled with blood and tears. Wang Teng understood this deeply, and he was slowly starting to accept this cruel reality. Agliro was brought down by his companions. Those martial warriors stared at Wang Teng with a complicated expression. They seemed afraid yet furious at the same time. However, they didn't dare to display it directly. The hatred of weaklings. Wang Teng didn't take it to heart. He was wearing a strange look on his face. When Agliro was carried away, an attribute bubble appeared below his body. Was he lying on that bubble just now? Are you kidding me? Attribute bubbles can be laid on? Wang Teng complained in his heart, but this was the truth. One attribute bubble floated above the ground, looking lonely and sad. Wang Teng took pity on it and picked it up reluctantly. Fire Essence Scripture 1. Wang Teng was dumbstruck. This was a scripture, and it was an ancient scripture from Country Inka. As the attribute bubble merged into his body, an outline of a person appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The person sat cross-legged on the ground, with bright lines and shining dots appearing on his body. Force flowed along these lines as a flame appeared above this person, the constellation force conversion method. Wang Teng regained his composure quickly. His gaze turned sharp and bright. He saw a hint of how he could convert his force into constellation force on this ancient scripture from Country Inka. Many thoughts went through his mind, ideas fired out and merged with one another. Finally, they unified into one thought. Wang Teng grabbed this thought, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The constellation scripture could be expected soon. Excited, he wanted to create this scripture immediately. However, he knew that this wasn't the right time. He could only suppress his restlessness. Wang Teng, the match has ended. You can leave now. The high priest opened his mouth and said to Wang Teng, "No hurry. I want to continue challenging others." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Are you sure?" The high priest frowned. "This exchange is a fair event. We will provide martial warriors with resting time after each match. However, if you volunteer to continue, no one will stop you. Since I came down, I don't plan to go back up until I've challenged all the top talents from the various nations." Wang Teng scanned the arena and smiled. "So, everyone, do you plan to come one by one or attack together?" Impudent. Chapter 618, Gang Fight. Mobbed. A commotion erupted after Wang Teng finished speaking. He was challenging all the top talents from various countries. Was he looking down on them, or was he thinking too highly of himself? Everyone was exceptionally angry. A talent would have arrogance. It was all right if Wang Teng wanted to defeat them one by one, but he wanted to fight them together and humiliate them. This young man was way in over his head. The talents from the other nations were indignant. They stared at Wang Teng and started discussing in low voices, on Country Boar's side. Valeria was laughing as her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, that's the way to go. Beat them up. Darwin was speechless. "My young lady, aren't you afraid of creating more trouble? Shenai Tongji, Shuen, and the martial warriors who fought with Wang Teng before remained indifferent. This had nothing to do with them. They didn't need to act. They weren't included in Wang Teng's challenge. Zhu Yushao, Mu Zhiguo, and the other martial warriors from Country Saya exchanged glances with one another. They thought that Wang Teng was going to challenge the martial warriors one by one. How did this become a gang fight? This fellow never played by the book. Wasn't he afraid of getting mobbed? There were so many talented martial warriors here. Just the thought of them ganging up on one guy was frightening enough. How did he have the courage to say that? Even Ji Xiaming and Luo Cheng were astounded. Their gazes flickered. They had full respect for Wang Teng. He did something they didn't dare to do. Challenging all top martial warriors from various countries sounded crazy, but exciting. On the other hand, Dan Taixuan was stunned. This wasn't her intention. This fellow is creating trouble again. If you want to die, you don't have to go this way. Damn it, they were supposed to have a spectacular ending. But if Wang Teng got mobbed by the other martial warriors, they would have to leave this place dejectedly, just like the White Eagle Nation. Dan Taixuan's expression turned ugly. She couldn't curse him out loud, so she did it in her heart repeatedly. She hoped that the other countries had some ego and would disagree with his outrageous request. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she hoped. The martial warriors from the various countries stood up one after another and said, "We need to discuss." The high priest looked at Wang Teng and reminded him, "It's not too late to take back your words." "It's all right. I never eat my words." Wang Teng shook his head, saying nonchalantly, "But you should hurry. Don't waste my time." The high priest stopped, persuading him. Reminding him was his last ounce of kindness. He looked at the other martial warriors and said, "You have 5 minutes." The martial warriors were elated. The martial warriors from the nations that Wang Teng hadn't challenged gathered together and discussed in hushed voices. They even glanced at Wang Teng occasionally. Their gazes were anything but friendly. Wang Teng remained calm. If a gaze could kill people, he would have died many times over. He was used to these situations. An outstanding person would always get targeted. If the martial warriors knew what he was thinking, they might just drown him with their spits. To hell with being targeted. He was the one targeting them. Dan Taixuan seemed worried. It looked like the martial warriors wanted to attack Wang Teng together. This was normal, though. Wang Teng was in the limelight. They couldn't beat him alone, so they could only attack together. Besides, Wang Teng had suggested this personally. If they didn't accept it, it would be a waste of his effort. 5 minutes passed quickly. The martial warriors arrived at their decision. Wang Teng is extremely strong. We aren't his match if we fight him one by one. However, we still want to experience the power of countries as top talent, so we choose to attack together. A martial warrior from Country Spade stepped out and said, "Shameless." Xuan and Gerald looked at them in contempt, scoffing at their actions. Why look for excuses when they wanted to mob him? Everyone knew what they were doing, seeking excuses for their despicable act. The high priest looked at Wang Teng. He didn't comment. He understood that Wang Teng was firm in his decision to challenge all the martial warriors, so he said, "All right, but one country can only send one martial warrior." Of course. The martial warrior from Country Spade nodded instantly. Sending one martial warrior for each country was the limit. If a country sent 2 or more, they would be throwing their reputation away. After receiving the acknowledgement, many martial warriors stepped into the arena. There were quite a number of them. The high priest felt his head spinning at this sight. For so many years, this was the first time such a scene had appeared during the exchange. Wang Teng had broken the norms of this exchange event with his first appearance. More than 20 martial warriors surrounded Wang Teng. These martial warriors came from Country Bat, some Country Spade, Country Raff, but some countries didn't participate. There was nothing glamorous about winning this match. However, if you got defeated, it would be highly embarrassing. Some countries still remained logical. Wang Teng glanced at the wolves around him indifferently while snickering in his heart. His scheme had worked. The competition was coming to an end. If he didn't grab this chance to collect more attributes, it would be a waste of this exchange event. "Start," the high priest said. Boom, immediately, all the martial warriors released their force and closed in on Wang Teng. They were holding all kinds of weapons. Battle blades, swords, battle axes. There were too many of them. Their forces were different, too many different colors, exploded in the arena, and these force glows engulfed Wang Teng. The martial warriors from Country Zaya felt anxious for Wang Teng. They stared intently at the arena. Suddenly, amidst the dazzling lights, a figure soared into the sky and turned into a rainbow. Multiple people were chasing after him. Some slashed their blades and swords, releasing sword and blade glows towards this figure. At the same time, more people appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. He moved his body and turned into rays of lingering shadows. Wind soul conscious. He had turned into a gust of wind. No one could predict his movements, and all the attacks behind him landed in the air. Among the martial warriors in front, a martial warrior from Country Raff clenched his battle axes and chopped them down. 2 thick and heavy yellow glows shot towards Wang Teng. A golden object appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He lifted his brick and hit the yellow glows. Boom! To his astonishment, the martial warrior from Country Raff realized that Wang Teng had shattered his attack. His face was filled with disbelief, and his eyes were wide open at this moment. Wang Teng disappeared and rushed in between a few martial warriors. He took care of the martial warrior who threw his axes at him first. He swung his brick out and smacked the guy right in the face. Chapter 619. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with my brick. Ah, this martial warrior from Country Raf was a muscular hunk. When his cheek was smacked with the brick, his meat started rippling. His mouth and nose went askew from the hit. Immediately, he let out an agonizing scream. The martial warriors around him shivered when they heard his shrill scream. Wang Teng ignored the other people and only focused on this one martial warrior for the time being. Taking care of one person meant one less opponent to deal with. He smashed his brick down continuously. Just listening to the sound alone was enough to make one's head hurt. The muscular hunk had an iron head, though. He didn't faint immediately, but he couldn't bear with the pain either. He wielded his battle axes and blocked Wang Teng's attacks. At the same time, he shouted, "Why are y'all standing there? Are you waiting for him to tackle us one by one?" The other martial warriors regained their senses and charged towards Wang Teng once again. Slash. A martial warrior attacked him with his claw. He slashed a few sharp golden claw glows in the air, all aimed at Wang Teng's head. Some martial warriors swung their blades while others held their short swords and targeted his legs. Wang Teng snorted. He reacted at the speed of lightning and blocked the attacks with his brick. His other hand remained busy too. He punched his fists out and shattered the blade glow. The residual force threw the martial warrior back more than 10 meters. At the same time, a sharp glint appeared on his body. The sharp glint of light split into multiple rays and shot towards the martial warriors around him, shooting star spiral, bang, bang, bang. The weapons separated from the shooting star spiral collided with the weapons of the martial warriors around him, giving rise to metallic clangs all around. Sparks flew everywhere. This still wasn't enough. Wang Teng activated his spiritual power again, and the flying daggers hidden in his boots sprung out. They turned into lingering shadows in the air and started attacking the martial warriors behind him. Everyone was flabbergasted. Was this the real skill of a divine spirit master? He could fight more than 20 people at once without being at a disadvantage. He was like a bug. Shenai Tongji's expression changed slightly. When she saw Wang Teng executing his flying daggers, she knew that he was holding back when he fought with her. Had he used the flying daggers on her, she wouldn't be able to block them. At this moment, only the martial warrior from Country Raf was facing Wang Teng. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He took a step back in the air. Wang Teng smiled, revealing his eerily white teeth. Then he disappeared. The martial warrior from Country Raf squinted and decided to retreat. Bang! Suddenly he felt a pain at the back of his head. His thoughts slowed down. Boom, boom, boom! A few more violent smashes on his head, and the martial warrior from Country Raf finally couldn't take it. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Bang! He fell straight to the ground. After twitching a few times, his body stopped moving. Wang Teng was too lazy to notice him again, but the high priest couldn't help but glance at this martial warrior. There were many large bumps on his head. They were extremely eye-catching and unsightly. What a poor young man. The high priest shook his head. He looked up at the sky and raised his eyebrows. He saw another figure falling down. Boom! This person's head was also covered with bumps, and he was unconscious. The second one, the high priest muttered softly. It looked like losing in numbers wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. Suddenly, he wanted to know how long Wang Teng would take to take care of all these martial warriors. In the sky, Wang Teng shuttled back and forth between his opponents, throwing his brick out occasionally. He never missed. Every attack landed on an opponent. Wang Teng's main aim was to get more attributes, hence, he kept a good gauge of his strength and didn't knock his opponents unconscious with the first attack. How did he know how hard to hit? Well, practice. There was no technique here. The more he hit, the more skilled he got. Bang! Third one, the high priest counted. As time passed, more and more figures started falling from the sky. The martial warriors in the spectators' stand were stunned. Was this a match or a game of whack-a-mole? Were these martial warriors fooling around? Some people were gloating in their misfortune. These martial warriors had wanted to trample on Country Saya. They thought that they could win by numbers, but instead, Wang Teng was the one walking over them. In the sky, there were still around 9 martial warriors resisting stubbornly. They knew that if they didn't give it their all, they would lose. Hence, they released their ultimate moves at Wang Teng. A blade glow more than 10 meters long chopped through the sky and slashed towards Wang Teng. The sword glows intertwined in the air and shot towards Wang Teng. Multiple spear glows blocked his paths of retreat. Boom! Violent explosions occurred all over the sky. Wang Teng remained calm. He exerted force into the brick and smashed it out. This brick was forged using a rare material, hence it was able to withstand any element of force. Moreover, the more force he instilled in it, the heavier it would get. Wang Teng infused considerable force into it, and it reached an unbelievable weight. Fortunately, his strength was amazing too. Normal martial warriors wouldn't be able to release the full potential of the brick. Boom, boom, boom. The instant the brick collided with the forces around it, force waves spread out. Blade glow, sword glow, all the attacks were destroyed with a single strike. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with my brick. The martial warriors flew backward from the impact of the force waves. How was that possible? They were thunderstruck and filled with disbelief. Wang Teng followed up his success and flew closer toward them. Bang, bang, bang. All the martial warriors started plummeting to the ground. 18, 19, 20, 22, 24. The high priest's expression was weird. He paid a silent tribute to these martial warriors. Wang Teng left the martial warrior from Country Spade for the last. He stared at his opponent and walked forward, step by step. Gulp. The martial warrior from Country Spade swallowed his saliva. He glanced at the brick in Wang Teng's hand and felt his head turning numb. His leg went weak, too. He wanted to admit defeat, but started stuttering uncontrollably. Wang Teng stopped in front of him and slammed the brick on his face. The martial warrior turned pale. Then his vision went black, and he felt excruciating pain on his face. Pain. Only someone who got hit in the face would understand this pain. The martial warrior teared up, and mucus flowed down his nose. There was blood mixed with it. He looked miserable. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. He hammered his brick a few more times until the martial warrior's face was bruised and swollen. He had fainted. 25 in total. The high priest remained silent. When the last martial warrior fell down, he let out a huge sigh. Finally, it ended. There were no fancy techniques used in this match. Brute force was the way to go from the start to the end. These martial warriors could only get tortured by Wang Teng. Their plight was tragic. The audience around him was amazed and lost their words for some time. Chapter 620. Success and Ending. The match had ended. 25 martial warriors were lying neatly on the ground, with swollen and bruised faces. The leaders of the 25 countries all had grave expressions. They wanted to bring down Country Zaya, but they shot themselves in the foot instead. Even after joining forces, the 25 martial warriors were not a match for Wang Teng. They lost terribly. They truly realized what it meant by having a taste of their own medicine. There was never an instance where a person had fought 25 people at once. A match like this was bound to be remembered, and those countries would be setting a negative example. The countries that didn't participate in the match were gloating. At the same time, they were astounded by Wang Teng's strength. He defeated 25 talented martial warriors alone. Although those were not big countries, an ordinary martial warrior couldn't have accomplished that. When outnumbered, one must not only be strong, but the skills must be powerful as well. Otherwise, it would be in vain. Shun, Gerald, and the others examined themselves and knew they couldn't achieve the same feat. They looked at Wang Teng as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was not a human. Maybe this was what a top-tier talent truly was. And they might be the fake ones. The talents from the other countries could not help but doubt themselves at Country Zaya's spectator's stand. Zhu Shao and the others were stunned as well. They already knew that Wang Teng was powerful, but he had once again exceeded their expectations. No one could tell how strong he truly was. It was like he was shrouded by a thick layer of fog. Ji Xiaoming, Luo Cheng, and the rest couldn't help but feel a little envious. This was a global platform, not the first martial arts competition in Country Inka. After this match, Wang Teng's name would be known throughout the world. They were all young, and in front of such a huge honor, no one could say that they didn't care about it. Ren Qingchang clenched his fists tightly. A trace of jealousy flashed in his eyes. There was no way he could calm down when Wang Teng was about to become his nightmare. Dan Taixuan glanced at him and frowned slightly. That look made her very uncomfortable. This Ren Qingchang. She decided that when she returned, she would go to the lighting martial house and speak to Lei Zhenting. There was something wrong with his disciple. If he decided to stir trouble, she wouldn't be kind to him. The military wouldn't treat him politely either. Wang Teng was someone who had made a name for himself in front of the three great commanders. Even if Ren Qingchang was a genius or even a general stage martial warrior, he wouldn't have an easy time. Wang Teng was not someone that an ordinary general stage martial warrior could compare to. Wang Teng from Country Inka has won this match. The high priest finally announced the result. He paused for a while, looked around, and said, "Are there any other talents who wish to challenge Wang Teng?" The coliseum fell into a deep silence. What was the point when those who could fight were defeated? Everyone looked at the high priest with resentment. They always felt that this old guy had ulterior motives. The high priest seemed a little regretful. He stood up, looked at the setting sun, and said with emotion, "Thank you, everyone, for letting me witness such a wonderful exchange event. The martial warriors of all countries are excellent. The large eagle nations Taixuan, Country Inka's Agliro, Country Boar's Valeria, Country Neon's Shanai Tongji. Of course, this time, Country Zaya's martial warriors had a phenomenal and amazing display. Especially you, Mr. Wang Teng." Having said that, the high priest placed his hand on his chest and gave Wang Teng a martial warrior's salute, showing him his respect. The martial warriors were flustered. The high priest wasn't someone of ordinary status, and he was a 12-star general stage warrior. Why was he doing this? Only the high priest knew that Wang Teng's strength had already reached the 12-star general stage. This young man was so mysterious that he could not see through him. Showing respect to the strong was the right thing to do. Furthermore, Wang Teng was so young, and youth meant limitless potential. He had a hunch that it would not take long for Wang Teng to surpass him. Hence, it wasn't surprising for him to show respect to a talent with such bright prospects. If he could get his favor, it would be even better. Mount Saint was a neutral organization, and naturally it wouldn't participate in any conflicts between powerful nations. However, they weren't against forming connections with talents. They would even recruit talents from some countries. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many strong people in Mount Saint. Wang Teng heard the praises from the high priest. However, all he did was smile indifferently. He didn't really take it seriously. To him, the people of Mount Saint were opportunists. He didn't hold anything against them, but he didn't have any good feelings for them either. The high priest stopped. Without saying anything else, he faced the crowd and continued. "This exchange event is over and my duties have ended. Everyone, we'll meet again if we are fated." After he finished speaking, he didn't waste any time and set off on a journey to the top of Mount Saint, gradually disappearing into the ancient buildings that were shrouded in mist. Everyone came back to their senses and their expressions were complex. They felt lost. The exchange event ended just like that. Many top-tier talents had appeared on the exchange event and stole all the limelight from the martial warriors of smaller countries. Some of the smaller countries looked at the martial warriors from larger countries like Country Inka and the White Eagle Nation with envy and helplessness. Compared to the larger countries, they didn't have top-tier talents in front of them. They could only watch and do nothing. It was really frustrating. However, now that the exchange event had ended, they didn't stay any longer and were prepared to go down the mountain. The 25 martial warriors who were lying in the coliseum were carried away by their countrymen. The only things were left were the floating attribute bubbles. Wang Teng used his spiritual power and collected the surrounding attribute bubbles. Fire Force, 360. Fire Sword Conscious, 250. Earth Force, 420. Metal Force, 387. Metal Blade Conscious, 340. Wood Force, 650. Water Force, 540. Spiritual Realm Spirit, 110. Spiritual Realm Spirit, 135. Spiritual Realm Enlightenment, 95. Wang Teng's eyes flashed. His gains from the recent match were substantial, and it didn't waste his hard work and efforts. Defeating 25 talented martial warriors was a very tiring feat. Farming attribute bubbles was physically taxing. Only farmers would know, although the harvest was gratifying. Wang Teng wasn't in a hurry to check his inventory. He walked over to join Dan Taixuan and the others. He was greeted by weird gazes from Zhu Yushao and the others. It felt as though they wanted to take him apart to see what he was made of. "Why are you looking at me like that? It's so frightening." Wang Teng's scalp was tingling, and he quickly took a step back. These people were so evil. Everyone, Wang Teng's words evoked a sense of familiarity in them. It was still fine. It felt familiar, looked like the person in front of them wasn't a monster after all. Chapter 621. Damn it, she's seducing me. Everyone went down the mountain, but they didn't leave the small town. The sky was getting dark, so no one was in a hurry to leave. They decided to stay one more night in this small town. The host also prepared a sumptuous dinner banquet for them to allow them to interact with one another. After the competition, everyone should sit down and have a nice chat. This was Mount Saint's idea, too. Interest was the most important thing for every country. Smaller countries were willing to stick to larger ones for protection. This was diplomacy for larger nations, too. 7 p.m. The banquet started. Lights lit up the hall brightly. The decorations were extravagant, and countless delicious food and drinks were placed on the table. Attendants dressed neatly in black coats and white shirts shuttled back and forth in the hall when Wang Teng and his team arrived. The hall was already lively. Conversations and waves of laughter were heard continuously. The arrival of Country Inka caused a short moment of silence. Country Inka. The biggest winner of this event, everyone felt complicated, especially when they saw the young man's indifferent face. Many people's emotions were ignited. Miss Dan, Mr. Wang Teng, Darwan from Country Boar came over to welcome them. "Eat and drink however you want and get a good sleep. We will return to the country tomorrow." Dan Taixuan led everyone forward as she spoke to them. Darwan and the people from Country Boar were exceptionally enthusiastic. Valeria kept pestering Wang Teng with a naive and pure smile on her face. Wang Teng felt frustrated. He didn't understand why Valeria didn't want to let him go. Was it a mistake to be too outstanding? He didn't intend to flirt besides. This butterfly was a little too muscular. He couldn't handle it. Wang Teng gave an awkward but polite smile. Zhu Yushao and Ji Ximing, who were standing beside him, were suppressing their laughter and shooting him looks of sympathy. "Why don't you just agree to her?" Zhu Yushao spoke to him using voice transmission. "Go away." Wang Teng was exasperated. He turned and glared at those gloating fellows. Fortunately, people from other countries came over and saved him. Wang Teng had beaten almost every country during this exchange. He overpowered all the other top talents. No one could steal his limelight. The countries on good terms with Country Inka came over for a chat. Even those who didn't have much interaction with their country came to show their faces. The best regulator of a conversation was wine. Everyone exchanged glasses and drank to their heart's content. Wang Teng wasn't worried. With his physique, having some wine wouldn't affect him. These people came and left quickly, not staying for long. They knew themselves well. Based on their ability, they didn't have the right to take up too much of Wang Teng and Country Inka's time. How does it feel to be famous? Zhu Yushao nudged Wang Teng and teased. Wang Teng glanced at her and smiled. Amazing. You will never get to experience it. Zhu Yushao felt someone punching her heart. She forgot that this fellow was a shameless and despicable person. What was she thinking when she decided to tease him? There must be something wrong with her just now. At this moment, another person walked over. This time, there was only one person, and it was a lady. Zhu Yushao noticed her and was puzzled. Why is she here? This lady was Marcia from the White Eagle Nation. The relationship between Country Saya and the White Eagle Nation was a little ambiguous. So why was she here? Everyone felt confused. Wang Teng didn't understand either. He touched his chin in deep thought. Did she get fooled by his handsome appearance and wanted to experience a spectacular long-distance relationship? If yes, Wang Teng glanced at her voluptuous figure and long legs. Suddenly he felt that he could consider this option, even though he was a little reluctant. After all, it wasn't good to reject others. Hey, she's here. Hurry up and wipe your saliva. Zhu Yushao elbowed his thigh and whispered. Wang Teng stretched his hand out unconsciously and wiped his mouth. There was nothing. He reacted instantly and glared at Zhu Yushao. In the end, he had fallen for her trick. However, there was some truth in her words. Marcia was already in front of him. She seemed to know what he was thinking. There was an ambiguous smile on her face as she looked at him. Cough. What's the matter? Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He kept a stern face as he asked in a seemingly serious tone. Are you going to let a lady stand and talk? Marcia asked. There are many seats here. You can choose one. Wang Teng felt that this lady was picking a quarrel, so he rolled his eyes secretly. Insensitive man. Marcia's face turned black. She glared at him and sat down, crossing her legs elegantly. She didn't wear her battle uniform tonight. Instead, she was dressed in a beautiful black gown that showed off her curvy body. Her lipstick was bright red, and a faint smell of perfume lingered in the air. She looked amazing. Wang Teng had to admit that this lady was extremely attractive. When she crossed her legs, she revealed a section of her fair skin. Kui Fei, Yan Bo, and Zhao Yuanwu immediately got attracted by the sight. They swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Even Mu Zhiguo and Ji Xiaoming, who acted maturely most of the time, glanced at her secretly. Their hearts were melting. Men. Zhu Yushao looked at them in disdain. Marcia lifted the glass of wine on the table beside her and said, Congratulations on being the spotlight of this year's exchange. Wang Teng's expression was weird. Are you sure you're here to congratulate me? Is there a problem with that? Marcia pretended that she didn't know what he was saying. No, of course not, as long as you're happy. Wang Teng squinted and smiled. No matter what she was planning, he believed that with his vigilance, he wouldn't fall into her trap. Wang Teng raised his glass and touched hers. He took a sip of wine and said, Thank you. All right, have a fun time. I won't interrupt you anymore. Marcia didn't stay. After drinking her wine, she got up to leave. You're leaving already? Kui Fei and the others asked in surprise. Wang Teng was stunned too. Was this lady really just here to congratulate him? Did he misunderstand something? She left without any hesitation. Did this mean that she didn't have any thoughts towards him? Or was she playing cat and mouse? There was no chance for Wang Teng to put his flirting skills to use. This lady wasn't acting according to the script. How should he get her? He squinted and snorted in his heart. He decided to use the ultimate move, do nothing. At this moment, the pretty back suddenly stopped. Marcia turned around and winked at Wang Teng, her tongue sliding through her lips. We will meet again. Wang Teng, damn it, she's seducing me. Chapter 622, An All-Rounded Harvest. Wang Teng looked at Marcia as she swayed away. A sentence popped up in his mind, never underestimate the skills of a woman. This demon, he mustn't offend her. He couldn't afford to offend her. Come back, she's gone. Dan Taixuan glanced at him and said coldly, Cough, I'm just thinking what tricks she had up her sleeve. Please don't misunderstand me, Wang Teng said. Do you think I'll believe you? Dan Taixuan said furiously, Is that lady prettier than me? Valeria stared at Wang Teng unhappily with a sad face. Gasp. Wang Teng took a sharp breath in fear, although Kui Fei and the others were a little envious of him at first. When they saw Wang Teng in this desperate situation, they were elated. You deserve it. This is the consequence of flirting around. Wang Teng sized up Valeria seriously and contemplated for some time. Then he said, "You look better than her." Everyone. How could there be someone so shameless? Wang Teng spent much effort before he managed to comfort Valeria. However, after she left, the pretty female martial warriors from other nations came over and congratulated him as if they were inspired by Marcia. Within a few minutes, Wang Teng was surrounded by El Beau Senvius. All the men at the scene were green with envy. He's popular with ladies, Gerald chuckled. It's normal. Outstanding males have the right to mate first, Arnold said. Phew, Gerald's expression turned strange. He didn't expect Arnold to say such a line. Wine spurted out of his mouth. Did I say something wrong? Arnold asked. No. It makes sense. Gerald's lips trembled on the other side. Fortes's face was red with anger. He looked at Marcia and questioned her. Why did you congratulate him? Marcia wasn't an easy person to bully. When she heard Fortes's questioning tone, her face turned cold, and she replied, Take note of your status. You don't have the right to interfere in my business. You. Fortes couldn't refute. All right, Fortes, keep it down. Yoke felt helpless. These talents had strong personalities. He couldn't handle them all at the same time. But he still reminded Marcia, Marcia, our relationship with Country Inka isn't good. You better take care of yourself. I know. Marcia nodded and kept quiet. Fortes snorted and looked at Wang Teng. Jealousy flashed past his eyes. Xuan watched him silently from the side. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to affect him. Agliro placed his palms together when he saw this scene. A smart glint was shimmering in his eyes as he recalled what had happened during the competition. He was in deep thought. Should he enter the world and cultivate like Wang Teng? Walk through a field of flowers with no leaves on your body. He had read this sentence online after the competition. It made much sense to him. You wouldn't be fooled after many experiences. Wang Teng didn't know that his unintentional act had caused a monk to go astray. Close to 10 p.m., the banquet finally came to an end. The crowd dispersed. Wang Teng let out a sigh of relief. He never knew that ladies could be so scary. When he was surrounded by them, he was happy and in pain. Everyone was speechless when they saw his expression. Why do you look so unwilling when there's something good in front of you? Kuo Fei asked enviously. That's right. This is too much. If you're so unwilling, you can give the chance to us, Yan Bo agreed. You don't understand. Ladies are scary creatures, especially when there's a horde of them. They're worse in numbers. Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. You're acting. Kuo Fei and the others wanted to hit him. Right then, the atmosphere died down. Repeat what you've said. A cold voice filled with killing intent echoed in the air. Wang Teng's head turned numb. He turned his neck stiffly and saw Dan Taixuan and Zhu Yushao's black faces. He laughed awkwardly. My stomach is hurting. I'll take my leave first. He ran off. At night, Wang Teng stayed in his hotel room. He sat cross-legged on the sofa and counted his gains. He pulled out the attributes panel. The first thing that appeared in his vision was Origin of Life, 1375. The Origin of Life had a significant increase. Wang Teng could almost feel his lifespan increasing. No one would say no to a longer life, right? Without a doubt, the Origin of Life was his greatest gain. Enlightenment. 230 3000 Imperial Realm. Spirit. 256 3000 Imperial Realm. Wang Teng's spirit and enlightenment were both in the Imperial Realm. Hence, their growth was a little slow. They were still crawling at the 200 range. However, he was already more powerful than the majority of the people on Earth. Even though the increase was slow, he wasn't worried. His spiritual power was still his trump card. Actually, he was progressing very fast. Other people had to spend much more time if they wanted to raise their spiritual power. Next, the forces. Metal Force, 7,500, 20,000, 10 star. Wood Force, 6780,000, 10 star. Water Force, 9230, 10,000, 10 star. Fire Force, 6350 10,000 10-star Earth Force, 742A 10,000 10-star. Wang Teng looked at his 5 forces. All of them had a huge leap. He was instantly satisfied. The exchange event was a gathering of talents. Everyone was at the Brigadier General stage and above, so the attribute bubbles everyone dropped were sizable. This was why his forces rose significantly. All these forces were at the later stage of the Brigadier General stage. They were close to achieving a breakthrough. Ice Force, 5320, 9,000, 9-star. Poison Force, 4570, 5,000, 7-star. Wind Force, 657,000, 8-star. Lightning Force, 82020, 10,000, 10-star. His 4 mutated elements grew too, especially his lightning force. It shot straight to the 10-star Brigadier General stage. He had to thank Xuan for this. What a good man he was. Then there was the Constellation Force. Constellation Force, Fire 353. The display of the system was a little strange. It only showed the value and not the realm. The realm might not be available because his Constellation Force was too little or he hadn't converted all his forces into the Constellation Force. But his Constellation Force did increase after this exchange. The only force that didn't grow was his Dark Force. Thinking about it, it made sense. Why would there be dark apparitions at a place where the top talents of all nations were? In terms of consciouses, Wang Teng's spoils were quite notable. All his conscious attributes saw improvements. Lading Battle Conscious, 285 10,000 first level Wind Soul Conscious. 312.20,000 first level. Snake Coil Conscious, 151,000 first level. These 3 traits were new attributes. Everyone had their pros and were extremely useful conscious attributes. Among them, the Lighting Battle Conscious was able to increase his battle ability, the Wind Soul Conscious could increase his speed, and the Snake Coil Conscious was a battle technique. His other consciouses was as follows. Ice Spear Conscious, 365 10th first 3, 4th Taoist first level, 5 Element Fist Conscious, 6858,000 8th level. Metal Blade Conscious, 6770 7000 7th level. Fire Blade Conscious, 7528,000 8th level. Water Blade Conscious, 5107,000 7000 7th level. Wood Blade Conscious, 890 30,000 3rd level. Earth Blade Conscious, 3280 5000 5th level. Metal Sword Conscious, 1468,000 8th level. Water Sword Conscious, 3480 6000 6th level. Fire Sword Conscious, 2880 9000 9th level. Earth Sword Conscious, 3966,000 6th level. Wood Sword Conscious, 2980 4000 4th level. These were attributes that Wang Teng found useful. He had picked up many conscious attributes for unpopular weapons, but he ignored them. These conscious attributes weren't useful to him even if he picked them up. Fist Conscious, Blade Conscious, and Sword Conscious were the 3 most commonly used conscious attributes. He wouldn't give them up. He had merged his Fist Conscious into his 5-element Fist Conscious. In the future, he would do the same for his Blade and Sword Conscious to create a unique battle skill solely for him. When he fought with Agliro, he had used the 5-element Fist and made him suffer. He had just created his 5-element Fist, so when he perfected it in the future, it would become stronger. He felt that he could achieve a great feat. This was a path solely for him. Wang Teng decided that once he went back, he would find some time to study this properly. He also received some battle techniques and scriptures, but most of them weren't at the sky rank. Hence, he skipped through all of them. He wasn't getting arrogant, but non-sky rank scriptures weren't useful to him anymore. The greatest gain was undoubtedly the Fire Essence scripture he received from Agliro. This was an ancient scripture from Country Inka, and a rough method to convert ordinary force into the constellation force was written inside. It would be a great help when Wang Teng was creating a force conversion scripture. As for battle techniques, the only one that could make his eyes lit up was the spiritual illusion. While fighting with Agliro, he had tried the power of spiritual illusion and found it quite useful. If he was creative enough, he could use spiritual illusion however he wanted. In terms of talent, his greatest gain was the ultimate stage lightning talent and the ice cocoon physique. These were mutated elements and were extremely rare, especially the ice cocoon physique. Normal people wouldn't possess it. The birth of a physique talent was rare. Country Snow must have used up their luck for many generations to have one in a small country like theirs. But no matter how rare it was, Wang Teng still got it. As a bug, he could be unreasonable. After counting his gains, he let out a long sigh when he opened his eyes slowly. 2 sharp glints shot out of them. He stood up and walked to the window. As he stared at the quiet and dark night sky, he gradually calmed down. He was worried that he would commit the same mistake and live an unaccomplished life as he did in his previous one. He was worried that his family would disappear and that his life would end silently. As a result, he had been working hard to raise his ability all this while without resting. With his continuous progress, he was finally able to stand at the top of the pyramid for martial warriors on Earth. He had some ability to protect himself, and his family benefited from it. He was satisfied. Chapter 623, Going Up Mount Saint. The next morning, sunlight shone in through the window and landed on the bed. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on his soft mattress. The blanket hadn't been touched. He slowly opened his eyes. A colorful glimmer flashed in his eyes and disappeared in an instant. It looked divine. He got up from bed, leaving only a light dent on the blanket. This was a display of the powerful control of his body's strength. Wang Teng cultivated everywhere. He practiced his strength and control every day in his every action, hoping to release the potential of his power to its limit. His enlightenment and physique were at an extremely high level, so he was able to go into more details in his cultivation. He took off his clothes, revealing his well-proportioned and almost perfect body. His muscles were tight and firm. The outlines were defined like a sculpture. He took a few minutes to wash up. Then he dressed himself and dried his hair. He walked out of his room and went down for breakfast. Zhu Yushao and the others were already here. They were sitting in a corner of the restaurant and having breakfast. They chatted occasionally. They immediately noticed Wang Teng when he entered. Here, Zhu Yushao waved at him. Wang Teng smiled and nodded at them. He went to get his breakfast first. The breakfast was buffet style. All kinds of cuisines were provided. You could choose whatever dish you fancied. As a force chef-master, he could smell what was delicious and what wasn't. After picking his food, Wang Teng carried his plate and walked towards the table where his companions were at. Zhu Yushao pulled an empty chair. Wang Teng sat down and smiled. "You're so early. We're going back soon. I lost in the competition and have no face to go back. How can I sleep well?" Zhu Yushao sighed. She chewed on her bread as she replied. Wang Teng didn't know what to say. Zhu Yushao glanced at him and continued, "You must have slept well. After all, you won the competition hands down." All right. Look how jealous you are." Wang Teng rolled his eyes as he ate his breakfast. At this moment, Dan Taixuan walked over. "You're all up." "I just came," Wang Teng said. You still have the guts to appear." Dan Taixuan sneered as she looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "This lady bears grudges." Wang Teng laughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Pointing at the cake in his hand, he said, "This almond cake is not bad. Sister Xuan, do you want to try it? I especially took a piece for you." Dan Taixuan was speechless. She glared at Wang Teng and snatched the other piece of almond cake on his plate, taking a bite of it. Wang Teng could finally heave a sigh of relief after they finished their breakfast. Perik suddenly came. He said, "Everyone, you might have to put your schedule on hold. What's the matter?" Dan Taixuan frowned. "Someone wants to see Mr. Wang Teng." Perik looked at Wang Teng and said, "See me?" Wang Teng pointed at himself in surprise. "Yes. Can you come with me?" Perik asked politely. Wang Teng exchanged glances with Dan Taixuan. Then he asked, "You need to tell me who wants to see me. I don't have time to waste." Perik hesitated for some time. He didn't reply to him, but he pointed in the direction of the peak of Mount Saint. Wang Teng was astounded. Perrick was hinting to him that someone on the peak wanted to see him. Since he wasn't willing to say who it was, the person's identity must be extremely special. Wang Teng had an idea of who it was. Taixuan and the others were shocked too. It was difficult to see the important figures of Mount Saint, but they wanted to meet Wang Teng. Did they say why? Taixuan asked. How would I know? Perrick gave a bitter smile. Taixuan was hesitant. Who knew what those people wanted? She felt worried about letting Wang Teng go alone. Noticing her apprehension, Perrick said, Miss Dan, don't worry. Mount Saint will definitely ensure Wang Teng's safety. We are inviting him up the mountain because someone wants to chat with him. Taixuan opened her mouth. Words were empty. Anyone could say it. It didn't guarantee anything. However, Wang Teng said, It's all right. I'll go with him. I wonder which important figure wants to see me. Mount Saint is filled with formidable warriors. Don't act on impulse. Taixuan frowned. She spoke to him using voice transmission. Don't worry. This is Mount Saint. If anything happens to me, their reputation will be destroyed. Also, they're not some evil clan. They won't attack me for no reason. Wang Teng added using voice transmission. Also, don't you want to know what they have up their sleeves? In that case, be careful. Mount Saint is mysterious. Don't create troubles. Taixuan agreed with him, so she let him go. However, she was still worried. She knew that Wang Teng wasn't an obedient boy. Wang Teng felt exasperated. It seemed impossible to change his image in Taixuan's mind. Let's go. He walked out of the hotel. After they walked away, Zhiguo finally whispered, Will it really be all right? It shouldn't be a problem. Taixuan shook her head and asked everyone to go back to their rooms to wait for him. Wang Teng followed Perrick up the mountain. They walked past the coliseum and arrived at the last section of the stone staircase heading to the peak. Someone was already waiting there. You're here? The person said. High Priest. Wang Teng was surprised. Are you the one looking for me? No, I came to bring you up the mountain. The High Priest shook his head. There was confusion in his eyes, too. He didn't understand why that person wanted to meet Wang Teng. Wang Teng had showcased outstanding abilities in this exchange and was way ahead of the other talented martial warriors. However, the difference in status between him and that person was vast. Wang Teng glanced up uncontrollably when he heard this. He saw the 12 palaces situated on the path that was winding up the mountain all the way until it reached the holy temple at the peak. I heard that if a normal person wants to go up the mountain, they need to challenge the 12 zodiac palaces. Do I have to do that? Wang Teng asked. If he needed to, he would turn around and leave. He was interested to fight with the 12 holy knights and get some attribute bubbles from them, but that didn't mean that he was willing to be led by the nose by someone, even if that someone was from Mount Saint. You don't need to. The High Priest shook his head. He raised his feet and walked up, his voice floating over from the front. Follow me. Wang Teng hesitated and glanced at Perrick. I'll be stopping here. You can go ahead, Perrick said. Wang Teng nodded and caught up with the High Priest slowly. They climbed the stairs in silence. Huh? As they walked, Wang Teng let out a surprised gasp. He felt a little stunned. The first Zodiac Palace seemed very near, yet they hadn't reached it, even though they had been walking for some time. There's something strange about this path, he thought to himself silently. This got him a little interested. Chapter 624, The 12 Zodiac Palaces. The mountain might seem near, but it was, in fact, far away. This saying seemed applicable here. This phrase appeared in Wang Teng's mind as he followed the High Priest up the stairs. He released a few wisps of spiritual power to uncover the secret of this mountain path. After some time, he understood. There were runes covering this path, just like the small town below. They could extend space and elongate an extremely short path a few times up to a few hundred times. There weren't many people in this world who had a higher realm of spiritual power than Wang Teng. As long as he wanted to hide, no one would discover it. Even the High Priest, who was only a few steps away, didn't sense anything. Wang Teng was very interested in this space extension rune. He had gained space rune knowledge in the Darkland, but it wasn't complete. This space extension rune would be able to help him build up his rune mastery. The mountain path wasn't endless. Half an hour later, they arrived at the first palace, the Ares Palace. Wang Teng could faintly sense the powerful aura inside the palace even before he saw the person. "Froze, why are you here?" a voice echoed out from the palace. "I received an order to bring someone up," the high priest Froze said. With a wave of his hand, a silver white light shot out from his long gown and flew into the Ares Palace. There was silence for a few seconds. Then the voice was heard again. "You can proceed. Let's go." The high priest walked into the palace. Wang Teng followed behind him and entered the palace. He sized up his surroundings curiously. The structure of this palace was extremely strange. There were pillars on both sides forming a long passageway in the middle. You could continue heading up the mountain through this path behind the pillars. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. The holy knight in the palace wasn't visible either. However, this wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. He activated his spiritual sight and scanned the darkness. Immediately, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged in the dark. He was giving off a thick green light. It was dazzling. But Wang Teng only glanced at him for a second, because his gaze was quickly attracted by the piles of attribute bubbles around the person. There were so many of them, seriously. The entire ground was filled with bubbles floating silently in the dark palace. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect such a large number of attribute bubbles to appear in the palace. Soon his astonishment was taken over by joy. This was an unexpected gain. He would be stupid not to take it. He released his spiritual power silently and swept all the attribute bubbles over. He picked every single one of them up. Wood Force, 65. Wood Force, 80. Ultimate Stage, Wood Talent, 12. Spiritual Realm, Spirit, 45. Spiritual Realm, Enlightenment, 60. After picking up the surprise present, Wang Teng couldn't hide his smile anymore. He received 3,570 points of Wood Force, 320 points of Ultimate Stage Wood Talent, 450 points of Spiritual Realm Spirit, and 478 points of Spiritual Realm Enlightenment. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng suddenly shuddered. This Wood Force took a leap and reached the 11-star low-tier general stage. Wood Force, 350 through 100,000. 11-star Wang Teng's expression was weird. Did he just achieve a breakthrough? All he did was follow the high priest up the mountain to see someone. He didn't plan on collecting attributes. This result was a little unexpected. He achieved his breakthrough so suddenly. You couldn't stop luck when it wanted to come. Wang Teng felt emotional. By now he had already reached the end of the passageway with the high priest. His breakthrough happened without any extra effort from him, so it didn't cause any commotion. No one would notice anything. Although the person in the palace was paying attention to Wang Teng, he didn't notice anything amiss either. For some reason, I think he saw me just now. The person sitting in the dark muttered to himself softly, feeling a little shocked. After Wang Teng and the high priest left, he closed his eyes and got back to cultivating. Attribute bubbles started appearing in the palace again. These attribute bubbles seemed to be bound by a certain force. They could exist for a longer time. Wang Teng followed the high priest and arrived at the second palace, the Taurus Palace. He felt a little excited. There were so many attribute bubbles in the first palace. What about the next one? Just thinking about it got him restless. If he could raise all his forces by a level after passing the 12 zodiac palaces, that would be amazing. Half an hour later, they arrived outside the Taurus Palace. The high priest threw the white light out again, and they were allowed to pass. Wang Teng had already noticed that this white light was a token. When they walked through the first palace, the holy knight from the Ares Palace had returned it to the high priest. In the Taurus Palace, a lofty and bulky figure blocked the two of them. He looked at Wang Teng with interest. The talent from Country Inka, a strong voice came out of his mouth. "Arudis, what are you doing?" The high priest frowned. "Nothing. I heard that there was an extremely outstanding talent from Country Inka this time. so I came to take a look. Arudis crossed his arms and smiled. Is this Mount Saint's intention? Wang Teng smiled and turned to look at the high priest. No, please don't misunderstand. This is Arudis's own doing. It's got nothing to do with Mount Saint, the high priest explained hurriedly. Then he turned and said to Arudis, Arudis? He's a guest of the goddess. How dare you stop him? Receive a punch from me and you can pass. Arudis didn't relent. How dare you? Shouted the high priest. Wang Teng suddenly stretched his hand out and stopped him. Smiling, he looked at Arudis. What if I don't want to? You cannot pass, Arudis replied. In that case, I'll go back. You can explain to the goddess yourself. Wang Teng turned around and left immediately. The corners of Arudis's lips twitched. Was he leaving just like that? As a genius, shouldn't he get angry when provoked? Damn it, why wasn't he going by the script? Wait, Arudis shouted hurriedly when he saw Wang Teng walking further away. However, Wang Teng continued walking as if he didn't hear anything. He had almost reached the entrance of the palace. Arudis was agitated. If Wang Teng left, all he could do was wait for the punishment by the higher authorities and lose his position as a holy knight. He took a large step forward and vanished from the spot before reappearing in front of Wang Teng. Move! Wang Teng released his fist expressionlessly. Boom! An overwhelming fist aura rose into the air amidst the explosion. Only this fist was left in Arudis's vision. Everything else had disappeared. He was flabbergasted. However, there was nothing he could say at this point. He gritted his teeth and released the force in his body. He raised his fist and punched it. Bang! When the two fists collided, Arudis flew back uncontrollably and vomited a mouthful of blood in midair. He had fallen out of the Taurus Palace. Chapter 625, Divine Constellation Armor. Bang! Arudis was slammed out of the Taurus Palace, the impact shattering the stone stairs in front of the entrance. The first palace, the Ares Palace, looked a little old and dilapidated too. It appeared ancient and time-beaten. However, the material of these sculptures was strong and sturdy. There might be cracks, but they wouldn't shatter easily. However, after Arudis landed on the stairs, a large crack had appeared on the stone stairs. There was silence. Arudis raised his head in shock, staring at the entrance of the Taurus Palace. His expression changed continuously. As the holy knight guarding the Taurus Palace, he was thrown out of his own palace. How humiliating and sarcastic it was. The palace and its guardians existed together. If one was gone, so would the other. No holy knight had ever been kicked out of their own palace. If this piece of news was leaked out, he would be the disgrace of all previous 12 holy knights guarding the zodiac palaces. Splurt. Thinking about this, Arudis's face turned black. Then it turned red and green, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Froze sighed helplessly. He wanted to step out to help Arudis, but he stopped. Everything happened too quickly. He didn't think that Wang Teng would attack so decisively and ruthlessly because of this argument. He didn't expect him to be this powerful either, as a holy knight. Arudis couldn't even handle one punch from Wang Teng and was thrown out of the palace. He didn't have the time to stop either of them. He could only watch things unfold in front of him. It was too late to say anything now. He couldn't blame Wang Teng. He didn't instigate the fight after all. He could only blame Arudis for being too reckless and arrogant. Did he think that he could look down on all the other martial warriors in the world just because he was a holy knight? This talent from Country Inka had beaten all his opponents in the exchange. Even if Arudis didn't see it personally, he must have heard of it. As a talent himself, it was normal for him to be unconvinced. That was why he provoked Wang Teng today. Froze cursed Arudis many times in his heart. Brainless fellow, the top talents of the various nations were truly formidable martial warriors. They had earned their reputation with their sweat, blood, and hard work. If anyone thought that they were too weak because they lost to Wang Teng, they would be stupid. Arudis had this thought. That was why he underestimated Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't even look at him. He walked out of the palace calmly, as if he had just flicked an ant blocking his way. He wasn't worried that Mount Saint would be unhappy with his actions. They were the ones who invited him. He didn't want to come in the first place. If this was how they treated their guest, he had nothing to say. He would fight his way out if he had to. When was he afraid of anyone? Arudis half kneeled on the ground with his head lowered. Fresh blood dripped down the edge of his lips, but he remained silent. Wang Teng walked past Arudis without stopping. Boom. Suddenly an indomitable aura exploded behind him. It was like the rise of an ancient divine beast. "Stop right there!" A hoarse and low voice sounded in his ears. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked at the other party expressionlessly. Arudis was submerged in a golden light, as if a golden flame was burning him from within. Wisps of powerful aura gathered behind him. Right then, the palace behind him was activated, spreading out an ancient and immense force of presence. It slowly merged with Arudis' aura. "Arudis, you're crazy!" Froze's expression changed as he shouted. He seemed to know what was going on. "Froze, this is my fault. I will seek my punishment later at the Holy Temple. However, the reputation of the Holy Knights mustn't be tainted," Arudis said sternly, without turning his head. "You—" Froze wanted to say something, but he just sighed in the end. Wang Teng looked at them and knew that words were useless in this situation. There was no point emphasizing that he was a guest anymore. Suddenly, a sonic boom rang through the palace. Wang Teng raised his head and looked inside. A golden light was rising quickly in the darkness behind the pillar. He saw a golden raging bull charging towards them. The golden light traveled at the speed of lightning, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. It slammed into Arudis's body and merged with the golden force glow around him. In an instant, golden light lit up the entire palace. The light gradually resided after some time, revealing Arudis's appearance. A golden armor had appeared on his body, from head to toe. Battle boots, kneelet, cuirass, bracers, shoulder pads, helmet. This golden armor covered Arudis entirely. His aura shot up as he merged with the palace behind him. It soared right into the air. An outline of a raging bull seemed to have appeared behind Arudis. The change here naturally caught the attention of the other holy knights. The majestic figures sitting inside the remaining 11 palaces opened their eyes. Their gazes passed through the obstacles in front of them as they stared in the direction of the Taurus Palace. At the same time, deep inside the holy temple at the peak of Mount Saint, there was a tall and enormous sculpture erected inside a large hall. Below this sculpture, a young lady was praying with closed eyes. There was a holy aura on her face, but at this moment her eyebrows trembled slightly, and she opened her eyes slowly. There seemed to be a universe contained in her pitch-black eyes. They were deep and endless, Taurus Palace. Sensing a majestic aura coming from Arudis' body, Wang Teng was astounded. This armor must be extraordinary. This is the divine constellation armor worn by all the holy knights. Arudis' voice resounded in the area. Divine constellation armor. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Normally, a holy knight will only wear it when the holy temple is in danger. However, this affects the honor of the holy knights, so I have to wear it today. You're very strong. I can only fight with you if I wear this armor. Today, you will have to fight, whether you like it or not. As he spoke, his voice increased in volume at the end. It was as loud as thunder, shaking the air around them and shattering their eardrums. "Fight!" A sharp gaze shot out of his eyes. He roared in anger and took a step forward. Boom! The next instant, the ground vibrated as if a gigantic raging bull had stomped its feet. The entire mountain was shaking. Golden force erupted from Arudis' body as glaring light gathered on his fist. His fist shone brightly. A large amount of force was compressed into this punch. The golden raging bull illusion also appeared and charged forward with the punch. Boom! The scene was astonishing, yet Wang Teng wasn't affected. He raised his head and stared emotionlessly at Arudis, who was a head taller than him. The forces of the 5 basic elements started flowing through his body before ending on his fists. Fist conscious surged out. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained one another, forming a close circuit. Chapter 626. I don't feel like leaving suddenly. Five-element fist, his five-element fist conscious covered his hands, twirling around them furiously. At this moment, the aura around Wang Teng was climbing. Within a split second, it had shot through the roof. A tornado seemed to be stirring up around him. The clouds in the sky tossed and turned, forming a whirlpool. Wang Teng stood erected in the middle of the whirlpool. This was the true power of his five-element fist conscious. He had finally executed it. His opponent, Arudis, in the divine constellation armor, was worth this attack. The forces of the five elements around him were drawn over and merged into the windstorm. It was a majestic and grand scene. Froze trembled. He raised his head and looked up in astonishment before staring at Wang Teng as if he had seen a ghost. Was this his true ability? He didn't reveal his true power during the exchange. At this moment, the other 11 holy knights raised their heads too and looked up at the sky. They felt the sudden appearance of a formidable aura and were flabbergasted. Who was it? Not only did he force Arudis to use the divine constellation armor, but he also possessed such powerful ability in front of the Taurus Palace. Wang Teng's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He stood in the center of the tornado with his arms raised in front of him. He released his fist. Boom! The earth shook and the clouds rumbled. The entire power of heaven and earth seemed to have gathered into this single punch. It overpowered everything. The entire place was silent. The entire universe was silent. It was as if the world was inhabited by boundless and majestic power. All the beings within a few hundred meters in radius seemed to have run away. Arudis squinted. He was thunderstruck. However, the arrow was already loose. He couldn't take it back. Moo! The outline of the raging bull looked up at the sky and bellowed. Then it crashed into Wang Teng's immense fist glow. Boom, boom, boom. The two fists created earth-shattering explosions when they collided. The ground vibrated, including the Taurus Palace behind them. A frightening gale swept through the air. Froze, who was closer to them, suffered the brunt of the aftermath. He took 3 steps back uncontrollably and squinted his eyes as he faced the residual force of the collision. Bang! A figure suddenly flew out from the center, Arudis. He slammed violently in the wall of the Taurus Palace, breaking multiple pillars, reducing them to broken stones. The victor was decided with a single punch. Crack! The battle armor on Arudis's body seemed to be groaning in protest. Cracks had appeared on the surface and were spreading out like spider webs. This punch was so frightening. Arudis raised his head with difficulty, his face filled with disbelief. He lost. He lost completely. No luck was involved. He could say that he was careless before, but he couldn't find any excuses now. He lost. Despite wearing the divine constellation armor, he couldn't change this fact. Moreover, the divine constellation armor was damaged. This was the divine constellation armor. It was made by legendary ancient blacksmiths using star bones and a variety of precious and rare materials. It was the divine constellation armor that bore the entire power of the Taurus Palace runes. Yet it cracked after Wang Teng's punch, and that was not all. The divine constellation armor of the Taurus Palace was known for its formidable strength. Its ultimate power was its strength. Yet it lost in a head-on strength battle. How powerful was Wang Teng's physique? Arudis was in a daze. Getting defeated in his specialization was a huge blow for him. Froze was at a loss for words, too. He looked at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Was this fellow a human? He knew how powerful the divine constellation armors were. After the holy knights wore them, their abilities would increase by many times. Yet Arudis still lost. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dispersed and calmness resumed. It was as if nothing had happened. Wang Teng's black hair floated down. They weren't dancing wildly in the air anymore. His expression was calm as he looked at the holy temple above him. Suddenly, he raised his leg and stepped forward. He walked past Arudis without looking at him, just like what he did some time ago. You! Arudis's face was pale. He felt extremely humiliated. Wang Teng didn't stop, though. He crossed this holy night and went straight through the Taurus Palace, continuing his journey up the mountain. Froze was stunned. Didn't he say that he was leaving? Why was he going up again? The next instant, his expression changed. He understood what Wang Teng was thinking and caught up with him hurriedly. He asked, agitatedly, "What are you planning to do?" "I don't feel like leaving suddenly." "You want to fight, right?" "All right, I'll fight my way up then." There was no expression on his face, and his voice was unruly and cold. He climbed up the stairs one step at a time. Froze's expression changed. This was a huge matter. This fellow looked so harmless a moment ago, but now he had turned into a devil, arrogant, unruly, and supercilious. He wanted to fight all the 12 zodiac palaces. In the past, if he had heard someone wanting to barge through the 12 zodiac palaces, he would scoff at them. To an ordinary martial warrior, beating one zodiac palace was difficult enough, but now Froze had a bad premonition. Wang Teng could defeat Arudis with one punch. What about the other holy knights? Who could stop him? Froze didn't dare to think further. He chased after Wang Teng and said anxiously, "We can sit down and have a proper chat." "This was an accident. Arudis just wanted to have a duel with you. He had no evil intention and has received his punishment already. Please don't take it to heart. No one will stop you anymore, that's what you said at the start, but look at what happened." Wang Teng snorted. He wasn't convinced. "I will fight the 12 zodiac palaces. I've already passed the first palace, and he didn't stop me. I don't want to go back and look for trouble, but I will fight the rest of the 10 palaces." Froze felt bitter and cursed Arudis 1,000 times in his heart. All these troubles were started by him. He had caused them great harm. However, he couldn't stop Wang Teng. He could only hope that the other holy knights could defeat him. There were a few who were many times more powerful than Arudis. Their battle abilities were within the top 10 of Mount Saint and were the strongest guardians of the palaces. Wang Teng counted his gains as he walked up the mountain. Metal Force 56, Metal Force 45, Metal Force 90, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 76, Spiritual Realm Spirit 80, Spiritual Realm Enlightenment 50, Spiritual Realm Spirit 62, Ultimate Stage Metal Talent 12, Raging Bullfist Conscious 360, just like the Ares Palace. There were numerous attribute bubbles scattered in the Taurus Palace. Wang Teng picked up all of them. His metal force rose tremendously. He was right at the doorstep of the 11-star low-tier general stage. As the remaining attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng shuddered and entered the 11-star low-tier general stage silently. Metal force, 120,000, 11-star. Froze knew nothing. One single match was enough to cause a huge change in Wang Teng. Who would believe such an unbelievable thing? He didn't even know what Wang Teng was making a fuss out of nothing. His real aim was to collect more attributes from all the holy knights of the zodiac palaces. Chapter 627. I have an immature idea. Wang Teng walked along the path that was rarely traversed. He looked as if he was just taking a stroll after his meal, but the high priest, who was a few steps behind him, was walking on tenterhooks. He was in despair. He wanted to report this matter to the Holy Temple, but he couldn't leave Wang Teng alone and go up by himself. This would make Mount Saint appear extremely low class. Hence, he could only follow Wang Teng obediently and walked up the stairs. They had switched their positions. In the past, he was the one leading the way, but now Wang Teng was in front. This fellow had reversed the position of the host and the guest. Froze felt helpless. After interacting with Wang Teng firsthand, he understood how hard this person was to deal with. The guy's temperament had shocked him. From what he saw, Wang Teng's arrogance came from deep within. He wouldn't allow anyone to step on it. If anyone touched his bottom line, Arudis would be an example of that person's ending. Also, he was extremely decisive. His actions were as fast as lightning, catching people off guard. However, during normal times, he hid well and didn't reveal any of his real personality. He acted like a happy-go-lucky person who could have fun and fool around with ordinary people. His personality was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath. Once someone stimulated him, the sword would release its dazzling sharp aura and hurt whoever provoked him. This temperament wasn't like a 20-years-old young man at all. Wang Teng didn't know what Froze was thinking. At this moment, he was wondering about the armor he saw. When he saw Arudis putting on that armor just now, he couldn't help but recall an anime from his past life. The settings were similar, but there were some differences, too. Wang Teng suddenly thought of a saying. There was a rumor that the inspiration for anime and movies came from some blurry images seen by the creator when they came into contact with the messages released during the collision of an alternate world and reality. They added in their imaginations and kept filling in the gaps, along with some artistic modifications. This was how the final product appeared in front of everyone. So a certain anime author felt the messages released by this world. Wang Teng's expression turned strange. He found the notion outrageous, but it made some sense. He shook his head. There was no right answer for this, so he shouldn't waste his time. Coming back, based on what Arudis said, this divine constellation armor was worn by all generations of holy knights. Who made these divine constellation armors? Just now, he could faintly feel the mysterious and veiled relationship between the divine constellation armors and the 12 zodiac palaces. From what he knew, the 12 zodiac palaces had existed for an extremely long time, their history dating back to a few thousand years. What did this mean? This meant that the divine constellation armors might have existed for a few thousand years too, but there was a paradox. Before the Force invaded Earth, before the martial arts era started, how could this item which belonged to martial warriors appear unless Mount Saint was the legacy of an ancient civilization? The divine constellation armor was left by the ancient civilization too. This was possible. Mount Saint gave off a mysterious aura, so it was normal that it had some secrets. Unfortunately, the divine constellation armors belonged to Mount Saint. If he could take one or two back to study, there would definitely be huge gains. As a master blacksmith, he might be able to discover some secrets from it. He had seen how powerful the divine constellation armor was. Arudis was only a low-tier general stage martial warrior. However, after wearing the divine constellation armor, his ability rose multiple times. If he was able to learn the skill of creating this armor, he could go back to his country, gather some master-level disciples, and ask them to craft this battle armor. In the future, the martial warriors in Country Saya could wear one each. How powerful would they be? What a pity. Wang Teng shook his head uncontrollably. Froze saw his expression and asked, "Why are you shaking your head?" "Nothing. I had an immature thought." Wang Teng glanced at him and replied calmly. Froze didn't think that Wang Teng would have the guts to lay his eyes on the divine constellation armors. Since he didn't want to say anything, he didn't probe further. After some time, the third Gemini Palace was in sight. Froze wanted to show his token, but Wang Teng stopped him. "No need. When I said I want to fight my way up, I meant it. It doesn't matter if you show your token." Froze felt helpless. He could only watch Wang Teng as he stepped into the Gemini Palace confidently. The moment Wang Teng walked into the palace, he stopped, looking in front. Someone was blocking him. The other party was a tall and valiant man above 30 years old. He had long hair, and his expression was calm and indifferent. He looked like a high and mighty god. This fellow is worse than the first two holy knights. Look at his posture. Wang Teng complained in his heart. At the same time, his attention landed on his opponent's body. He moved his gaze down slowly. He noticed that the holy knight was already wearing golden armor. He looked sacred and divine. This armor was different from the one Arudis wore. It was even stranger. The armor had sharp edges with complicated patterns. There were two faces on the two sides of the helmet, one angel and one devil. They were like twins. "I know your intention." The holy knight of the Gemini Palace looked at Wang Teng and said calmly, "That's good. I don't have to waste time explaining." "Let's fight." Wang Teng released his force and said. Froze caught up with them and said to Carl, using voice transmission, "Carl, try your best to stop him." He briefly explained what happened before. As expected, that idiot Arudis was defeated. Carl nodded and stopped speaking. Boom. The next instant, a powerful force wave erupted from Carl's body. This is my job. If you want to pass, you must defeat me." The instant he finished speaking, Carl dashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He released his fist and received his opponent's attack with a loud bang. The two of them flashed around the palace, colliding, intertwining, and punching each other. Their figures turned into lingering shadows. It was impossible to tell which was the real person. Froze watched their fight with his mouth agape. Wang Teng was outrageously powerful. Carl was in the top 5 among the holy knights. Yet when Wang Teng fought with him, he wasn't any weaker. Boom! The two of them collided in mid-air and retreated. Carl's face turned grim. He admitted that he had underestimated Wang Teng, but this thought was no longer present. No wonder Arudis lost. Even he had to be cautious when facing this opponent. However, he was getting a little excited. This was the thrill of meeting his match. Chapter 628. Don't teach a fish to swim. Day after day, year after year, the holy knights had been guarding the 12 zodiac palaces. They rarely had the opportunity to spar with martial warriors from around the world. Wang Teng's sudden arrival had ignited the Gemini Palace's holy knights' intense fighting spirit. Carl's battle conscience wrapped around his force, and a pair of Gemini phantoms emerged behind him. Wang Teng raised his head. A strange expression appeared on his face when his gaze landed on the phantoms. Suddenly, the Gemini phantoms, who were holding each other's hands, opened their eyes, and 2 rays of red and blue shot out from them. A deep and strange spiritual power pierced into Wang Teng's sea of consciousness. Wang Teng's consciousness shook, and the scene in front of him changed drastically. In the sky, the Gemini phantoms transformed into an angel and a devil. They held their weapons and stabbed him. The angel's face was sacred and loving. Anyone who saw it would not be able to put up any resistance. Behind it were the radiant gates of heaven. And chants in Sanskrit could be heard. There were unknown petals drifting in all directions. The devil, however, had a hideous face full of evil. Anyone who saw it would have evil thoughts in their minds, and the monster within them would surface from the depths of their hearts. Behind it was the vast underworld. Darkness covered the skies, and wild shrieks and howls constantly spooked the listeners, as though hell had really descended upon them. Wang Teng was caught under it, and it looked like he would be destroyed in an instant. Froze heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. Wang Teng was going to be defeated. Those who didn't understand Carl's move, very few would be able to stop it. Even amongst the people in Mount Saint, only a few could face his attack. He looked over at Wang Teng and was astounded. Despite facing such a situation, Wang Teng's expression was unchanged. He looked at the scene of heaven and hell, and you could feel the disdain he had from the corner of his mouth. Froze almost thought that his eyes had fooled him. However, Wang Teng's smile was indeed filled with scorn and contempt. Was he really mocking Carl? Froze was flustered. He couldn't understand Wang Teng's thoughts. Did he have any moves that could dispel Carl's attack? As soon as he thought about that, Froze's heart skipped a beat. You want to play with me using spiritual power? Don't teach a fish to swim. Wang Teng sneered and concentrated his gaze. The spiritual power entrenched in his consciousness poured out instantly. Boom! The immense spiritual power erupted from within like a torrent and a dragon's roar. The angel and demon bore the brunt of the gush of spiritual power and were immediately crushed into bits. The gates of heaven and the underworld cracked under the intense quaking. When the torrent of spiritual power slammed through them, they were torn apart. All the illusions vanished. The Gemini Palace was still the Gemini Palace. There were no gates of heaven nor the underworld. They were all just illusions that had been dispelled. Tap, tap, tap. Carl seemed to have suffered some kind of shock as he retreated back a few steps. His face was extremely pale, and there were layers of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Impossible! How did you overcome my Gemini phantom fist? He looked at Wang Teng in disbelief, no longer indifferent and arrogant. Gemini, phantom fist. Wang Teng's gaze flickered as he looked at the attribute bubbles on the ground. He picked them up. Emperor Realm Spirit 80. Emperor Realm Spirit 103. Emperor Realm Enlightenment 65 Water Force 1-3, Gemini Phantom Fist 35. As the attribute bubbles were absorbed into his mind, Wang Teng's heart became clear and he was immediately enlightened. In his mind, a human-shaped figure appeared and practiced a set of punching techniques. Spiritual power and force were circulating around that figure. Wang Teng took it all in and learned it immediately. So that's what the Gemini Phantom Fist was? He had a sudden realization. Gemini Phantom Fist was a peculiar technique that combined spiritual power and battle techniques, its attacks accompanied by spiritual power. People who were not strong in their spirit would be hit in an instant, and it would be extremely difficult to deal with. However, it was a pity that Carl encountered a monster like Wang Teng. His spiritual power was already in the Imperial realm. Attacking him with spiritual power was akin to a young child swinging his sword in front of an adult. However, Carl wasn't considered weak as he had already reached the Emperor realm. "It's not impossible. You have lost." Wang Teng had obtained the technique and said lightly. "No, your spiritual power." Carl's face was horrified as he suddenly thought of something. To be able to overcome his Gemini Phantom Fist, the other party's spiritual power must be extremely powerful. Wang Teng's spiritual power would definitely be stronger than his. Froze had also thought about this and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had learned that Wang Teng was a divine spirit master during the exchange event. This meant that his spiritual power would be anything but weak. Still, he never imagined it to be stronger than Carl's. Froze remembered that sneer on Wang Teng's face when he was facing Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist. No wonder. In the face of his immense spiritual power, Carl's Gemini Phantom Fist was just an embarrassment to himself. "What stage has your spiritual power reached?" Carl asked anxiously. Froze also wanted to know the heights Wang Teng's spiritual power had reached. If it was the Emperor realm, it would still be reasonable. If it was the Imperial realm, then he didn't dare to think about it. No comments. Wang Teng wasn't that stupid to reveal his trump card to others. He didn't stay any longer as he turned and walked outside of the palace. At the same time, he didn't forget to pick up the attribute bubbles that were scattered all around the palace. Emperor Realm Spirit 35, Emperor Realm Spirit 40, Emperor Realm Spirit 48, Emperor Realm Enlightenment 65, Emperor Realm Enlightenment 38, Water Force 50, Water Force 35. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. There's something wrong with these palaces. There were a lot of attribute bubbles in almost every palace. Originally, these attribute bubbles should have disappeared in a short time if they were not collected. That wasn't the case for the attribute bubbles in the palace, though. They seemed to be locked up by some mysterious force, although they would still disappear. They stayed longer than usual. But to Wang Teng, it was a great thing. From the first palace to the current one, two of his attributes had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage, and he had gained a lot in the Gemini Palace. His water force had reached the 11-star low-tier general stage, and his spiritual power had also seen a lot of improvement. Water force, 860, 20,000, 11-star, enlightenment. 503, 3000, Imperial Realm. Spirit, 512, 3000, Imperial Realm. Even his enlightenment had improved. Both his spirit and enlightenment had exceeded the 500-point mark. That was really not easy. It was a step forward in the long journey ahead. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng didn't linger any longer. He walked out of the Gemini Palace and headed for the next one. Froze looked at Carl and saw his depressed state. He wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start or how to speak to him. In the end, he could only pat him on the shoulder. He then hurriedly followed Wang Teng, who had already disappeared from his view. Chapter 629. Anyone Here? Cancer Palace. The Cancer Palace was the fourth Zodiac Palace. After getting here, Wang Teng stepped into the palace without any hesitation. He was extremely curious what benefits this Cancer Palace Holy Night would give him. Challenging the 12 Zodiac Palaces wasn't a face value issue anymore. It was a question of how high his ability could rise. It would be great if he could improve by a realm every time he beat a holy knight. As long as the benefits were enough, his face would come back. If it couldn't, nothing could be done about it. He still wanted his face. Beating the 12 zodiac palaces would give him his dignity back. After all, as a top talent, his dignity was still important. He mustn't get bullied easily. Froze followed behind him, not knowing what Wang Teng was thinking. If he knew, he might vomit blood on the spot. The guy wanted to beat all 12 zodiac palaces just because Arudis stopped him. Was his dignity so high? Froze was worried. Margus, the holy knight guarding the Cancer Palace, was on par with Carl in terms of ability. However, his skills were a little unique. Froze wondered if he could stop Wang Teng. The Cancer Palace was pitch black. Even the lights at the end of the passageway couldn't shine in. It was as if all the light had been swallowed. The holy knight was nowhere in sight. No one stopped him either. Wang Teng stopped walking 4 steps away from the entrance. Looking in from his position, he couldn't see the other end of the passageway. Everywhere he looked was pitch black. He activated his spiritual sight and looked into the darkness. He frowned. The darkness in the Cancer Palace blocked his vision. This was the first time. He felt a little excited. Unknown things were worth exploring. Normal attributes were gains without soul. He had no interest in them. It looked like he could get a good harvest here. There might even be surprises. Wang Teng smiled. The next instant, he stepped into the darkness in front. The moment he entered, he was submerged in it completely. Froze, who was behind him, couldn't see him anymore. Froze stopped walking. He remained at the same spot and waited for the result of the fight. Wang Teng stepped forward slowly in the darkness. His expression was composed. Other people might get exasperated and fearful after staying in this dark and enclosed space for some time. Never underestimate the power of darkness. There might be nothing here except endless darkness, but no one would be able to maintain their composure after staying here for too long. If someone didn't break down, that must be because they hadn't stayed here for long enough. It could be explained if one had personally experienced it. Waking up in the middle of the night to visit the bathroom and the lights suddenly turned off, the person would have no choice but to grope around the dark. At some point they would stop walking because they had felt something peeking at them through the darkness. Wang Teng was experiencing the same situation. He seemed to have walked in the darkness for a long time, but there was no end to it. He felt something around him staring at him with an evil gaze, wanting to drag him into the darkness. He wasn't afraid, though. He knew that this was the doings of the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. He was just a little surprised. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace was indeed powerful. After all, he could create this darkness. "Is there anyone here?" Wang Teng opened his mouth and shouted. No reply. No one would reply to him. "Is there anyone here?" Wang Teng asked again. "If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later." No reply. The atmosphere in this dark place seemed frozen. Wang Teng continued walking forward. After some time, he shouted, "Is there anyone here?" The time was just right, exactly 3 minutes. The atmosphere was eerily silent. "If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later." Wang Teng repeated. Another 3 minutes passed. Wang Teng shouted as promised, "Is there anyone here?" No reply. "If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later." "Is there anyone here?" No reply. "If there's no one, I'll ask again 3 minutes later." Wang Teng was extremely patient. He kept moving forward and shouting every 3 minutes relentlessly. It was touching and exasperating. He walked for a long time. He didn't even know how many times he had shouted. "Is there anyone here? Is there anyone here?" His voice echoed in the darkness. Wang Teng seemed to have gotten addicted to this game. He planned to continue shouting regardless of the other party's reply. Another 3 minutes passed. He opened his mouth again. Suddenly, green dots of light lit up in his surroundings. At the start, they were the size of peas. Gradually, they grew bigger. In the end, they turned into balls of green light and floated around Wang Teng. The sudden appearance of the green balls of light made the area even scarier. The temperature seemed to have dropped a few degrees. A soft groan sounded in the darkness, creating a sense of despair in the heart of whoever heard it. However, Wang Teng remained expressionless. He muttered to himself as if he didn't see the green balls of light around him. Indeed, there's someone here. Did he use the lights because he's afraid that I can't find my way? Why didn't he give more lights? No reply. The balls of green flame became a little unstable. They shook violently as if they were angered. What do you mean by you can't find your way? Are these green lights here to light up the place for you? Could you be a little more narcissistic? Pfft, shameless. The person behind the scene couldn't take Wang Teng's chatter anymore and finally decided to act. The green balls of flames lit up the entire area in spooky light. Wang Teng finally saw his surroundings clearly. This wasn't the Cancer Palace. It was an eerie graveyard. It was desolate, dilapidated, and frightening. Suddenly, blood-stained hands broke through the ground and grabbed Wang Teng's legs. Corpses started to crawl out toward him, too. Their faces were distorted and horrendous. They seemed to be filled with pain and sorrow, but there was a sinister smile on their faces. It looked terrifying. An ordinary person, even if he was a martial warrior, might not be able to face this scene calmly. However, Wang Teng remained indifferent. He didn't move and allowed the scary corpses to climb towards him. It was as if they didn't exist. Is this an illusion? Wang Teng muttered to himself. He released his spiritual power and spread it out, wanting to disperse the illusion. But to his surprise, as his spiritual power spread out, the corpses remained. They didn't disappear. Chapter 630. Mini Space Tornado. This isn't an illusion? The scene gave Wang Teng a shock. He frowned uncontrollably. Why would something that didn't exist in reality appear inside the Cancer Palace? If this wasn't an illusion, what could it be? But if this was an illusion, he should be able to break it with his spiritual power unless the other person's realm was higher than his. However, that wasn't possible either. Wang Teng denied this thought instantly. He wasn't overconfident. This was just the truth. There were people who had a higher realm than him, but they probably wouldn't appear here. Mount Saint would definitely view the Imperial Realm's spiritual power with high importance. Since spiritual power is useless then, Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. The force in his body exploded. Boom, green flames surged out of his body along with his fire force. They swept over the corpses around him. Ah! Agonizing screams filled up the air. All the corpses were burned when they were touched by the emerald-glazed flame, turning into ashes and disappearing. These corpses were nothing in front of his divine fire. Wang Teng stood in the flames and stepped forward. Suddenly his spiritual power, which was floating around, felt a slight emotional fluctuation at a certain part of this space. "Found you," Wang Teng smiled, and disappeared on the spot. Boom. The next instant, he appeared some distance in front to his left and punched the air. Bang. The punch made contact with something, creating a dull sound. Amidst the force explosion, a figure appeared out of thin air, his hands crossed in front of his chest. He stopped after taking a few steps back. This was a young man who was wearing divine constellation armor. He looked at Wang Teng grimly with bewilderment in his eyes. "How did you find me?" Margus asked and put down his hands secretly. Force flowed through his body as he dispersed the strong tremor that had infiltrated his body. "Guess." Wang Teng sized up the man and smiled. The other party thought that his slight emotional fluctuations wouldn't be discovered, but he didn't know how powerful Wang Teng's spiritual power was. This slight movement was enough for him to lock onto him. Margus was frustrated. This young man from Country Inka was evil. He kept shouting, asking if anyone was here. His voice was like a spirit. He almost lost his composure because of him. What was going on in his mind? Don't you want to know where this is? Margus suddenly smiled. There was sarcasm on his face. "Do you want me to ask you?" Wang Teng said. "I won't." Margus felt the corners of his lips twitching as he looked at that irritating face. "I don't care where this is. I'll break it." Wang Teng continued calmly. "How arrogant." Margus snorted. "Try it. If you can get out of this place, I'll call you grandfather. Wait. Wang Teng suddenly took out his cell phone and pressed the screen. Okay, repeat what you've just said. Margus was stunned. What the hell are you doing? It's nothing. Just repeat what you've said, Wang Teng said earnestly. Are you playing with me? Margus's expression got ugly. You misunderstood me. I'm just afraid that you will regret your words later, Wang Teng replied. Regret? Margus sniggered. This is what I've said. If you can break this space, I will not only call you grandfather once, I can call you that 10 times or 100 times. I mean what I say. Very good. I like your confidence. Wang Teng kept his cell phone after he recorded his words and looked at Margus in admiration. He didn't just speak to Margus because he wanted to anger him. He was trying to get him to reveal himself. Although he didn't give much useful information, Wang Teng ascertained that this was another space. Wang Teng had an idea. This space might be a space fragment. The Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace made use of the space fragment using special means and turned it into this graveyard. He used it to control and defeat his opponent. It was a mysterious method that was hard to decipher. After all, not many people could control space. Wait! This meant that the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace probably possessed space talent? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He hadn't seen space attributes in a long time. Was he finally going to see them again? Margus felt a chill travel down his spine as Wang Teng stared at him. Why was his gaze so strange? He looked as if he wanted to skin him alive. Did he have some strange fetish? Wang Teng didn't plan to waste any time. The space talent, which he hadn't used in a long time, was finally activated. Using space skills to destroy space skills was the best solution. Unfortunately for Margus, Wang Teng possessed space talent too. Besides, he wasn't weak. When he stretched out his palm, space power started gathering on it. The air above his palm started vibrating and spinning. It spun faster and gradually turned into a space tornado. This was a mini space tornado. Executing a large space tornado wasn't easy, but creating a mini one was still possible. Margus was watching the show at the side, but at this moment his eyes widened in surprise and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Gasp! Power of space! Margus was in disbelief. He didn't expect another person to have the ability to use space power. Also, the violent spatial fluctuations above Wang Teng's palm gave him a fright. His eyebrows kept jumping, and he had a bad feeling. I must stop him, he gasped in astonishment. With this thought in mind, multiple corpses broke out from the ground and pounced on Wang Teng. He didn't sit and wait. Taking a step forward, he shot towards Wang Teng. Boom, a powerful aura swarmed towards Wang Teng. Raising his head, his emerald-glazed flame swept through the air around him and burned those corpses into ashes. Die, Margus shouted in anger and clawed Wang Teng's palm. Too late. Wang Teng flicked his finger. The mini-space tornado sank into the darkness. Boom, an instant later, explosions rocked the place as the space around them started collapsing little by little. The darkness, the corpses, the graveyard, everything turned into dots of lights and disappeared gradually. No! Margus gritted his teeth, his eyes widening in anger as he shouted furiously. His body was also swept by the spatial power during the explosions. He was thrown back violently. Froze heard his shrill cry from the outside world and shuddered. He hesitated before saying, "That sounded like Margus." The moment this thought appeared, he noticed, to his astonishment, the darkness in front of him dissipating at a fast speed. The space in front of him became distorted, sucking the darkness inside. The Cancer Palace resumed its normal appearance slowly. Chapter 631. The Master of the World, Reserve. The darkness shattered, and the space collapsed. Everything returned to normal. Sunlight from outside shone in, illuminating the two figures standing in front. One was straight and tall, while the other was stumbling. Froze's eyes became wide as saucers in surprise. He released a helpless sigh in his heart. The result was obvious. Margus had lost as the High Priest. He had some understanding of Margus's skills. Currently it seemed as if his methods had been entirely destroyed. Froze held his breath uncontrollably. Margus stabilized himself. He seemed to be in a miserable state as blood dripped down the edge of his lips. He had suffered a heavy injury. "You destroyed my death space," he said in a serious and astounded tone. Froze was flabbergasted. Wang Teng destroyed the legacy of the Cancer Palace, the death space. That was unbelievable. "Death space?" Wang Teng scoffed. "You call that small space fragment death space?" This death space was nothing compared to the dimensional rifts he saw in the past. Margus's face turned ugly. He could clearly discern the contempt in Wang Teng's voice. This emotion was real. He didn't do it on purpose. To him, his death space wasn't worth mentioning. If other people gave him this attitude, he would take it as a joke. However, this young man had destroyed his death space a moment ago. He used his ability to show that he wasn't boasting. He was stating the truth. Wang Teng didn't care about his thoughts. He scanned the surroundings and swept the attribute bubbles scattered everywhere. Space 20, space 18, space 23, space fragment 2 under Nen, space fragment 240, space fragment 180, origin of soul 1, origin of soul 1, origin of soul. With the attribute bubbles merging into his body, Wang Teng's eyes lit up. There was happiness and surprise in his gaze. Origin of soul. This was similar to the origin of life, but it was used on his soul. Instantly, Wang Teng felt a shiver coming from the depths of his soul. It wasn't because he saw something scary. It was the result of an uncontrollable, comfortable feeling deep inside his soul. He felt that his spirit was about to make some indescribable sound, as if his soul was rising up to heaven. At the same time, a new row appeared on his attributes panel. Origin of soul 1256. Wang Teng had 1,000 points of origin of soul at the start. He had added another 256 points to the total, which was slightly more than a quarter. This quarter was nothing to scoff at. Wang Teng knew how tough it was to increase the origin of soul. The origin of soul was as rare as the origin of life. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't drop it unless there were special circumstances. This time, the increase in his origin of soul was 25% his original value. This gain was unexpectedly huge. Wang Teng didn't know if he would ever have this chance again. Anyway, why did Margus drop the origin of soul attributes? No, this wasn't right. He didn't drop the origin of soul. These attribute bubbles were dropped by the corpses in the death space. Those corpses were souls. An idea flashed in Wang Teng's mind. He finally understood the nature of the corpses. At this moment, an indescribable feeling erupted from his body. As his origin of soul increased, gentle and warm energy appeared in Wang Teng's consciousness. Boom. His spiritual power, including his entire mind, was nourished. It seemed to have risen to a higher level. Wang Teng was surprised and elated. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He looked at his attributes panel involuntarily. Spirit, 1543, 3000, Imperial Realm. Enlightenment, 1522, 3000, Imperial Realm. What is this? Wang Teng was astounded. His spirit and enlightenment rose by more than 1,000 points. This was unbelievable. Mind you, he had picked up countless attribute bubbles before his Imperial Realm. Spirit and enlightenment increased by 500 points. Yet in that short instant, both attributes rose exponentially. Wang Teng might be used to his attributes skyrocketing, but even he felt a little dreamy now. The soul affects spiritual power and talent. His eyes flickered as he pondered. Besides the origin of soul, which was a pleasant surprise, he received another present. Space fragment. When he destroyed Margus's death space, fragment attributes were dropped. This holy knight from the Cancer Palace didn't disappoint him. He was a martial warrior who possessed space talent. Such martial warriors were extremely rare. He was the only one Wang Teng had met so far. However, Meeting one was good enough. He praised the resources of Mount Saint. Without them, he wouldn't be able to get hold of this rare space fragment. After absorbing all the attribute bubbles, he received 132 points of space attributes and 1250 points of space fragments. Space, 7252 lur 1000. Space fragment, 1000. 50 lurs lur 1000. Wang Teng was shocked as he looked at the space fragment row on his attributes panel, especially when he saw the question marks at the back. His mind was full of question marks, too. The upper limit of the space fragment attribute was so high. Could it be that there was no limit? Wang Teng thought for a moment and understood the reason. Space could be infinitely big. At this moment, his consciousness sunk into a certain area in his mind. A special alternate world had appeared there. This was space fragment. This was a small and new space. Small was relative, but it wasn't big. It was around the size of a stadium, about the same size as Margus's death space. However, it was still bigger than his space ring. This was a good place to store his items. That wasn't its only use either. He would be wasting this gift if he used it to store items. When Wang Teng's consciousness entered the area, he felt like he was the god of this place. He was in control of everything here. He also sensed that this space was different from the other storage spaces. There was life in it. No wonder there were so many bodies of souls in Margus's death space. Bodies of souls were undoubtedly a form of life. Suddenly, Wang Teng shuddered. Since he possessed a space with life, would he be able to create a new world if he expanded this space infinitely? Wang Teng frightened himself with this thought, a new world? To think he dared to think about it, but it made sense. A vast space with life inside. Any living creature could survive inside. Wasn't this a world? Wang Teng would be the only god of this world. He would be the master of everyone. Wouldn't he be the master of the world? This state was extremely far away, but he could call himself the master of the world now, or a reserve. Wang Teng started panting a little. He couldn't help but get excited after seeing a path with endless possibilities. Chapter 632, Abyss Burial, the Master of the World. Just thinking about it was exhilarating, but Wang Teng knew that if he wanted to raise the space fragment attribute to that level, he would need an enormous number of attribute bubbles. Space attribute bubbles weren't common, thus this path wouldn't be as simple as he thought. For a long time, he would be only sitting in the reserve seat. In fact, he might always be a reserve. However, this couldn't dispel Wang Teng's excitement and restlessness. He took a few deep breaths to calm down. He must stop thinking about it. If he continued, he would start daydreaming. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He glanced at Margus, who was standing opposite him. All of this had happened within a few breaths. Margus was breathing in heavily, too, forcing himself to calm down. He glared at Wang Teng and said, "You destroyed my death space. You must die." Wang Teng's face turned cold. He looked at his opponent indifferently as killing intent surged into his heart. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone who was after his life. Arudis from the Taurus Palace and Carl from the Gemini Palace just stopped him. They didn't want to kill him, so he didn't employ his lethal skills. However, Margus Froze's expression changed when he heard Margus's threat. He shouted, "Margus, Wang Teng is the goddess's guest. Don't be disrespectful. Froze, you're too late." Margus stared straight at Wang Teng and continued angrily, "The death space is the legacy of the Cancer Palace. Nothing must happen to it. Since this fellow destroyed it, I must kill him. I have no face to meet my predecessors. Afterward, I will take my life to atone for my crime." Froze was speechless. He had underestimated Margus's determination. What reason did he have to stop someone who wasn't afraid of death? He felt that things were getting more and more out of hand. What should he do at this stage? Only the goddess could solve this situation. Froze gritted his teeth and left Wang Teng and Margus alone. He rushed out of the Cancer Palace and dashed toward the Holy Temple. Wang Teng and Margus didn't stop him. The person in the way is gone. "Come, let's have a real fight," Margus said. He knew that Wang Teng was a space talent martial warrior and possessed powerful skills. The violent force he used to destroy the death space was the perfect example. But as someone who wasn't afraid of dying, Margus wasn't deterred. Boom. His aura climbing, the force in his body surged out and shot right through the roof of the Cancer Palace. Even his hair was standing erect. His pupils turned extremely deep and profound, seemingly losing their emotions. They were indifferent and holy. Boom. The entire Cancer Palace seemed to have sensed his anger. It erupted, and an ancient and powerful aura soared into the clouds. At the same time, in the sky, the Cancer star, which was 520 light-years away from Earth, suddenly lit up. A profound and divine strength passed through the long distance, using some special means, and dawned on Earth. The formidable warriors in every corner of Earth felt the dawning of this power. They looked up at the sky with a hint of confusion and astonishment. In an instant, the warriors in every country looked in the direction of North Country Star. They sensed the power landing in that direction. At the same time, the other holy knights in the zodiac palaces sprung up in bewilderment. Rushing out of their abodes, they glanced in the direction of the Cancer Palace in unplanned unison. What did that fellow do? How did he force Margus to this stage? Arudis muttered to himself in astonishment. Carl from the Gemini Palace was dumbstruck too. He couldn't remain calm. Who's challenging the palaces? If it was just an ordinary challenger, would Margus need to go so far? Multiple questions appeared in the minds of the holy knights. They were puzzled. Many higher authorities of the Holy Temple at the top of the mountain were alerted. In one of the small halls in the Holy Temple, the great sage ordered, "Go and find out what happened." Yes, someone received the order and went out. The old great sage seemed worried, he muttered to himself. Times are changing. Is Mount Saint unable to stay out of this? No, I must see the goddess. He left hurriedly and walked deep into the Holy Temple. At this moment, in the sky above the Cancer Palace, Wang Teng was in front of Margus, so he felt it the most. Margus had turned extremely scary. That power was so terrifying that even he felt had to be vigilant. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was confusion in his eyes. Boom! Margus moved. He turned into lingering shadows as he shuttled through space and appeared in front of Wang Teng like a ghost. His slender palm chopped down on Wang Teng's head. Die! Die your head! Wang Teng snorted. He wasn't afraid and returned his attack with a punch. Boom! The fist and palm glows collided. Both parties took a few steps back from the impact. The next second, they left behind afterimages and charged towards each other again. Boom, 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 explosions rang continuously. Both of them crashed into each other, using their space power to its maximum. After receiving the strength of the star, Margus's space power rose tremendously. It was as if he had received an adrenaline shot. All his attacks were filled with strong power. One punch was enough to cut through space and shatter the air. Ordinary martial warriors wouldn't be able to handle such attacks. However, Wang Teng's space talent had reached an extremely high level. He wasn't afraid of the other party. His attacks were filled with spatial power, too. They were formidable and neutralized the space damage of his opponent's attacks. The longer Margus fought, the more serious he became. He was able to execute his space power to this level because of the help of the star, yet Wang Teng was still equal in strength. How monstrous was this youngster? Pant! Pant! The two of them separated. As Margus panted, his gaze turned crazy. Suddenly, black light blossomed around his body and spread out. Very soon, it swallowed all the lights around him, and the entire Cancer Palace was plunged into darkness again. What's he planning to do? Wang Teng frowned. Margus disappeared into the darkness. The entire place went silent. Wang Teng sensed something amiss. He glanced around him but didn't notice anything. At this moment, Margus' voice resounded abruptly. Abyss! Boreal! His voice echoed as if they were in a valley. Circles of sound waves rebounded continuously. The darkness around them shrunk furiously towards Wang Teng. Darkness was enveloping him. Wang Teng released his force, covering his entire body with emerald-glazed flame to resist the encroaching darkness. However, the darkness shrunk into a black dot and passed through the green flame. It sunk into Wang Teng's forehead. Boom. His mind shook, his body trembled, and even his soul seemed to have shaken out of his body. Nonetheless, a strange force tied around his spirit like a huge mountain suppressing it. His soul refused to budge. "Impossible," Margus exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 633. If I say I'll slash you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Teng felt the lingering fear. He got hit just now. If the mysterious power hadn't appeared at the end and pressed his soul down, he didn't dare to think about the consequences. He was vigilant, but he didn't expect Margus to have such skills. He could push one's soul out directly. There were no solutions for this skill. He could only disregard this attack if his ability was much higher than Margus's. However, Margus had the help of the star power, so in terms of realms, he was above Wang Teng. Wang Teng could hold his own because he had multiple skills and his battle ability was indomitable. This was the reason why Margus was in disbelief. As the secret scripture of the Cancer Palace, the Abyss Burial had never failed him, but it had no effects on Wang Teng. This didn't make sense. His face was filled with confusion. He took a few steps back, unable to believe what had happened. Wang Teng's face turned grim. He stared coldly at Margus and made a move abruptly. Moke appeared in his hand with green flames burning around it. Clang! Their weapons collided. A ringing sound echoed in the air. Wang Teng compressed the emerald-glazed flame and turned it into a flaming blade glow more than 10 meters long. It slashed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming blade aura. Margus's face turned pale. The Abyss Burial had used up most of his strength. He was running on fumes now. Hence, in front of the frightening blade glow, he retreated without any hesitation. He did seem fearless of death a moment ago, but when it stared at him in the eye, not many people could maintain their cool. If they didn't have to die, who would want to die? He would rather receive the punishment from the Holy Temple than die in Wang Teng's hands. Thinking of running away. A mocking smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. His gaze was extremely cold. "Do you think you can leave?" Killing intent was raging all around him. The blade glow on Moke had reached the limit. He was about to slash it down. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard from the other side of the passageway in the Cancer Palace. Margus was delighted. Wang Teng frowned, his movements not pausing for a bit. Boom! He swung his sword down. "How dare you!" The person who rushed over yelled when he saw this scene. He was holding a battle sword in one hand and could only slash out a sword glow in haste. It headed straight for Wang Teng's flaming blade glow. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. The flaming green blade glow slashed through the air and disappeared on the spot. It traveled through space and landed above Margus's head, chopping it off. Margus looked up. The reflection of the flaming blade glow grew bigger in his pupils. Every single inch of his skin felt the scorching heat from the green flame. How does he have the guts to do this? The thought appeared in his mind. What a joke. If I say I'll slash you, I will. It doesn't matter who comes. Wang Teng snorted as if he could read his mind. Margus was in despair and regret. He only had the time to scream in agony before he got submerged by the flaming blade glow in the last second of his life. His pupils were filled with green flames. There was nothing else. Boom. The green flames spread out and swept through the ground. The person behind couldn't get any closer. On the other side, the sword glow aimed at Wang Teng's flaming blade glow lost its target and went toward him instead. Wang Teng squinted. His fist was covered in light, and the five-element conscious exploded. He met the sword glow head-on. Boom, under his powerful fist aura. The sword glow that was released in a haste cracked and shattered. It couldn't hurt him at all. At the same time, the green flames that were submerging Margus danced wildly in the air before dissipating. The entire ground was burnt. Margus's figure was no longer in sight. Only pieces of broken golden divine constellation armor were seen scattered on the ground, as well as the attribute bubbles floating 3 inches above the ground. The person at the other end of the passageway finally got here. His expression was extremely ugly when he saw this scene. He stared at Wang Teng coldly. The person was around 30 and had golden hair. He was very handsome, and he gave off a fierce and powerful aura. Froze was behind him. He instantly sensed the tense atmosphere between the two people. When he saw the entire process of Margus's death, he knew that he couldn't mitigate this conflict anymore. He felt helpless. He was still a step too late. He looked at Wang Teng in astonishment. This fellow was indeed decisive. He dared to kill a holy knight on Mount Saint. Which martial warrior dared to do this? Wang Teng wasn't worried, though. He ignored the person's deathly glare and swept the attribute bubbles over with his spiritual power. Space, 65. Space, 80. Space, 72. Emperor Realm, Spirit, 255. Emperor Realm, Enlightenment, 268. Abyss Burial, 10. Ultimate Stage Wood Talent, 1-3 Theory. Wood Force 9-5 Theory. Wood Force 800. Wood Force 8-6 Theory. Wood Force 280. Wang Teng's eyes glimmered after he picked up the attribute bubbles. The gains he received from killing this Cancer Palace Holy Knight were not bad. He got 380 points of space attributes, allowing his space attribute to reach 7632 points in total. Space 7632, 10,000. He also received 255 points of Emperor Realm Spirit and 268 points of Emperor Realm Enlightenment. Unexpectedly, Margus's spirit and enlightenment had reached the Emperor Realm. This was uncommon among general stage martial warriors. Then there were 206-10 Wood Force attributes. Although Margus was a space talent martial warrior, he also possessed extremely high wood. Force talent, Wang Teng's Wood Force was already at the 11-star low-tier general stage. With the additional 2,610 attribute points, his Wood Force increased again. Wood Force, 2,960 part thousand 11-star. He even dropped 130 points of ultimate stage wood talent. Without a doubt, as a martial warrior who could become a holy knight, his talent wouldn't be weak. But Wang Teng didn't care about this. His attention was on the Abyss Burial. Margus almost forced his soul out of his body using this skill. This was enough to prove how extraordinary it was. Also, this was the first time he saw a skill that could attack the soul. At first, he was still wondering how Margus obtained all the souls to put in his space fragment to create the death space. Now he understood. As the Abyss Burial attribute merged into his body, the relevant information appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The Abyss Burial was an ancient secret scripture of the Cancer Palace. It was solely passed down to the Holy Knight of the Cancer Palace. This battle technique was linked to the death space of the Cancer Palace, and only its Holy Knight could receive this legacy. Outsiders had no chance to get it. If the martial warriors of Mount Saint obtained this skill, they would be invincible. Yet, Wang Teng still got the skill. Chapter 634, You Have No Right. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. After comprehending the Abyss Burial, he realized that this skill had its limit. There were many restrictions, too. First, you needed extremely high space talent to cultivate this skill. There was no chance for normal martial warriors to learn it otherwise. Even if they learned it, they would only be able to use it a limited number of times. The origin of soul was needed for every usage, and it wasn't possible to increase the origin of soul through cultivation. Once you executed the Abyss Burial too many times, no matter how powerful you were, your soul would be destroyed. The souls in the death space weren't obtained solely by Margus. They were an accumulation of all the generations of the Cancer Palace Holy Knights. Unfortunately, with the bug of the system, Wang Teng burned the fruits of the labor of all the generations of Holy Knights into ashes. No wonder Margus hated him to the core and wanted to kill him. This grudge was quite big. Second, Abyss Burial could only be used on weaker opponents. The greater the difference in ability, the higher the success rate. If the abilities were equal, the chance of failing was high. Margus was able to shake Wang Teng's soul mainly because he took in the star power. His ability had risen exponentially. Also, he went all out and had exhausted his origin of soul to kill him. He didn't leave any escape path for himself, yet he still failed. A hint of confusion appeared in Wang Teng's mind. That force that held my soul down, is it the system? He could only think of this possibility. Besides the system, nothing else could curb that invisible and unpredictable attack. System, tell me, is it you? Wang Teng asked in his heart. If it's you, give me some response. No reply. We are so close, don't be so quiet. Come on, tell me, I'll be grateful. No reply. All right, you don't have to admit it? Wang Teng felt helpless. The system never made any sound. He wondered if it could speak at all. The moment this complaint arose in his heart, he felt his head turning numb and a chill ran down his spine. System, I was wrong. Wang Teng immediately admitted his mistake like a coward. How arrogant. You can kill whoever you want. Do you think you can step on Mount Saint's face like this? The golden-haired man was furious at getting ignored. Wang Teng finally turned around and looked at him. He said calmly, "Respect isn't given by others. You have to earn it. Mount Saint's actions have widened my perspective of the world." The golden-haired man didn't know how to respond. In the end, he said angrily, "Even if we haven't treated you properly, you didn't have to kill someone. What were you doing when Margus wanted to kill me?" Wang Teng sneered. "Is taking my life what you meant by not treating me properly? You're good at twisting the facts. You—" The golden-haired man wasn't Wang Teng's match when it came to talking. He was stuck and couldn't find any reasons to refute. He took a deep breath to calm down and continued, "I'm not going to waste time with you. You killed one of our holy knights, so you must stay and receive our punishment." Punishment? Wang Teng laughed. There was contempt on his face. "I'm a martial warrior from Country Inka. When is it your turn to punish me?" His expression changed towards the end. He said coldly, "You have no right." Froze, and the golden-haired man's expression changed entirely. The golden-haired man finally remembered that Wang Teng was from Country Inka. He had the support of a top nation. Keeping his ability and talent in mind, Country Inka must definitely view him with importance. With this background, even if they had the chance, they wouldn't dare to punish Wang Teng easily. The golden-haired man felt exasperated and humiliated. He felt that his dignity was being trampled on by an outsider with his status. He had never suffered such humiliation. I really can't touch him. The golden-haired man felt helpless and frustrated. No, this person killed Margus. He must give Margus an answer. If not, others will think that we are easy to bully. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, his gaze shimmered and he said, "Froze, let's take him down together. Sage Aleph." Froze's expression changed as he looked at the golden-haired man. He didn't expect Sage Aleph to ignore Country Inka's pressure and punish Wang Teng forcefully. "Move," Aleph shouted. The next instant, he vanished and appeared in midair. He swung his battle sword down at Wang Teng. A blue ray of sword light lit up the surroundings. Everything seemed to have disappeared from the world, and only this sword ray was left. All the paths of the retreat were locked. There was nowhere to hide. A casual strike from this golden-haired man possessed such a power. This was unbelievable. Very good. Wang Teng laughed in anger. This golden-haired man didn't care who was in the wrong anymore. He was firm on pinning the blame on him. Boom, in an instant, the force in his body surged out and soared into the sky. A strong wind blew against Wang Teng's clothes. His black hair danced wildly in the air. Wang Teng had an unruly expression on his face. He glanced at the man from the corner of his eyes arrogantly. "Let's see if you have the ability to take me down." Bellowing in anger, he stepped on the ground, and a frightening force swept through the area. Cracks appeared on the ground like spider webs. Boom! He shot towards the sky like an arrow leaving its bow. Smoke swung up violently. An exceptionally sharp golden light crashed into Aleph's blue sword light in an instant. The two sword lights clashed. Clang. The two sharp blades collided, releasing sparks in the air. The clang of metals resounded in the air. Aleph's pupils constricted. He felt a strong power pushing him in the opposite direction. His hands started hurting from the impact, and even his bones were groaning. Stab. Suddenly, a purple light flashed past his face. Shit! Alep's expression changed. He retreated hurriedly. A lightning spear came after him. It flew toward him at the speed of light and appeared in front of him in an instant. However, his ability shouldn't be underestimated either. Although the lightning spear came a little unexpectedly, he still managed to stop it with a wave of his sword and shattered it into pieces forcefully. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More lightning spears rushed towards him from other directions, surrounding him from all corners. Alef struggled to cope with the onslaught of attacks. Wang Teng was chasing him like a shadow. When he released his fist, the fist glow shot out and energy exploded. He punched continuously. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame turned into a rope under the control of his spiritual kinesis, trying to entangle Alef. Some of the flames turned into arrows and rained down on him. The moment Wang Teng attacked, it was like a storm. Wang Teng's attack was like a gale. It was exceptionally violent and brutal. There was no stopping it. Alef was stunned by all the attacks. He had been hit by many fire arrows and got injured instantly. He roared like a wild beast uncontrollably. Chapter 635, Come Here. Alef was astounded and furious. The injuries on his body weren't serious since he blocked them in time, but this was the first time someone had hurt him. How could he take it? As a great sage, he held a high position in the holy temple. He was used to giving orders and having others treat him with respect. However, Wang Teng refused to give in to him and even refuted him many times. He felt that his ego was crushed. Anger boiled in his heart. Froze, what are you doing? Move. Alef's face turned dark as he glared at Froze, who was still hesitating. Froze was put in a dilemma. In regards to this matter, they weren't in the right. If he acted, the consequences would be unpredictable, but he looked at Alef's cold gaze and sighed, feeling bitter. The officer was weaker than the commander. If he didn't act, he would offend Alef. Regardless of what consequences there would be, Alef wouldn't let him go. Sorry about this. He looked at Wang Teng and said to him, using voice transmission. Wang Teng ignored him. He scoffed and looked at the two of them fearlessly. Froze felt his head hurting when he saw his dauntless look. He blamed the higher authorities of the Holy Temple for sending this idiot to take care of this matter. Instead of resolving the issue, he made it worse. But the arrow was already on the bow. Boom! Alef was delighted when he saw Froze joining the battle. He looked at Wang Teng coldly. The force in his body exploded as a dazzling sword glow blossomed from his sword. Clang! Sounds were heard in the air. If one listened carefully, one could hear the faint sound of the sword vibrating. This was sword conscious, water sword conscious. Alef had experienced Wang Teng's power, so he knew that he couldn't take him down using normal means. Even he had to exert all his strength. On the other side, Froze decided to act too. A long spear had appeared in his hand. A sharp golden spear glow shot out from the tip of the spear, with a faint spear conscious intertwining around it. Boom! The two of them moved and attacked Wang Teng from both sides. Alef wielded his long sword. The impact waves grew more violent as he slashed his sword at Wang Teng. Froze stabbed his long spear out. A ray of spear glow cut through the air. Boom! Wang Teng held Mo Kei in his hand and fought with the two of them. He wasn't at any disadvantage. The three of them were locked in an intense fight in the Cancer Palace. The ground was broken, and bumps were seen everywhere. Many of the pillars were smashed into pieces. The place was in ruins. Alef and Froze felt their eyes twitching continuously. This was an important structure of Mount Saint. It had existed for many years, but today it was getting wrecked by Wang Teng. It would be a mistake to underestimate the after-effects of a general stage martial warriors fight. No matter how strong the materials of the Zodiac palaces were, they would also break under the force of a general stage martial warrior's attack. Alef and Froze exchanged glances with one another and dashed out of the Cancer Palace. They wanted to lure Wang Teng into the sky to fight. However, Wang Teng didn't take the normal path. He threw his blade out and smashed a huge hole on the roof of the palace. Amidst the explosion, he stepped on the air and caught up with the two of them. They stood opposite one another. Looking at the conspicuous large hole on the roof, the muscles on Alif's face twitched uncontrollably. This bastard, he must have done it on purpose. Froze knew how evil Wang Teng was, so he didn't find it weird. Nevertheless, the corners of his lips still twitched involuntarily. Damaging the Cancer Palace because of a fight was reasonable. But creating a hole on purpose was a little outrageous. No one can save you after all the crimes you have committed today. Alif stared intently at Wang Teng and shouted angrily. "Come and catch me." Wang Teng remained calm and hooked his fingers at his opponent. "Come, don't hesitate. Come and catch me." Then his expression changed and he shouted, "Come." Alif was stunned by his shout. He looked at Wang Teng, puzzled. He didn't understand what was happening. Why? They were the ones supposed to catch Wang Teng. Why was he acting fiercer than them? Froze's expression turned strange. He felt that his horizons had been expanded. A person could be timid, but he must still sound fierce. Look at Wang Teng. The moment he opened his mouth, Alif got stunned. Alif regained his senses quickly. His face turned green as he turned angry from embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You good." "I am indeed good," Wang Teng said. "Alif." He choked and almost didn't manage to catch his breath. This pritch, Alif took a deep breath. He felt that he should stop talking to Wang Teng. If not, he would die from anger. He suddenly waved his hand. 11 golden rays shot out and flew towards the other 11 zodiac palaces, apart from the Cancer Palace. 12 holy knights, listen to my order. A shout came out of Alif's mouth. Froze didn't have any time to react when Alif acted just now. After hearing his announcement, his expression changed tremendously. He looked at Alif in disbelief. He wanted to activate all 12 holy knights. He must be crazy. Ever since the dawn of the martial arts era and the return of Mount Saint on Earth, there had never been a situation where all 12 holy knights were called at once. Yet, he broke this ancient rule to catch Wang Teng. The holy knights' responsibility was to guard the zodiac palaces. They couldn't be activated easily. Wasn't Alif afraid of getting punished by the higher-ups for creating this huge scene? At this moment, a token appeared in front of the remaining 11 holy knights in their zodiac palaces. They looked at the token and heard Alif's voice. Some of them frowned, some were hesitant, some felt helpless, some were in deep thought, and some were speechless. Their expressions varied a lot. Very soon, some holy knights accepted the token and disappeared from their palace. Others chose to ignore it and receded into the darkness of their palaces. Many figures appeared above the Cancer Palace. There were 7 in total. These people all exuded an extraordinary aura. They weren't old, all around 30, and they were wearing their divine constellation armors. They landed beside Alif. Karl from the Gemini Palace was among them. The rest were all unfamiliar faces. Alif frowned when he saw only 7 people here. A sinister look appeared in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. 7 people were enough. He didn't expect all the holy knights to come. After all, some of them were outrageously powerful and held special status in the holy temple. Also, they only listened to the goddess. Other people couldn't activate them. Chapter 636, Grabbing Fate by the Throat. Everyone, please help me catch this person. Alif glanced at the 7 holy knights that came and said to them in a low voice. None of the holy knights spoke. They sized up Wang Teng with a look of interest. This fellow fought from the Taurus Palace to the Cancer Palace, beating all the 3 holy knights inside and even killing Margus. Yet he was so young, this was unbelievable. Karl, you have been defeated by him. Why do you have the face to appear here? One of the holy knights laughed and said, Demia Karl's expression was ugly. His words stabbed him in his heart and touched his sore spot. Moreover, he spoke in front of everyone, embarrassing him greatly. He appeared here because he felt regret. He wanted to catch Wang Teng personally. However, Demia's words made him appear narrow-minded. He felt humiliated. If you're so strong, catch him personally, Carl said, with a black face. "Hm. Do you think I'm as useless as you?" Demius snorted. "You!" Carl was indignant. Aleph turned green in anger. The Holy Knights either kept quiet or argued with each other. No one cared about him, making him a little awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, Edward from the Leo Palace said, "All right, let's not argue every time we meet. Let's catch him first. Do you think we should let him run wild on Mount Saint?" The others turned to look at Carl and Demia. "Hmm. The indifferent gazes pressurized the duo. They snorted and turned their heads away. They stopped their useless quarrel. Then everyone looked at Wang Teng. The Holy Knights scattered around Wang Teng without any exchanges of words, surrounding him in the middle. Wang Teng remained calm. He glanced around him and smirked. Were they planning to attack him together? How naive his specialty was gang fights. He had no trouble taking down an entire group of people. Who wants to go first? Edward remained conceited. He didn't plan to attack Wang Teng together, so he asked everyone this question. "Demia, why don't you go first? Take him down alone. Let Carl see how you do it." Yarrow from the Capricorn Palace teased. They laughed lightheartedly with indifference and arrogance on their faces. It was as if they knew they could beat up Wang Teng however they wanted. Even if Wang Teng had defeated 3 Zodiac palaces and killed Margus from the Cancer Palace, they didn't think that he could cause any trouble under their encirclement. Mind you, the higher you went, the stronger the power of the Holy Knights of the palaces. Besides Carl, the other 6 Holy Knights were all more powerful than Margus. Every formidable warrior had their arrogance. The stronger a person was, the more ego they had. Unfortunately, they had met Wang Teng. He remained nonchalant as he listened to their contemptuous tones. His emotions weren't affected. Stop arguing. Just come together. One sentence was enough to turn everyone silent. The 7 Holy Knights stared at Wang Teng without blinking. They seemed to have heard something unbelievable. "How dare you? Ignorant. You're looking for death." The 7 Holy Knights spoke one after another. Their gazes were cold as they bellowed. "Ha ha ha!" Wang Teng suddenly laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Edward frowned. "Because you're so funny," Wang Teng chuckled. Suddenly his expression turned eerie, and he shouted, "Since you're so impatient, let me send you on your journey." Boom! In an instant, a frightening force swarmed out of Wang Teng's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the forces of all 5 elements exploded together. The different elements of the forces seemed to have accumulated into a sea of forces. Waves towered and crashed into the shore. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame was released too. It surrounded him and made him look like the Emperor of Flames. The 7 Holy Knights were flabbergasted. Immediately they felt that they had underestimated Wang Teng. An ordinary martial warrior wouldn't possess such a frightening force. However, Wang Teng didn't give them any chance to think. They didn't see him moving, but a few sharp rays of light shot out from the flames around him. They were covered with fire and left a trail of flames behind them as they flew towards the Holy Knights. The rays of light came quickly and abruptly, reaching the Holy Knights in the blink of an eye. They were aimed for their eyes or their hearts. Without any exception, every single one targeted their vital points. The 7 Holy Knights squinted. They hurriedly made their response. Demia from the Scorpio Palace raised his finger, and a crimson ray of light shot out from his sharp fingernail. It crashed into the ray of cold light. Edward from the Leo Palace was the most direct. His fist shimmered, and multiple fist shadows appeared to block the sharp rays of light. The other Holy Knights executed their own skills to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang continuously in the air. Unfortunately, no one could hit those sharp rays of light. The light rays seemed to have turned into agile snakes. They twisted and turned in the air, drawing lines of flame in the sky as they crashed furiously around the 7 Holy Knights. Ah! Right then, an agonizing scream alarmed the others. They turned their heads and noticed that Wang Teng had appeared in front of Carl. He was grabbing his throat with one hand and raising his body. Carl's both arms had been penetrated. Fresh blood dripped down. How dare you come again after I let you off once? You're courting death, Wang Teng sneered. His first target was Carl. Wang Teng understood his skills the best, so it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him as long as he knew what attacks to use. He was going to kill him to serve as a warning to others. If he didn't show the others his skills, they might think that he was easy to bully. Humiliation flashed past Carl's eyes when he heard this. However, Wang Teng was grabbing his throat so he couldn't move at all. At this moment, he finally understood the difference between him and Wang Teng. But how could this person be so strong? Carl didn't fathom it. This was too unbelievable for him. His face turned red, and he was about to suffocate to death. "Release him," Edward and the others shouted. They wanted to help Carl, but they were blocked by the shooting star spiral. "Are you ordering me?" Wang Teng glanced at everyone and sneered. Even at this moment, they hadn't realized the situation and still dared to shout and order him around. What a bunch of idiots. "Release him. If not, you will have to die today," Demia said angrily. Wang Teng smiled. He looked at Carl and said, "Don't blame me, blame them. Look, is this something they should say? They are trying to harm you." Fear appeared in Carl's eyes. He struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. Although he wanted to speak, he couldn't make any sound because Wang Teng was grabbing his throat. Sad little thing. Wang Teng looked at him struggling desperately. He shook his head and exerted energy on his fingers. Crack. A crisp sound was heard. Everyone was staggered and filled with disbelief. Chapter 637, You Must Have a Tragic Childhood. Carl's dead, Demia widened his eyes in shock when he saw this scene. He felt lost. Carl, who was arguing with him a moment ago, was dead. He thought that with 6 other holy knights here, Wang Teng would hesitate before taking any action and wouldn't dare to kill Carl. But the martial warrior from Country Inka wasn't afraid. He killed without any worry and didn't take his threat to heart. Demia felt a burning sensation on his face. The other holy knights were dead silent, too. Carl was a holy knight, but he got killed right in front of their eyes. His neck was broken like a duck getting killed. This humiliating death was the greatest provocation to the holy knights. Edward and the others looked extremely ugly as they glared at Wang Teng. Arrogance was no longer on their faces. Wang Teng smiled gently as he looked at everyone. He found their sudden change quite interesting. Indeed, they would be angry. He had successfully ignited their fury. They looked more humane now. They were no longer high and mighty holy knights. These people just lacked a beating. Looking at Wang Teng's smile and his calm expression, a bad feeling shot right into Alep's head. The second one? The higher authorities had asked him to solve the conflict and end the matter. But because of his actions, another holy knight had lost his life. Only 10 holy knights were left. Suddenly, he regretted using a hard stance to solve this issue, but it was too late. Wang Teng released his grip around Carl's neck and swung his hands, throwing his corpse to the side. "Damn it, how dare you?" Edward and the others were infuriated. They shouted in anger. Someone released his force and sent Carl's corpse into the Cancer Palace below so that he wouldn't slam on the ground directly. "Holy knights mustn't be humiliated. We will apprehend you and let you experience the cruelest punishment of the Holy Temple." Edward's voice was filled with extreme anger. "That's right. We mustn't let him escape today." Yafel from the Aquarius Temple was a beautiful lady with long blue hair. She had kept quiet all this while, but when she saw Carl getting killed, she finally stepped out. After all, she was a part of the Holy Knights. So young, yet so ruthless. Your killing intent is too strong. If we allow you to leave, you might kill more people in the future. This statement was directed at Wang Teng. A hint of disdain could be heard in her voice, as if Wang Teng was the most heinous of criminals. Wang Teng's expression turned weird. Ever since he stepped on the martial arts path, he had seen many evil people who killed others without thinking. However, this was his first time meeting a righteous martial warrior like this lady. Also, her values were a little strange. These holy knights came to catch him and even wanted to kill him. Couldn't he resist? How funny. Wang Teng knew that he wasn't a good person, but he wouldn't kill the innocent. All the people he killed courted their own deaths. Yet in this lady's eyes he was labeled a serial killer. Wang Teng was so angry that he started laughing. What kind of people were? They didn't, the Holy Temple, give these holy knights some moral education? Why are you laughing? Yaffle scoffed, laughing at your immaturity, little kid. Wang Teng didn't hide the smile on his face. He even emphasized the last two words. You! Yaffle was furious. She wanted to beat him up. Yaffle, don't fall into his trap. This fellow has a sharp tongue. He wants to rile you up so that he can pick us apart one by one. A man suddenly stopped Yaffle. He shook his head slowly. This man was extremely handsome. His beauty wasn't limited to that of a man or a woman. It was a beauty that combined all the greatness of the world. His vibe was refined and his posture was elegant. He looked like a deity who walked out from the legends. He didn't seem like a human. Wang Teng glanced at his face emotionlessly. He felt no jealousy. Instead, he was just a little worried about him. Why do you have to be so beautiful? Aren't you worried that heaven will be jealous and strike you with lightning? Who are you? Wang Teng asked curiously. Pisi's palace, Blofeld. The pretty man opened his mouth and said, You must have had a tragic childhood, right? Wang Teng asked. What do you mean? Blofeld felt that Wang Teng's tone was a little strange, but failed to catch his meaning. He frowned. Your looks are outstanding. Wang Teng pointed at his face. Did any strange uncle lure you to look at goldfish when you were young? Bang! Veins popped out on Blofeld's forehead. Yet even his angry face was better looking than others. However, this wasn't important. The main thing was, he was about to explode. He glared at Wang Teng with his beautiful eyes. To hell with looking at goldfish. He was a man, a man. He didn't want to look at any goldfish. Wait, it didn't matter if he wanted to see it or not. This had never happened. At the same time, Edward and the other holy knights looked at Blofeld strangely as they thought of something indecent. Damn it, it was all that fellow's fault. Wang Teng's words were too powerful. Even in this tense atmosphere, he managed to lead them astray. Really? Wang Teng asked again. He touched his chin and pondered. In that case, did he trick you by offering to buy lollipops or ice popsicles? Everyone. Blofeld was burning with anger. He screamed into the sky. He was still persuading Yaffle not to act rashly a moment ago, but he couldn't control his own emotions and charged forward. Edward and the others grabbed Blofeld's shoulders tightly. Don't be impulsive. Let me go. I want to kill him. I want to kill him, Blofeld shouted while struggling. Edward had a headache. He couldn't stop Blofeld, hence he said, Everyone, let's do it together. Yes. The others nodded and acted simultaneously. Boom. 6 forces soared into the sky. They merged together and formed a frightening force torrent. It shot towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp, the force in his body gushing out like a torrent. The forces of the 5 elements were released in their entirety. Earlier, while completing the merger of the 5-element fist conscious, he had gained some valuable insights. The 5-element forces were similar. An idea flashed into his mind. The 5-element forces twirled in circles, reinforcing and restraining with one another. They collided with the force torrent formed by the 6 forces of the Holy Knights. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 force torrents crashed into each other and created an earth-shattering explosion. The loud rumble spread far and wide. Chapter 638. Who's next? An astonishing scene appeared in the sky. 2 force torrents collided fiercely, looking like 2 vertical Milky Ways. For some time, no side was able to gain an upper hand. However, this was 1 person versus 6 people. The 6 holy knights turned grim. They looked at Wang Teng in bewilderment. 5 elements. This martial warrior from Country Inka possessed all 5 elements. What kind of talent was this? Since they were able to become holy knights, they must be talented more so than the normal martial warriors. However, in front of Wang Teng, they felt extremely normal. This was a huge blow to them. Was this fellow a monster? They finally stopped belittling Wang Teng. He was indeed powerful. No wonder Margus and Karl had died in his hands. They died for a reason. Alep's face turned black when he realized that the 6 holy knights couldn't take down one Wang Teng. He released his force and merged it into the holy knight's force torrent. "Froze!" he shouted. Froze felt helpless. He had no choice but to release his force and help the others in resisting Wang Teng. Boom. With the addition of their forces, the holy knight's force torrent expanded in size. It bore down on Wang Teng like a huge pillar. Wang Teng's force torrent kept moving back. He snorted. The other forces in his body surged out. Poison, wind, ice, lightning, boom, boom, boom. As these 4 forces merged into the torrent, his force torrent expanded multiple times too. How is that possible? Edward and the others were dumbstruck. This fellow still had more cards up his sleeves. Was he even human? Alef and Froze were appalled. They felt that their addition was useless. They couldn't fathom how strong Wang Teng truly was. Where was his limit? How was he able to release his force again and again like a bottomless pit? Wang Teng didn't waste any time. A green light flashed past his eyes. The emerald-glazed flame flew out like a giant fire dragon, spinning around the force torrent. It shot towards his opponents. Roar. The giant fire dragon roared and soared into the sky, bringing along its scorching heat. Shit. Edward and the others were shocked. They hurriedly retreated without any hesitation. Wang Teng's force torrent shot right into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Force explosions rang continuously. The 6 holy knights, including Alef and Froze, were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they had retreated, they got hit by a huge impact and were thrown back 10 meters away. They appeared to be in a miserable state, faces turning green. They felt exasperated. There were 8 of them, yet they were still at a disadvantage. What a huge joke this was. They exchanged glances with one another. Although they were frustrated, they still felt the lingering fear. If they hadn't retreated in time, they might have suffered serious injuries if they were hit directly by the force torrent. Alef's heart dropped when he noticed that everyone seemed frightened of Wang Teng. He hurriedly said, "He's alone. The force torrent must have exhausted most of his force. He probably only has 10 or 20% left." The others reacted immediately. Indeed, a martial warrior's force had its limit. A general stage martial warrior would have a greater reserve, but with Wang Teng's large-scale output a moment ago, his force reserve should have dried up. Wang Teng was still able to stand because of his exceptional potential. Even so, they didn't believe that he had much juice left in him. Wang Teng sniggered at their reaction. Edward and the others regained their confidence. Before Wang Teng moved, they dashed towards him, releasing their fists or slashing their blades and swords. Attacks rained down on Wang Teng's head. The holy knights didn't hold back. Wang Teng stood on the spot without moving. As expected, he's exhausted. Edward and the others were elated. Alef smiled uncontrollably when he saw this scene. He was overjoyed. "Good. This is it. Take him down." Boom, boom, boom. The next instant, numerous attacks landed on Wang Teng. No, wait. Edward and the others noticed something amiss. Their attacks didn't hit anything going through Wang Teng's body. Shadow. They were flabbergasted. The space behind Dimia started distorting. Wang Teng's figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. He was holding a golden brick in his hand and instilling force in it. Once the brick became exceptionally heavy, he swung it down. "Dimia, be careful," Edward shouted. Dimia squinted. He felt danger dawning on him and wanted to run away. "Too late." Wang Teng smirked. The gold brick smashed violently on Dimia's head. A large bump started growing on the poor guy's head at a visible speed. Dimia staggered. His vision turned black, and he almost fainted. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng didn't show any mercy. He repeatedly smashed the brick on his head. The speed was astonishing. Dimia turned into a pig's head quickly. "Since you like to show off, I'll bestow you with the horns of glory." Wang Teng smiled before giving him one last smack. Boom. Dimia crashed into the ground at the speed of light and fainted. There was dead silence. Everyone felt the corners of their lips twitching when they saw Dimia's tragic state. They felt that Wang Teng was a devil in human clothing. He was suffocatingly evil after taking one down. Wang Teng looked at the others. "Who's next?" His calm voice spread out. Then he disappeared on the spot. Everyone's expression changed slightly. They took a step back involuntarily and glanced around them, searching for Wang Teng in vigilance. Wang Teng activated his space talent and hid between space. Even general stage martial warriors would have a hard time finding him. "Yaffle!" Blofeld suddenly yelled. Yaffle's expression underwent a huge change. She turned around and her force shot out of her body. It gathered into a bottle above her head. Absolute zero. She roared the next instant. A chill surged out of her body and spread to her surroundings. A layer of ice crystal appeared in the air. Everything around her was frozen, including Wang Teng, who had appeared behind her. Sneak attack? Yaffle heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. But on the surface, she sneered and appeared contemptuous. Bang. Suddenly, she felt excruciating pain coming from her head. She got hit with something. How is this possible? Astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. She didn't know what had happened. She had frozen Wang Teng. How did he appear behind her? Was he really a ghost? "Didn't you say that I'm evil? Let me display my evilness then." Wang Teng's mocking tone sounded beside her ear. Then dull thuds resounded outside the Cancer Palace. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 639. I'm a good person. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed in the sky. They sounded extremely conspicuous. After all, this sound originated from the collision of a holy knight's head with a brick. It wasn't due to two pieces of wood knocking against each other. Yaffle was in a daze. She was elegant and refined, beautiful and noble, yet someone was hammering a brick on her head. She couldn't believe that anyone would do this to her. She never imagined that she would suffer such a treatment one day. This was too much. Bang! Ah, Wang Teng didn't show any mercy to this beautiful lady. Look at how smooth his actions were when he hammered her head. Yaffle's beautiful small face got distorted instantly. Her fair and crystal clear skin turned red and started swelling. Edward, Aleph, and the others were stunned. Wang Teng sure was ruthless. He had the heart to hit a beauty like Yaffle. Didn't he have any tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex? What an insensitive man. Of course, this thought only flashed through their mind. When Wang Teng appeared, they immediately surrounded him. At the same time, they wanted to save Yaffle. What a poor little thing. It was tragic. A beautiful lady like her got beaten into a pig's head. It was unbearable. Ah, Yaffle disregarded her image and started screaming. Her mind was spinning from the beating. She was stumbling, but she continued to struggle. She wanted to break free from Wang Teng's control. However, Wang Teng stuck onto her like plaster. The brick seemed glued to her head too. Wherever she went, she would get hit. None of the hits were missed. Ah, get off. The ice element force surged out of Yaffle's body. She started wrecking her surroundings without looking. The ice force turned into sharp ice thorns with a bone-curdling chill. She fired them in all directions, hoping to push Wang Teng away. Last-ditch move, Wang Teng scoffed as green flames danced around him. Any ice thorns that got close were melted. They couldn't hurt him at all. On the other hand, the other holy knights had to retreat due to the ice thorns. Damn it, they were flaming in anger. Aleph used his palm as a sword and shattered the ice thorns with his golden sword glows. He shouted, "Yaffle, stop attacking aimlessly! We can't get close!" Wang Teng laughed. He felt that Yaffle was an amazing support. What a stupid teammate. Yaffle had already lost her cool. After the reminder, she realized the stupid thing she did and stopped attacking. Wang Teng took the chance to get closer and smash the brick down again. He had to admit that the helmets the Holy Knights wore did quite a good job. If not, Yaffle would have fainted a long time ago from his vicious hammering. Yaffle had persevered for a long time. "Hurry," Yaffle shouted as she bore with the pain and humiliation after she said this. She couldn't speak anymore. Wang Teng appeared in front of her and smiled at her. He slapped the golden brick on the front of her face. In Yafel's eyes, Wang Teng's smile was no different from a devil's. But soon that face was replaced by a golden brick. The flat brick grew bigger in her eyes. "Stop!" A furious shout came from behind Wang Teng. Edward was the first to arrive. He punched his fists out violently. Lightning lion fist, roar, lightning flickered behind him. Purple bolts of lightning congregated into the outline of a lion. It looked up and roared into the sky as the fist glow shot out. Yafel was elated. She was saved. However, Wang Teng didn't seem to have heard Edward. He didn't evade, and the brick remained on track. It landed as planned on her face. Yafel was dumbfounded. Was this fellow crazy? He would rather get hit by Edward's fists than give up on hitting her. What grudges did they have? Why did he have to target her? Yafel didn't understand Wang Teng's thoughts. She felt that he was crazy. Bang, all her thoughts melted into thin air as the brick came. Yafel was slapped straight in the face. Her head swung backward from the powerful impact. Her neck was long and slender like an arrogant swan, but a line of blood shooting out of her nose besmirched her beauty. Everything seemed to have slowed down. The nose blood gleamed brightly under the sunlight like a precious art piece. At this moment, Yafel's gaze had turned hazy. There were numerous questions in her mind, but they all turned into one word in the end. Why? On the other hand, Wang Teng felt amazing. He felt that he had risen to another stage. It feels good. If he hadn't hit her, his thoughts couldn't have been straightened out. Did he ever say that he wouldn't hit a lady, did he? Even if he did, it didn't matter in this situation. There were only two kinds of people in the world. During a battle, gender wasn't important. There were only friends and foes, and the people in front of him were all foes as his enemies. They shouldn't think they would receive special treatment as ladies. Wang Teng understood Yafel's confusion. He said calmly, "Look, I'm a good person. I hit you, but I won't kill you. So next time, if you dare to say that I kill people like flies, I will hit you again." Pfft. Yafel was dumbfounded. She felt so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. She finally understood why Wang Teng targeted her. This fellow chased after her fervently because of what she said earlier. What kind of person was he? She had never seen such a narrow-minded guy. His mind was narrower than a needle. Boom. At this moment, the fist behind him was only inches away. Wang Teng remained unmoved, though. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck his head along with the outline of a giant lion. Filled with resentment, Yafel saw Wang Teng's tall and lofty figure bathing in lightning. He was like a god from heaven. A hint of suspicion appeared in her heart. Could they even beat him? Wang Teng ignored Yafel. He looked expressionlessly at the outline of the lion, ancient god's body. An occult golden symbol appeared on his forehead. It wasn't complicated, but it gave off a mysterious and holy aura. The next instant, Wang Teng released his fist strength of Ultima. Boom! Wang Teng's fist seemed ordinary and didn't cause any impact. It headed straight for the frightening lightning lion shadow. Boom! The two fist auras collided. Yarrow, Blofeld, and the others stared at the center of the collision. They were waiting to watch Wang Teng lose. Edward's lightning lion fist was the strongest fist skill among the holy knights. It contained the power of lightning and was extremely strong. Its power was a sight to behold. How could Wang Teng resist it? However, an unexpected scene appeared. The shadow of the lightning lion started cracking gradually after being hit by Wang Teng's ordinary-looking punch. It crumpled like dead leaves and broke into pieces. Chapter 640. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Terrifying energy exploded and swarmed out. Edward's expression changed. He was thrown out like a cannonball by the huge force. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from within his body. He seemed to have broken a few of his bones. Splurt! A mouthful of blood spilled out of his mouth. Edward was in disbelief. He didn't expect Wang Teng's punch to be so powerful, despite specializing in fist skills. He got defeated by Wang Teng's punch. His strongest fist skill was like a joke in front of that incomprehensible monster. His fist skill couldn't withstand one round against Wang Teng's ordinary-looking punch. In that instant, Edward had an illusion. He felt that he was a 3-year-old child waving his punches in front of an adult. Childish, funny, weak. Edward had received a huge blow to his confidence. He lost control of his emotions. Edward, Yarrow, and the others shouted, "If you have time to worry about others, why don't you worry about yourself first?" Wang Teng's calm voice resounded in the sky. He disappeared again. The expressions on the holy knights changed, but as holy knights, they had strong battle awareness, so they reacted immediately. Yarrow was the holy knight of the Capricorn Palace. He was stronger than Edward, and his battle skills were powerful too. He held his battle sword and slashed it horizontally in the air. Boom! A golden light cut through the sky, flying towards the empty right side at terrifying speed as the sword glow flew over. A loud explosion was heard. Wang Teng appeared and punched his fist out, meeting the sword glow head-on. Yarrow was flabbergasted. He could feel his sword aura breaking down. Wang Teng was as powerful as ever. On the other side, Blofeld had also acted. Multiple gorgeous blood-red petals appeared out of nowhere. They floated in the air, covering the area around Wang Teng. Blood-red roses, even when Blofeld attacked. His actions were beautiful. As the rose petals swam in the air, Blofeld raised his finger and tapped lightly. Force flowed out of his body. The petals suddenly encircled Wang Teng and spun around him. They seemed to have turned into a sea of petals. There was a terrifying whirlpool hidden in this sea. The petals turned into a whirlpool and spun violently. No one could see their shapes anymore. They had turned into a red sea, dazzling and dangerous. Poison force. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered as he stood in the middle of the petals' whirlpool. Besides Demia, there was another member who possessed the rare poison force among the holy knights. Furthermore, this person was the extremely beautiful Blofeld. This was unexpected. Blofeld even had such a powerful poison battle technique. Mind you, Wang Teng only had 1 poison force scripture currently and 0 battle techniques. However, Demia and Blofeld were different. They had the backing of a strong legacy. The tip of Mount Saint's strong foundation was put on display once again. These thoughts flashed past Wang Teng's mind. He looked at the enormous blood-red whirlpool and squinted. These petals formed from poison force were obviously poisonous. If he touched them, the consequences would be ghastly. Still, he wasn't concerned. He had the demon lotus poison body, so ordinary poison wouldn't affect him. Instead, it would just become nourishment for his physique. "Go," Blofeld shouted. The blood-red petal whirlpool spun in the sky and headed towards Wang Teng. Boom! Wang Teng's reaction was direct. He released his fist strength of Ultima. The blood-red whirlpool paused for a moment in midair. Then it got pushed into the sky by a large force and broke down into red droplets, which rained down on the ground. Splurt Blofeld was astounded. He felt a frightening power coming for him. His face turned pale, and he vomited blood. "Blofeld, move!" Yarrow regained his senses. He rushed over quickly and shouted. He waved his battle sword, and sharp sword glows were formed. They slashed towards Wang Teng like bolts of lightning. Wang Teng swung his fist containing the strength of Ultima. A terrifying fist power destroyed the sharp sword glows instantly. If something couldn't be solved with one punch, hurl another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Yarrow's sword glows couldn't last long under Wang Teng's frightening punches. They disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng moved closer and smashed his brick down under his opponent's bewildered gaze. Bang, 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 dull thuds were heard once again. Swoosh! At this moment, an extremely faint sound of the air compressing came from afar. Wang Teng's head turned numb. He felt a strong sense of danger on his back. There was even a slight pain at the spot where his heart was. He moved his thoughts and released his spiritual power. The shooting star spiral turned into a ray of sharp light. It darted towards the dazzling arrow that was flying towards his back at a high speed. Boom! The 2 objects collided in midair. The arrow was spinning. Wang Teng controlled his shooting star spiral so that it spun too. The tip of these two sharp weapons rubbed against each other, continuously igniting sparks. They were at a standstill. At the same time, Wang Teng continued to swing his brick and brutally knocked Yarrow unconscious. Then he turned and looked into the distance. In the sky, some distance away, a figure was holding a large bow. It was aimed at Wang Teng. There were no arrows on the bow, but force was congregating on it, gradually forming an arrow. Swoosh! Swoosh! Swoosh, the person released his grip, and the arrow shot out. It turned into a shooting star, zooming straight at Wang Teng. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Spiritual power flowed out from his forehead without stopping. He controlled the shooting star spiral and raised its speed to the maximum. It intercepted the force arrow, cling-clang. When the shooting star spiral collided with the arrow, ear-piercing metallic sounds were heard. After neutralizing the arrow's threat, Wang Teng continued to fly towards Blofeld. He raised his fist, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. "I can't bear to hit his face." Wang Teng muttered to himself as he attacked Blofeld, was speechless and frustrated. This person didn't care about his feelings at all. What did he mean by he couldn't bear to hit his face? Should he thank him for showing mercy, or be glad that he was good-looking? While his mind was wandering off, the brick in Wang Teng's hand slammed down without any hesitation. Blofeld was flabbergasted. "Didn't you say that you couldn't bear to hit me? Why are you doing it? You have no shame." "No," he struggled and stepped back. He didn't want his face to be ruined. Beautiful people are meant to be hit. Wang Teng stepped forward and hammered the brick down. Bang, bang, bang! In the end, Blofeld was bruised and swollen from the hitting. His beautiful face had lost its radiance. Deflated, he fell to the ground. "You're the last one." Wang Teng turned around. He strode towards the last holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace. Chapter 641. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Boom! Blofeld slammed onto the ground loudly. Wang Teng floated in the air and walked towards the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. A huge presence swarmed towards the holy knight like the water flooding from a broken dam. The expression of the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace, Fleta, turned grim. All of them had underestimated this young man from Country Inka. What was the result? Out of the 7 holy knights that came, 1 was dead, 5 were injured, and he was the only one left to face this brutal reality. Wait, there were still Froze and Aleph. They had to face this martial warrior too. Fleta found some consolation amid all the despair he felt. He looked in their direction. Suddenly he froze in shock. They were running away, running away. Damn it, they were putting their lives on the line by fighting with this young man. But these 2 bastards were running away. How could anyone be so shameless? Aleph and Froze wanted to sneak away when Wang Teng and Fleta were fighting, but they were discovered by their own companion. The scene turned a little awkward. "Fleta, bear with it. We're going to call reinforcements." Aleph shouted. His speed increased exponentially as he ran towards the holy temple on the top of the mountain. Froze remained quiet. He felt thoroughly embarrassed, so he just ran away while staring at the ground. He wanted to get away from Wang Teng. He couldn't offend that brick. Fleta's face turned black. He cursed angrily in his heart. Wang Teng's expression was strange. His eyes shimmered, and poison force seeped out along with his spiritual power. They flew towards the space in front. The next instant, an invisible web appeared ahead of Aleph and Froze. These 2 people were heaving a sigh of relief when they realized Wang Teng wasn't chasing them. But the next moment, they knocked into the giant web. What is this? They were astounded. They swung their weapons and wanted to break the obstacle in front. Catch! Wang Teng smirked. He controlled the poison web with his spiritual kinesis and tied the 2 of them inside. Then it was the same old trick again. The emerald glazed flame started burning on the poison web. The scorching heat made it impossible for anyone to get closer. The flames were burning the poison force and creating extremely poisonous gas. It floated towards the 2 people. Aleph and Froze's force started sizzling when it came into contact with the gas. Their weapons were starting to corrode too. The duo was shocked. They were forced to retreat because of the emerald-glazed flame and the poison gas. Poison force? You're a poison element martial warrior, Aleph shouted in disbelief. 5 basic elements, then lightning force, and now poison force too. How many elements did this monster possess? Froze found it unbelievable too. How could someone possess so many elements? This didn't make sense. Have fun inside. I'll take care of you later. Wang Teng sneered. Then he ignored them and turned to face Fleta. Fleta's expression was as solemn as it could be. After seeing the ability Wang Teng had displayed so far, he felt his head churning. For someone to have such talents, he must be a monster. However, he was much stronger than Edward and the others. Among the 12 holy knights, he was one of the strongest. Hence, he wasn't afraid of fighting with Wang Teng. Your talent is amazing. The Holy Temple has made the wrong decision by choosing to be your enemy. Fleta took a deep breath and said, "Do you concede defeat?" Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. "No," Fleta shook his head. "Since we have reached this stage, both of us, you and the Holy Temple, will need an answer. We can only fight. Let's start then." Wang Teng remained expressionless and replied calmly. "Fight! Fight!" The two of them bellowed in unplanned unison. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from their bodies and soared into the sky. When their auras collided in midair, an explosion as loud as thunder was set off. Within a blink of an eye, Wang Teng and Fleta had disappeared from their spots. They transformed into 2 rays of light, one green and one golden, and smashed against each other violently. Fleta held a golden bow in his hand. Although it was intended for long-range attacks, it could be used in close combat too. The bowstring on it was extremely sharp and created golden blade glows in the air. It slashed through space and went straight for Wang Teng. Mo K appeared in Wang Teng's hand. He slashed it down and blocked the bow. Clang. The bow seemed to have been made from a special material. It wasn't damaged after it got chopped by Mo K and continued to give off its sharp gold glow. Mo K was half as tall as Wang Teng. He held it tightly and chopped it down, giving rise to a powerful force. He then clenched his left fist and hurled it out. Boom. Terrifying energy spurted out from his fist. Fleta's expression changed slightly. He flew back to evade Wang Teng's fist force. He reappeared some distance away and pulled his bow until it became a half circle. After a golden arrow formed on the longbow, he loosed it. Swoosh! Even though the sound wasn't loud, it still gave off a faint and shrill cry as it broke the sound barrier and cut straight through the air. The arrow was engulfed in golden light. It was exceptionally terrifying. The sharp aura hidden in this arrow seemed to be able to cut the very fabric of space. Wang Teng's eyes glinted as he gathered his golden blade conscious around Mo K. The light on the blade was glaring. He slashed it horizontally in the sky. His attack was also sent out. Boom! The blade glow shot through space and crashed into the golden arrow. The sharp consciouses corroded each other. Both sides were unwilling to back down. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the point of impact erupted, and a strong gale swept through the surroundings. Lightning sparked around Wang Teng. He dashed straight into the gale and charged towards Fleta. Swoosh! Swoosh! Fleta wasn't slow either. He pulled his bow and sent 3 golden arrows at Wang Teng. The 3 golden arrows turned into a golden bird. It looked lifelike. Its eyes were sharp, and it spread its wings as it soared in the sky. A shrill screech came from the bird's mouth. Sound waves tossed and turned. Arrow conscious. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. The holy knight from the Sagittarius Palace was indeed outstanding. He could gather his arrow conscious any time and anywhere. This exceeded the power of a normal attack. After firing the 3 arrows, Fleta's face had gotten pale. But he continued to stare at Wang Teng and the golden bird intently. Boom! Wang Teng stared at the bird as it came closer. Then he moved. Ancient god's body. 5-element fist, strength of Ultima, all his skills were activated simultaneously. It was the same ordinary-looking punch, but the skills hidden within were out of everyone's expectation. No matter how many attacks you have, I will destroy them with a punch. Fleta felt his heart beating like a drum. He had a bad feeling. He had seen that punch before. Edward was defeated by a similar normal-looking punch. This was his second time seeing it, yet he couldn't see through its secret boom. Fist power exploded. There were no earth-shaking scenes or astonishing images. The punch landed calmly and simply on the golden bird's head. At that moment, everything seemed to have paused. It was as if time had stopped. Then the golden bird started cracking, inch by inch. Its entire body shattered into multiple golden dots of light as if it was struck by a powerful, overwhelming force. It flew back and soared past Fleta, the wind scattering the remaining dots of lights. Fleta stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Chapter 642. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Golden droplets sprinkled down the sky. Ferocious and invisible energy swept through the golden droplets and slammed right onto Fleta's body. Splurt fresh blood spurted out of Fleta's mouth. He was thrown backward from the impact. At the same time, clear cracking sounds came from his body. Boom. He flew back for more than 10 meters because of the violent force before crashing into the ground like a shooting star. The ground had to bear the rest of the force as a deep hole emerged on it. Splurt. Fleta vomited another mouthful of blood. Wang Teng straightened his arms slowly, which dangled beside his body. He looked down with a composed expression. Fleta's face was white as it had lost all its blood. He seemed dispirited and dejected. He couldn't accept this result. The attack that contained his most powerful conscious was destroyed by Wang Teng with a single punch. One punch, just one punch. How is this possible? Fleta was in a daze. The result was too hard to accept. He was the holy knight of the Sagittarius Palace. He was famous for being the most powerful marksman, but his strongest shot was destroyed by one punch. This was a huge blow to his confidence on the other side. Aleph and Froze, who were in the poison web, were thunderstruck. They were at a loss for words after seeing the whole battle, especially Aleph. His expression was extremely ugly. At the moment, fear was dominant in his eyes. They lost. Even Fleta lost. None of the 7 holy knights was Wang Teng's match. He had defeated them together. How ironic was this? As if confirming his thoughts, Wang Teng said indifferently, "Holy knights are nothing more than this." There was disdain in his voice. You, Edward Bloffelham, and Fleta hadn't lost their consciousness yet. Hearing his sarcastic words, they felt blood gushing into their heads. Humiliation. What did he think the holy knights were? How dare he humiliate them so blatantly? Wang Teng ignored their anger. He stepped on the air and walked towards Aleph and Froze. Aleph's expression changed instantly. What do you want? His gaze changed, and he stepped back continuously. Sizzle. In his panic, he accidentally touched the poison web. His skin got burned by the flame and was corroded by the poison. A sudden pang of indescribable pain invaded his whole body. Aleph grunted in pain uncontrollably. You were so arrogant at the start. You were so high and mighty, as if you could control everything, and even called the holy knights over to catch me. What? Are you feeling scared now? Wang Teng snorted. Wang Teng, don't think that you can be impudent just because you defeated those holy knights. They are the weakest. The real formidable warriors haven't come out yet. The holy temple is not a place you can treat as your backyard. You will receive your punishment if you dare to create trouble here, Aleph shouted angrily, still acting tough. Wang Teng's expression turned cold. With a single step, he covered more than 10 meters, arriving directly in front of Aleph. He looked at him mockingly. You're in my hands now. What should I do with you? I'm the sage of the holy temple. How dare you touch me? Aleph was nervous. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Sage? What's that? Wang Teng snorted and took out his golden brick. Aleph felt the corners of his eyes trembling when he saw this. He had seen some of the holy knights getting beaten into a pig's head. Would he follow in their footsteps? Wang Teng's nonchalant tone made him even more frustrated. He was the sage of the holy temple. He had a high status, higher than many others, with only a few people above him. Yet Wang Teng was asking him what that was. How dare you look down on the holy temple? Aleph was indignant. So much bullshit. Wang Teng shook his head. Aleph was imprisoned by the poison web, so he had nowhere to hide. He could only watch Wang Teng smash his golden brick on his head. "Wang Teng!" Aleph screamed in agony. He was slapped on his forehead, right in the middle. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng's hand moved as fast as lightning. He slammed his brick down brutally on the forehead without stopping. The dull thuds caused Froze's cheeks to twitch continuously. He was trembling with fear. Aleph's head started swelling at a visible rate. He was bruised and swollen, looking tragic to the extreme. Wang Teng did have the guts to be ruthless. This fellow was so irritating. He acted all high and mighty at the start and treated him like a weakling that could be caught easily. He even wanted to kill him. Evil person. What right did he have to be a sage? Tisk. Ah, cries of pain escaped Aleph's throat. His voice was bitter. Wang Teng, this is Mount Saint. The Holy Temple will not let you go. How brave. I respect you for being a real man. Wang Teng remained indifferent. He wasn't frightened by his threats and got even more brutal. He hammered his head again and again. I've been tolerating you for a long time. You keep acting all arrogant. Go on, continue your act. Bang, bang, bang. Continue your act. Why aren't you saying anything now? Bang, bang, bang. In just a few moments, Aleph's head grew by one size. No traces of his refined and noble appearance could be found anymore. His eyes were only a tiny crack now. 2 lines of blood flowed down his nose, and his face was a mixture of green and red. He felt dizzy and muddled. His mind was in a whirl. However, Wang Teng still didn't think that this was enough. He grabbed Aleph's arm and twisted it lightly, warping it into a braid. Crack. His arm bones broke with a crisp sound. Ah, Aleph howled at the top of his lungs, shuddered. He regained his consciousness. His mind was wide awake. His eyes were filled with fear. Devil. This fellow was a devil. How could he be so cruel? Froze had already shrunk into a corner, even though his skin was being burned and corroded by the scorching poison web. He didn't dare to make a peep. He was afraid that Wang Teng would notice him. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Teng raised his brick and continued smashing Aleph's head. Anger boiled on his face as he questioned the sage. How did I provoke you? Tell me. How did I provoke you? Why did you target me? How dare you try and catch me? Who gave you the right to do that? Why are you so arrogant? Why? Tell me. Wang Teng's shout stunned Aleph. Others might think that he was the victim, but anyone with eyes could tell that he was the person who was bullied the worst. Aleph's eyes were spinning. He started getting dizzy again. He couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Teng repeated his actions and twisted his other arm. Aleph shuddered, waking up once again. Ah, Aleph roared in pain. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. Why couldn't he faint? Why? He never imagined that he would find fainting to be a fortunate thing for him one day. Being awake was too painful for the current him. Bang, 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 stop, stop hitting, Aleph said weakly. He couldn't stand it anymore. There was only fear and regret left in his heart. He shouldn't have provoked this devil. Wang Teng wasn't human. He was too ruthless. At this moment, this sage from the Holy Temple finally experienced the evil of the world. Remaining conscious could be so painful. Chapter 643, after fighting the big one, the old one came. Stop hitting, Aleph muttered weakly. His consciousness was slipping, and he couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Teng stopped abruptly when he heard Aleph begging for mercy. The brick stopped an inch above his forehead. Aren't you very powerful? You can catch whoever you want to catch, right? Why are you admitting defeat now? This is all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, Aleph cried in disgrace and sorrow. His voice was extremely weak. Is this really a misunderstanding? Wang Teng mocked. I killed 2 holy knights and injured 6 of them. Is that a misunderstanding too? Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Aleph gritted his teeth and nodded. He didn't dare to object at all. He was afraid of receiving more hits on his head if he offended Wang Teng again. He had developed psychological trauma towards the brick, and it couldn't be erased easily. He felt fearful. You heard him. This is all a misunderstanding. Wang Teng smiled and looked at the holy knights lying on the ground. The holy knights held onto each other and crawled up from the ground with difficulty. They looked up at the sky. When they heard what Wang Teng said, their faces turned green and white. So they were beaten for nothing? They felt so exasperated that they wanted to vomit blood, especially when they felt the throbbing pain on their heads. They trembled in anger. This fellow was brutal. He beat them up so badly, yet he still dared to say that this was all a misunderstanding. What the hell did he mean? The holy knights wanted to curse. You could have said this earlier. Wang Teng patted Alep's shoulder in satisfaction. Then he added in a meaningful tone, "We can't be too arrogant. Keeping a low profile like me is the basic rule of survival. If not, you will get beaten to death easily." Yes, yes. Aleph nodded with tears in his eyes. He was cursing in his heart, though. Low profile? Are you low profile? You dared to kill the holy knights of Mount Saint and even beat up a sage. Yet you said that you are low profile, shameless, despicable, repulsive. But he didn't dare to say these words out loud. At this moment, a sonic boom was heard from afar. Aleph's eyes lit up. He looked in the direction of the peak. Someone had finally arrived. Wang Teng also turned in the direction of the sound. Multiple rays of light flew down from the peak and turned into a few figures with outstanding auras. These people were wearing the special clothes of the holy temple. You could recognize them at a single glance. Some of them were dressed similarly to Aleph. They were also sages. All these people were surrounding a white-haired elder with a stern face. He seemed to be their leader. This person must have a special identity. Wang Teng sneered in his heart. After fighting the small figures, the big ones came after fighting the big ones. The old one appeared after reading the situation here. The expressions of the newcomers changed slightly. Goodness! They gasped in surprise. The holy knights looked miserable. Had it not been for their divine constellation armors, they would be unrecognizable. What inhumane torture did they undergo to end up like this? Demia, Yarrow, Edward, Blofeld, Fleta, Yaffle, the people called their names with uncertainty. The holy knights felt extremely embarrassed. They wanted to dig a hole and bury themselves inside. They had no face to greet these people. The holy knights had never suffered such humiliation. The others noticed their expressions and confirmed their guesses. It was them. How did y'all end up like this? One of the people asked in disbelief. The holy knights felt a bundle of emotions, but they didn't know what to say. Were they supposed to tell them that they were beaten by the same person? How embarrassing would that be? The white-haired elder turned to look at the badly bruised and swollen Aleph when he saw this scene. He opened his mouth and asked calmly, "Aleph, you do the talking." Great sage, Aleph wanted to speak, but he didn't dare to say anything because Wang Teng was beside him. He could only look at the white-haired elder pitifully. "Speak." The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Teng and shouted sternly. Wang Teng gave an ambiguous smile. Aleph saw his reaction and felt even more fearful. "Since he's asking, just say it. Why are you making me look like a monster? Am I that kind of person?" Wang Teng said speechlessly. No reply. Aleph Edward and the Holy Knights wanted to reply to him with a yes. This brat was shameless. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? The white-haired elder glanced at Wang Teng again after seeing everyone's reaction. His gaze turned cold. "I didn't ask you to speak. Old man, my mouth is on my face. Why do you care if I speak? Who do you think you are, a god?" Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. How dare you talk to the great sage like this?" Before the elder opened his mouth, the people around him shouted at him angrily. Their expressions changed. Wang Teng snorted at them with a look of disdain. "Young man, show some respect in your speech. Didn't the adults teach you to respect your elders?" A sinister look appeared in the elder's eyes. My grandfather told me that I don't have to show respect to old people who take advantage of their seniority. Our leader of martial arts and the three great commanders also said that if an elder is shameless enough to attack a junior, they don't mind doing some exercises. Wang Teng smiled and said he wasn't making these claims out of nothing before he left the country. They did speak to him. He didn't tell them earlier because he was afraid of the other party. He just wanted to talk back to him. The white-haired elder's expression finally changed. He didn't know who Wang Teng's grandfather was, but he for sure knew who the leader of martial arts and the three great commanders were. They were world-renowned figures. Even he had to bow to them when he saw them. This young man was speaking the truth. His words were worth contemplating. However, he kept talking about elders. He was obviously scolding him while pointing at the mulberry. He had never been humiliated by anyone because of his high status. Hence, he was furious. He looked as though a fly had flown into his mouth. You killed my holy knights and even hit people on Mount Saint. Even if the leader of martial arts was here, we are in the right. The elder took a deep breath and continued, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the leader so that you know how to behave yourself. Take him down. He waved his hand and gave his order. Wang Teng sighed. Shaking his head, he said, Why is there always someone who's opinionated, distorts the truth, and so shameless? Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard him abusing the great sage. This fellow was asking for death. Hatred swarmed in Alep's heart. He was elated. The more arrogant Wang Teng was, the more the great sage wouldn't let him go. Once he was caught, he would definitely take revenge. Chapter 644, Goddess. The martial warriors that arrived with the white-haired elder got moving. They scattered and surrounded Wang Teng in the center. Edward and the others looked at the sky. They were curious, after all the fights in the past, how much energy did Wang Teng have remaining? Could he stop these people? Wang Teng glanced around him, his gaze chilly and icy. His patience was gone. Since these people were being unreasonable, he didn't mind creating a bigger scene. He would let them know what regret tasted like. If he didn't reply, they might think that he was easy to bully. The atmosphere was tense. The daggers were drawn and a huge battle was imminent. Stop! Right then, a shout came from afar. It was accompanied by a sonic boom, and multiple figures flew over from the peak at a frightening speed. They landed in front of everyone. Great Sage Farah, Your Highness! Aleph, Edward, and the other holy knights were surprised when they saw the people who came. One of the newcomers was dressed like the white-haired elder. He also had white hair and his face was covered with wrinkles. He gave off a domineering vibe that could only appear on someone who had been in a high position for a long time. There were multiple martial warriors beside him too. These people were dressed like Aleph. They were all sages. However, what was different was they were surrounding a young lady who was wearing a light black shawl over her face. This young lady's aura was exceptional. It was holy and majestic, with her eyes as deep as the universe. She looked at everyone. The martial warriors from the holy temple bent their backs to show their respect. It's her? Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the young lady. This was the young lady he met in the museum that night. Wang Teng guessed that her identity wasn't simple, but he didn't expect her to be the goddess of Mount Saint. This change of identity was quite big. The holy knights half kneeled on the ground and bowed respectfully. Your Highness? Edward? How did you end up like this? Great Sage Farah asked with a strange gaze. The holy knights felt frustrated. It was like sprinkling salt on their wounds. Why did everyone have to ask the same question when they saw them? What a stab in his heart. Great Sage Farah glanced at Wang Teng involuntarily. He could guess what had happened. He shook his head and stopped probing. What's with that look? Wang Teng felt speechless. They had brought trouble to themselves. They deserved it. He wasn't to be blamed. Get up, Alias, who was wearing a black shawl, said gently. Her lovely voice resounded in the mountain. At the same time, she waved her hand. Droplets of light rained down. When these droplets of light landed on the holy knights, the bruises on their faces started recovering at an astonishing speed. Even the lighter wounds were healing. Edward and the others touched their faces and noticed that they had recovered from the bruises. They were grateful. They bowed toward Agliro again and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." "What is this?" Wang Teng was shocked. They recovered. The wounds on the holy knights had healed. Even high-quality spiritual Dan wouldn't have such a fast recovery effect. Although the more serious injuries on their bodies didn't heal completely, this ability was already amazing. What were those droplets of light? Wang Teng could feel a different aura from those droplets. They were warm, bright, and profound at this moment. He saw 2 attribute bubbles dropping from Agliro. "Get it!" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He hurriedly picked the bubbles up. Light force 15. Light force 10. As the 2 attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Teng felt the addition of an extremely small force in his body. The feeling this force gave him was the same as the one he felt on Agliro, light force. Wang Teng was stunned. Then happiness kicked in. This was a brand new force attribute. This force had never appeared before, yet it appeared on the goddess of Mount Saint, Agliro. Was this what made her different? While Wang Teng was immersed in joy and contemplation, Great Sage Farah suddenly spoke to the white-haired elder, Great Sage Kipling. "Why aren't you bowing in the presence of Her Highness?" The white-haired elder's gaze flickered. He didn't refute and bowed instantly. "Your Highness, please rise, Great Sage Kipling." Aglaios's voice remained emotionless. "Thank you, Your Highness," Great Sage Kipling said. "Great Sage Kipling, why did y'all create such a huge scene?" Great Sage Farah questioned. Great Sage Kipling looked at him but spoke to Aglaios. "Your Highness, this impudent martial warrior from country Saya wreaked havoc in our Mount Saint and has tainted our reputation. I wanted to catch him first before bringing him to you." "He's my guest," Aglaios said. "What? He's your guest?" Kipling looked as if he had just learned of this information. He pretended to be shocked and said, "But he killed Margus and Carl. How can someone as evil as him be your guest?" Wang Teng turned and glanced at him. What a wicked old man. He was speaking ill of him right in front of his eyes. What did he mean he was the evil one? The previous person who said this, Yaffle, had already turned into a pig's head. Did this old fellow want to experience a similar thing? "I've already said that he's my guest," Aglaios emphasized her words. "Your Highness, as the goddess of Mount Saint, you represent Mount Saint's glory and reputation. Are you going to pardon this criminal?" Kipling showed no signs of backing down. He opposed Aglaios directly in a calm tone. With such a huge claim on her, Aglaios frowned. Great Sage Kipling, from what I know, this young man from country Saya didn't initiate the fight. Great Sage Farah said, "But he killed 2 holy knights." This is an undeniable truth. Kipling kept a straight face and remained focused on this issue. "Mr. Wang Teng is the goddess's friend. The holy knights below should not have fought with him, whether it was their own intention or under someone's direction. If we lock him up, the reputation of Mount Saint will be destroyed. At that time, you will be the sinner," Great Sage Farah said indifferently. "Sinner? If I allow him to leave and disregard the humiliation we have received, I will be the true sinner," Great Sage Kipling replied. "Bring Arudis over. We need to know who is right and who is wrong. If someone created this mess because of his selfish desire, the Holy Temple will not show mercy." Great Sage Farah had noticed that the other party didn't want to let things go easily, so he changed his strategy. Chapter 645, Giving False Accounts. When Great Sage Farah suggested a confrontation with Arudis, Great Sage Kipling's eyes lit up. He smiled and replied, "I have no objections." "Very good." Great Sage Farah looked at him intently before speaking to a person beside him. "Bring Arudis here." "Yes." The person received the order and left. After some time, Arudis came. At the same time, the other holy knights who hadn't appeared yet also came to the scene upon learning that the goddess was here. "Your Highness." The holy knights kneeled on one knee and bowed in respect. "Swang Sharjah, you're here. Please rise." This time there was a hint of intimacy in Aglaios's voice. A smile appeared at the edge of Great Sage Farah's lips, too. He nodded at them. The holy knights stood up and stood around Elais, protecting her in the center. They took a few steps back and appeared extremely respectful. Great Sage Kipling's gaze turned sinister when he saw this scene. The holy knights that just arrived looked at Edward and the remaining holy knights. Their gaze shimmered, and a mocking smile appeared at the edge of their lips. Edward and the remaining holy knights had received treatment from Alas, so their injuries were mostly healed. However, the internal injuries were still present. They looked weak and miserable. When they saw Zhuang and the others, they felt embarrassed. Wang Teng's interest was piqued when he saw Kipling and Allah's different teams. It looked like Mount Saint was not one big and close family. Arudis, tell me, why did you fight with the goddess's guest? Great Sage Farah looked at the holy knight of the Taurus Palace and asked. Great Sage Farah, I just wanted to have a duel with him, Arudis said bitterly. He never expected his actions to cause this entire series of events. Some holy knights even lost their lives. Arudis glanced at Wang Teng uncontrollably. He was filled with regret and astonishment. This fellow killed Margus and Karl and even defeated Edward and the other holy knights. However, where did he get the balls to create trouble on Mount Saint? Wasn't he afraid of the Holy Temple's punishment? Are you speaking the truth? Great Sage Farah frowned. He probed further. Did anyone instigate you to do this? Arudis was stunned. He shook his head and replied, No one instigated me. A strange smile appeared at the edge of Great Sage Kipling's lips. He didn't incite Arudis. This was all an accident. He just made use of it. It was impossible for them to find any evidence of his interference with Arudis. Great Sage Farah exchanged glances with Alais. Then he turned to Wang Teng and asked, Young friend, you're Wang Teng, right? Yes. Wang Teng nodded. He wanted to see how they would solve this issue. Can you answer my question? Great Sage Farah asked politely. Yes. Why did you kill Margus? He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Wang Teng's tone was indifferent. Oh, Margus wanted to kill you. Of course. Why would I kill him for no reason? Am I a serial killer? Wang Teng replied angrily. What a joke. Margus had no grudges against you. Why would he want to kill you? Great. Sage Kipling turned to look at Farah. You heard him. He killed Margus and showed no respect for his status. Are you still going to help him? Great. Sage Farah frowned. This matter was a little tricky. Why don't you ask Froze? He knows clearly whether Margus wanted to kill me or not. Wang Teng smiled and said, He wasn't afraid of creating a scene. Despite being the main lead of this issue, he appeared nonchalant and indifferent. He didn't seem worried about his situation and was extremely calm. Froze, what do you know? Great Sage Farah's eyes lit up. He looked at Froze immediately. Froze wanted to remain invisible, but Wang Teng had called him out. He felt helpless. He looked at Kipling and then at Farah and Alais. He didn't dare to provoke any of them. Under Kipling and Farah's stares, he felt pressured. Cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. Froze, speak without any worry. I'll ensure your safety. Great Sage Kipling glanced at him and said. Froze gritted his teeth. After Wang Teng defeated Arudis and Karl, he went to the Cancer Palace. Margus stopped him, and in turn, Wang Teng destroyed his death space. That was why he wanted to kill Wang Teng. I knew that this matter was going out of hand, so I hurriedly went back to the Holy Temple to seek reinforcements. Sage Aleph came with me and saw Wang Teng killing Margus. He destroyed the legacy of the Cancer Palace. Everyone was astounded. They all had heard of the Cancer Palace's death space. Some of them had even experienced it before. It was extremely hard to deal with. Also, this was a legacy that had been passed down for many years. It was a space of its own and extremely precious. No wonder Margus wanted to kill Wang Teng when he destroyed it. He wanted to capture me using the death space. But his skills were inferior, and I destroyed it. You can't blame me for that, Wang Teng said innocently. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean by it's not your fault? If we don't blame you, who do we blame? Also, why are you acting so innocent? You destroyed Margus's death space and killed him. He's the innocent one. Honestly, if y'all hadn't stopped me, everything would have been fine. Everyone would have been at peace. Wang Teng said. Let's not talk about Margus. You killed Carl. How do you explain that? Kipling said. That's not my fault either. You have him to blame for that. Wang Teng pointed at Aleph. Me? Aleph's heart skipped a beat. He felt a little guilty and shouted, Your Highness, great sage Kipling, this young man is slandering me. I saw him killing someone, so I wanted to catch him and bring him to the Holy Temple. He didn't agree and even killed Carl in his resistance. You can't believe his words. He's an evil man. Me? An evil man? Wang Teng sniggered. You didn't say that you were going to bring me to the Holy Temple. You used the Holy Temple to threaten me and wanted to punish me directly without finding out the truth. Are you saying that I can't resist and wash my neck for you? Aleph, is he telling the truth? Great Sage Farah glared at him and asked with a stern expression, I'm innocent. I'm the sage of the Holy Temple and have always been fair and just. I'd never do such a tyrannous act, Aleph shouted pitifully. Froze, Edward, and the others went speechless. They were shocked by Aleph's shamelessness. Chapter 646. No way of backing down. I believe in Aleph's character. Kipling opened his mouth and said he was speaking up for Aleph. Edward and the others were stunned before realizing the situation. If someone asked them what happened, they knew what to say. As expected, Farah questioned them next. Their reply was no different from Aleph's. Wang Teng glanced at them and snorted. Aleph was delighted. He looked at Wang Teng proudly. I have the backing. What can you do? Wang Teng was speechless when he saw this despicable man feeling superior. Old man, are you blind? He has good character? Kipling and Aleph's face turned black. How dare you humiliate the great sage? Once Aleph had someone supporting him, he became arrogant again. He shouted at Wang Teng, Is your head getting itchy again? Wang Teng squinted. A dangerous glow appeared in his eyes. Aleph immediately felt his head hurting again. He took 2 steps back uncontrollably. Kipling was disappointed. He had expected better from him. Coward, he's just a martial warrior from Country Inka. What's there to be afraid of? Farah, are you still going to cover up for him? Kipling looked at Farah and Alay and continued calmly. Your Highness, this young man has killed 2 of Mount Saint's holy knights and caused great damage to the Cancer Palace. If we don't punish him, the members of the Holy Temple will be disheartened. As the guardian and protector of the Holy Temple, shouldn't Your Highness seek justice for us? His tone was calm, but his aura was overbearing and aggressive. He was forcing the goddess. He threw out a righteous cause and forced Alais to punish Wang Teng, putting her in a difficult position. Both parties have their own version of things? We can't be certain of what happened. Great Sage Kipling, why are you putting so much pressure on her, Highness? Great Sage Farah's expression turned grim. He stared intently at Kipling. If we wrongly accuse Wang Teng, our relationship with Country Inka will be strained. Will you bear the consequences? In that case, Kipling shouted with a strong sense of righteousness. TM willing to bear the consequences for Mount Saint's sake. His voice was loud, spreading out far and wide. All the martial warriors on Mount Saint heard him. Wang Teng had caused a huge commotion when he wreaked havoc in Mount Saint. Many people already knew what happened here and were waiting to see how the drama would play out. Many people felt respect towards Kipling upon seeing him stepping up. Some of them, who couldn't see beyond the surface, developed resentment against their goddess. Farah's expression changed, and he glanced at Elias. At this point, he didn't have a better idea of what to do. Kipling took the risk and was willing to bear all the consequences to punish Wang Teng. His decision was resolute. He was doing this to earn a reputation. The goddess sided with Wang Teng. The other members of the Holy Temple would be bitterly disappointed. The same knife could cut the bread and fingers. This sentence was applicable in this situation. If the goddess lost the trust of the people on Mount Saint, she wouldn't be the goddess anymore. Alaise frowned. She was in a dilemma and couldn't make her decision. Kipling's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Take down this martial warrior from Country Zaya."
Who dares?
An angry shout came from afar. Many figures were flying over at high speed. This time they came from the small town below. A few moments later, the people arrived at the scene, Dan. Taixuan was among them. Not only that, Darwan and Valeria from Country Boar were present too. They landed behind Wang Teng and faced Kipling and his men. Darwan laughed and opened his mouth. How lively. Kipling frowned. Looking at Wang Teng's new supporters, frustration crept up his heart. "Are you all right?" Dan Taixuan sized up Wang Teng and asked him, "Fine. They're the ones who are not all right." Wang Teng shook his head calmly. Dan Taixuan and the others turned to look at Edward and the Holy Knights. Bewilderment appeared in their eyes. "Holy Knights? Did you beat them up? Did you kill someone?" Zhu Yushao whispered. Wang Teng glanced at his companions. He felt grateful. They were willing to come even at a time like this. This required much courage. "This is justifiable self-defense," he replied. No reply. Dan Taixuan, Zhu Yushao, and the others felt speechless when they heard this. You killed someone and label it as justifiable self-defense. Did you mean excessive self-defense? This fellow created trouble wherever he went. What on earth happened here? Dan Taixuan asked through voice transmission. Wang Teng didn't hide the truth, recounting what happened using voice. Transmission, Dan Taixuan was at a loss for words. She knew that she couldn't blame Wang Teng, but his specialization in creating trouble made her furious. She felt that troubles were attracted to Wang Teng. If he didn't create a scene, he couldn't answer to his amazing talent. "Till find you again when we're back." Dan Taixuan glared at him furiously. Then she turned to Kipling and said in a cold voice, "Who wanted to catch our martial warrior? Why can't I catch a murderer on Mount Saint?" Kipling mocked. He'd have heard what happened. "It's not our fault," Dan Taixuan replied calmly. "Does your word count? The bodies of the two holy knights are still warm, you. Must give us an answer," Kipling replied angrily. "What a joke. You were the ones who invited Wang Teng up the mountain, but you stopped him intentionally too. You even wanted to kill him. However, your skills were too weak, so your men got killed by him. Now you're asking us for an answer. Tim already being very polite by not seeking an answer from you." Dan Taixuan activated her sharp tongue skill and refuted without any mercy. The holy knights' faces turned black. They were too weak. This was the first time someone said that, but they couldn't refute it either. This was exasperating. This is all your fault. You invited him and yet hurt him in the future. Who will dare to accept your invitation again? Darwan sniggered. This reminds me of a Chinese story. Oh, right, the Hongmen banquet. Kipling almost vomited blood. He had tried so hard to convict Wang Teng, but once these people came, they overturned his verdict and regarded this major accident as a minor one. He felt frustrated and furious when they talked about it so casually, especially when Country Boar interfered too. Offending Country Sia was already a tough decision for him. He couldn't promise that he could bear the consequences if Country Boar was also added to the mix. To put it lightly, this was a fight for pride between the martial warriors, but on a larger scale, this was diplomacy. If the higher authorities in Country Askia wanted to support Wang Teng, this matter would be huge. However, he had already spoken. How could he take his words back in front of all the martial warriors on Mount Saint? For a moment, great sage Kipling found no way of backing down. His expression became hideous. Chapter 647, Kipling's Confidence. On the other hand, Farah felt refreshed. Kipling had a strong influence in the Holy Temple and always opposed the goddess and him. It was rare to see him suffer. The sudden arrival of Wang Teng had caused ripples in this seemingly calm, pool Kipling wanted to fish in troubled waters, but he pulled up an ugly and hard rock instead and smashed his own feet. He burned his own fingers. Farah didn't believe that, with the pressure from Country Boar and Country Jia, Kipling was still willing to take this risk and offend these two big countries. They weren't afraid of Dan Taixuan or Darwan. They were afraid of the countries behind them. Your Highness, are you going to permit their actions? Kipling was furious as he tried to direct the blame to Alais. Your Highness? Dan Taixuan and the others looked at Alais in surprise. This was their first time seeing the goddess of Mount Saint. They were extremely curious, but the black shawl covered Alais' face so they couldn't see the appearance of the noblest being on Mount Saint. However, her eyes left a deep impression on their hearts. They seemed like the universe itself, endless and profound, leaving them amazed. Great Sage Kipling, I've already said that Wang Teng is my guest. We were rude to him first, so we can't blame him. Alais replied calmly. Dan Taixuan and the others were shocked. They gave Wang Teng a strange gaze. The goddess was still siding with him even after what he had done. Was there something going on between them? Wait. They suddenly recalled something. On the night they arrived, Wang Teng said that he met a golden-haired beauty. Golden-haired. Dan Taixuan and the others looked at Alais' hair color and linked them up. Was this a coincidence, or was that lady he met the goddess? Wang Teng's teammates could sense juicy gossip. Their gaze turned weirder, and they kept shifting their eyes between Wang Teng and Alais. Alais sensed their gazes, too. She frowned slightly and felt puzzled in her heart. Their gazes are so strange. What are they thinking? Wang Teng wasn't as naive as Alais, so he immediately knew what they were, thinking when he saw their looks. He felt speechless. Are they bored? What on earth are they thinking? Is this the time for gossip? Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and stopped their thoughts from going wild. But Your Highness, he killed 2 of our holy knights. Kipling emphasized once again he didn't want to give up. TM saddened by Margus and Carl's death, but since they made a mistake, they must bear the consequences, Alais said. Kipling's face turned green. You don't feel the pain because they're not under you, right? He felt hatred. The expression on his face kept changing, and he seemed to be struggling. Finally, the hesitation on his face disappeared, lowering his head slightly. A peal of low laughter came from his mouth. Everyone frowned uncontrollably. Why is this old man laughing? It's so scary, Zhu Yushao whispered. Who knows? Maybe he went crazy because he couldn't stand the stimulation, Wang Teng replied. You're so sharp-tongued. He offended you. So you wish that he would just go crazy, Zhu Yushao said speechlessly. What does it have to do with me? He's the one laughing like a maniac. Shut up at this moment. Kipling shouted at them angrily. He slowly raised his head. His eyes had become sinister, turning evil and pitch black. He looked at Wang Teng eerily. Huh! Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He activated his spiritual sight and saw a thick, dark force awakening in Kipling's body. Be careful. There's something strange about Kipling. He turned serious and immediately used voice transmission to warn Dan Taixuan, Darwan, and the others. At this moment, Alais and the others also noticed something amiss with Kipling. They stared at him. Great Sage Kipling, you. Alais also sensed something. Her expression changed slightly. As expected of the goddess who carries the legacy of Mount Saint, have you seen through it? Kipling sniggered. You accepted the invasion of the dark. Alais said grimly. What? Great Sage Farah looked at his opponent in disbelief. You forced me. Kipling kept his smile and stared at Alais and Farah without any expressions. His voice was icy. I came to Mount Saint when I was 10 years. Old and have spent countless years here, I exhausted my energy for Mount Saint and served the gods assiduously. I gave my entire life to the holy temple. But what did I get in the end? Nothing. The martial arts era arrived and the holy temple's leader became the goddess. Generations of goddess stepped on the holy stage assuming a higher position than me. Why? Why are you the ones who possess this stupid holy physique? What a joke. Besides having the holy physique, you're a good for nothing. You don't know how to govern the holy temple or develop and expand it. You're just a puppet. Kipling's voice was monotonous. It spread out gradually. There wasn't much emotion in his voice, as if he was just narrating an ordinary matter. Yet everyone else's expression still changed tremendously. This was blasphemy. Kipling said that the goddess was a good-for-nothing and called her a puppet. This was treason. Kipling, you're crazy. Do you know what you're saying? Farah yelled. TM, not crazy. Mediocre people like you only know how to bow down to the goddess. You won't understand my great ambition. Kipling sneered. You're indeed crazy. You accepted the invasion of the dark force. Your consciousness is already tainted. You're not you anymore, Farah said grimly. Someone like you will never understand me. Kipling didn't take his words to heart. He shook his head and remained contemptuous. Suddenly he opened his arms as if he was hugging the sky. Boom! The next instant, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the surroundings. No one can change that. The confident words spurted out of his mouth. The wind howled about the Cancer Palace, blowing against Kipling's white hair and gown. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. Kipling's white hair was turning black at a frightening speed. The wrinkles on his face were also disappearing, and his skin gradually turned smooth. His muddy eyes glinted with a sinister black light. It was sharp and bright. He was turning younger. Everyone stared at this scene in disbelief. Within a few seconds, Kipling transformed from a white-haired old man into a 30-years-old middle-aged man. He even seemed a little handsome. His aura was exceptional. With his pitch-black and intense gaze, he would be lethally attractive to some rich young ladies. Everyone was at a loss for words. "Oh my God, are you planning to be a gigolo?" A bewildered voice broke the solemn atmosphere. Chapter 648, Overthrow. Everyone, Kipling. He attracted everyone's attention with his words. It was, "Wang Teng? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you think that this old man has the potential to be a gigolo?" Wang Teng asked. Kipling was in high spirits, feeling that he had risen to another level. However, right now he felt his anger rising at an uncontrollable speed. The veins on his forehead throbbed violently. Even with his temperament, he couldn't help but lose his composure. He wanted to kill Wang Teng. Everyone looked at Wang Teng strangely. This young man was full of surprises. To think that he was able to say this under such a tense atmosphere when no one replied to him. Wang Teng answered himself. "I wonder if your body became younger too. If your stamina is bad, being a gigolo will exhaust you. Rich ladies have a special taste. They know what they are doing. They can play for 3 days and 3 nights. Kipling's taste turned black. "What do you mean by rich ladies? What do you mean by play for 3 days and 3 nights? What kind of phrases are these?" Everyone was speechless. They were filled with respect for Wang Teng. He managed to change the entire vibe of the situation all alone. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Great sage Farah similarly had a strange expression on his face. There was compassion in his gaze as he looked at Kipling. For some reason he felt bad for him. This Wang Teng's tongue was a little too sharp. Kipling was unlucky to have offended him. Enough. Kipling felt angrier when he sensed everyone's attention on him. His voice was stern. Such stubbornness even when you're about to die. Even if you're an outstanding talent, even if you're the genius of Country Inka, you must die here today. He stared at Wang Teng maliciously as if he was looking at a dead person. What an arrogant tone. Wang Teng chuckled. "Great sage Kipling, you still have a chance to stop. In view of all your contributions to Mount Saint over the past decades, I will only lock you up in the Holy Temple and allow you to repent." "I will not take your life," Elias said. "Lock me up in the Holy Temple to repent." Kipling burst out, laughing as if he had heard a joke. He said in disdain, "Your Highness, you're still so naive. But you gave me this chance because you're naive. Unfortunately, my plan was spoiled by this young man. If not, I wouldn't have acted in such a hurry today. You were planning for this thing for a long time." Great Sage Farah said grimly, "Rather than passing the holy temple to mediocre people like y'all, why don't I take over it? I can bring the holy temple to the top of the world and make all the countries bow down to us," Kipling said. He didn't plan to waste any more time. He bellowed loudly. "The ones that are willing to follow me, please step out." Boom, boom, boom. After he finished speaking, multiple dark forces exploded. They were all extremely strong. Some of these dark forces came from the holy knights who had attacked Wang Teng before. Their changes were extremely eerie. The dark force surged out of their bodies and intertwined around them, creating black patterns on their skin. Even the divine constellation armors on their bodies seemed to have been infected. They turned from gold to black. "You?" Great Sage Farah and the other holy knights protecting Alay were shocked. They looked at them in disbelief. At the same time, numerous figures flew over from all directions. Within a short moment, countless figures had appeared on the ground. They stood on huge rocks or jumped on the 12 zodiac palaces. Some of them just stood in the air and blocked all paths of escape. Farah was flabbergasted and appalled. He didn't expect Kipling to be able to draw so many people over to his side. They were willing to follow him and chose treason. How was that possible? Wasn't they supposed to follow Her Highness? She was the representation of the gods. She was a god walking on earth. Where did they get their guts from? "Ha ha ha, do you see this?" Kipling laughed. "Tim not the only one who thinks this wave. The Holy Temple needs someone ambitious leading it, not a bystander who lives on Mount Saint in seclusion." "This isn't the right time to enter the world." Alea shook her head calmly. Even in this situation, her expression didn't change. Stop being mysterious. When is the right time?" Kipling snorted. "Soon. All words and no action." Kipling shook his head. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. He ordered, "Everyone catch the goddess and kill the martial warriors from Country Bor and Country Zia. Any member of Mount Saint who decides to follow me will be spared." Yes, the martial warriors around him shouted in unison, boom, boom, boom. Many figures shot into the sky. Force erupted as they flew down. "Your Highness, please leave quickly. Sharjah, Swang, protect Her Highness, Great Sage." Farah's expression turned grim. He blocked in front of Alay's. "Great Sage Farah, I can't stay behind everyone at a time like this." Alay pushed her protectors away and walked in front of Farah. She stared at Kipling. "Your Highness, are you planning to fight with me?" Kipling laughed. "I will catch you personally," Alay said. "Catch me? Do you have the ability to do that?" Kipling scoffed. Alay didn't reply to him. Instead, a holy and divine aura rose from her body. At the same time, in the holy temple at the peak of the mountain, a golden ray shot out from the goddess status deep inside the temple and soared into the sky before connecting with Alay's. Boom! The bright ray of light flew over from afar and merged into Alay's body. The power of her aura climbed continuously. She broke through the doors of the general stage and climbed from the 9-star soldier level to 10-star, 11-star. All the way to the 13-star high-tier general stage. The legacy of the Holy Temple. Kipling turned serious. He could sense a tinge of fear from Alay's. Some distance away, Wang Teng and his companions also noticed the situation on that side. They were astounded. Mount Saint was indeed mysterious. They were able to push a person's stage forcefully from the 9-star soldier level to the 13-star high-tier general stage. This method was heaven-defying. Kill the martial warriors from Mount Saint rushed to the front. Their shouts were deafening as they charged towards Wang Teng and his companions. Wang Teng exchanged glances with his teammates. The force in their bodies surged out, and they started fighting with the martial warriors of Mount Saint, each executing their battle techniques. "Wang Teng, look at what you did. You've turned a simple exchange event into an all-out battle," Taixuan shouted as she fought with the enemies. "How is it my fault?" Kipling already had an ambitious and cruel plan. I just happened to come at the wrong time. Wang Teng felt wronged. It wasn't his fault. Wang Teng, at this moment, a loud yell rang through the air. A few figures darted over. They were the Holy Knights. Their injuries had recovered completely, and their abilities rose by a huge level. They were extremely confident and wanted to take revenge on Wang Teng. Chapter 649. Let me fulfill your wishes. Multiple Holy Knights shot into the sky and charged towards Wang Teng. Dan Taixuan's expression changed slightly. Everyone knew how powerful the Holy Knights of Mount Saint were. Even Dan Taixuan didn't dare to underestimate them. They were on their guards as they faced these formidable opponents, clutching their weapons tightly and preparing for a huge battle. Darwan, Valeria, and a few other martial warriors from Country Boar stood beside them. They took out their weapons with a serious expression. Haha, I've long heard of the power of the Holy Knights and their mysterious battle techniques. However, I've never seen them. This is a good chance for me to experience it. Darwan laughed. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Dan Taixuan said. No problem. If we hadn't followed you, we wouldn't have witnessed such a good show, Darwan replied with a smile. Wang Teng, after this match, you will have to treat me to a good meal. Valeria shouted at Wang Teng suddenly. No reply. Everyone was speechless. Why are you still thinking about food at a time like this? This Valeria was a fearless person too. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and replied, No problem. You can choose any food you want. Boom. Talk about it after you escape from Mount Saint. The Holy Knights had arrived. They threw their forces violently at the people in front. Edward was wearing black armor with a devilish aura around him. The bright and handsome Edward from before was gone. He rushed towards Wang Teng, unwilling to accept his one-punch defeat. Lightning lion fist, a purple-black outline of a lion appeared above him. Edward's devilish aura was raging everywhere. A malicious glow appeared in his eyes as he looked down at Wang Teng roar. With an angry roar, the purple-black devil lion followed Edward's fist and leaped down. At the same time, a chill came from behind him. It covered the entire space, as if trying to freeze everything in its path. Even the air seemed to have turned into ice crystals. Snowflakes appeared and floated down the air. The snowflakes weren't white. They were pitch black. They had been stained with dark force and carried dark attributes on them. There seemed to be emotions hidden in the back snowflakes. Evil, chaotic, violent, absolute zero. Another icy voice resounded. It was Yafo from the Aquarius Palace. She got beaten up badly by Wang Teng and felt extremely humiliated. Her hatred towards Wang Teng was on par with Edward's. She didn't hold back in her attack. As her voice landed, a pitch-black outline of a bottle appeared above her head. Dark force poured out of the bottle, forming a black lake of ice. It plummeted down at Wang Teng like a waterfall. Everything in the ice lake's path was frozen. The bone-chilling coldness caused the martial warriors to shudder. Die, Blofeld smiled. Poison and dark forces swarmed out of his body, merging together and soaring into the sky. Blood-red roses, crimson flower petals floated down. There were black patterns covering the petals, making them strange and evil. Blofeld lifted his finger, and the petals started spinning at high speed. They formed a crimson-black whirlpool, eerie and frightening to the extreme. It was much more powerful than his earlier attack. The poison gas floating around it was enough to corrode the air. Hissing sounds were heard constantly. Blood moon thorns. The Holy Knight of the Scorpio Palace, Demia, executed his ultimate move, too. Rays of crimson lights shot out, cutting through the air at the speed of lightning. They seemed to have pierced countless holes in the sky. Holy Sword Yarrow from the Capricorn Palace placed his palms together and raised them above his head. A black sword glow a few hundred meters long shot into the sky. He swung it down. Some distance away, Fleta had already taken out his longbow, which was covered with black patterns. His gaze was cold. A pitch-black arrow formed on the bow. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, his shooting speed was extremely fast. His hands turned into lingering shadows as pitch-black arrows shot out continuously. They seemed to be released at the same time. Sonic booms resounded in the sky. Some weaker martial warriors got affected by the impact and started bleeding from their noses. All 6 holy knights released their ultimate moves at once. They ignored the others and only focused on Wang Teng. All the attacks were directed at him. Be careful. Darwan, Dan Taixuan, and the others were flabbergasted. These frightening attacks were all targeted at one person. Even a high-tier, general-stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to handle such an overwhelming onslaught. These 6 holy knights wanted to kill Wang Teng once and for all. What grudges did they have? They didn't understand. On the other side, Kipling and Agliro, who were fighting, also noticed the situation here. Agliro frowned uncontrollably. "It looks like your friend is going to die." Kipling placed his hands behind his back and sneered. "He won't die." Agliro's eyes shimmered. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. The Holy Knights have become more powerful after receiving the purification of the Dark Force. "Do you think he has a chance of survival under the combined attacks of all 6 of them?" Kipling scoffed. "We will know about that soon enough," Agliro replied calmly. "I'm extremely disappointed that those holy knights accepted your invitation and became slaves of the dark. Dark and light forces are just a kind of power. I don't care what methods I use, as long as I can become strong." Kipling smirked. "But you can't control the power of darkness." Agliro shook her head. This sentence seemed to have stabbed Kipling's heart. He snorted and turned serious. "After I catch you and control Mount Saint, Pill show you how I control this power. Now you can witness the holy knights killing Wang Teng." At this moment, even with all the powerful attacks shooting at him from all corners, Wang Teng remained calm. He didn't show any signs of fear or astonishment. "Since you want death, let me fulfill your wishes." His words came out of his mouth in a calm tone and echoed in the mountain. The holy knights were furious. Such stubbornness even before death. The holy knights released their force to maximum and attacked Wang Teng ferociously. "Die!" Angry voices roared, bringing along intense killing intent. They could only pacify their anger and the humiliation they received after killing Wang Teng, ancient god's body. Gold light shimmered brightly in Wang Teng's eyes as he bellowed in his heart. He poured a large number of blank attributes on the ancient god's body attribute. In an instant, his physical body started changing. Mysterious energy flowed into his limbs and cleansed his entire body. He was undergoing a transformation. An occult golden rune appeared on his forehead. It stretched out and slowly formed the outline of a second rune. Chapter 650. Look, I dare. The appearance of the rune seemed slow, but it happened within a split second. In an instant, the second rune was formed. This stroke was short but firm. It made the rune on Wang Teng's forehead even more mysterious. It was hard to imagine the difference 2 strokes could make. The enhanced rune on his forehead was now even more magical. Boom! An explosion was heard in Wang Teng's body. It sounded like the eruption of the universe, the creation of the world itself. Different waves of energy swarmed through his body, allowing him to undergo astonishing changes in an instant. He clenched his fist and felt the restless and terrifying power waiting to be released in his body. Wang Teng smirked. Then he raised his head slowly. The holy knights were less than 3 meters away from him, and the frightening attacks were just inches away. His black hair danced wildly in the gale. Sharp gusts of wind brushed past his cheeks like small blades. Unfortunately, no matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't harm his skin. Initial signs of the power of the ancient god's body were already visible from this. For some reason, when the holy knights saw the smirk at the edge of Wang Teng's lips, their hearts dropped. Wang Teng raised his fist and punched the air in front of him nonchalantly. Boom! At that moment, all sounds seemed to have disappeared. Everything paused, and that lone, casual punch overshadowed everything. Then came a thunderous roar. sound waves originating from the punch and circles of impact waves swept over the mountain. The 6 holy knights froze for an instant when they came in touch with the impact waves. Boom! The purple-black outline of the lightning lion howled in agony and shattered into numerous bolts of lightning, wreaking havoc in the sky. Edward was appalled and in disbelief. He had no idea what was happening. The crimson-red petal whirlpool stopped spinning abruptly after the forceful invasion of the formidable power. It swelled like a cancerous mass before exploding. The ice force started cracking too, unable to bear the energy from the punch. The lake cracked and collapsed in the end. The huge black light glow got stuck in the air less than 3 meters above Wang Teng's forehead. It couldn't move further down. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the light glow. They spread until they covered the entire body of the sword. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, the sword glow disintegrated into numerous light fragments and dispersed. At the same time, rays of dark red lights and countless light arrows froze in front of Wang Teng. They couldn't get a single inch closer. Amidst the ongoing explosions, all the attacks became non-existent. That one punch had destroyed everything in its path. Impossible. The holy knights were flabbergasted. They stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. Boom! Suddenly, the residual impact of the fist surged out and slammed violently onto them. The frightening energy crashed into their bodies like speeding trucks. Splurt, splurt, splurt. The holy knights started vomiting blood. The sound of crisp cracks from their bodies was like a pleasant symphony for their foes. They turned into shooting stars and smashed onto the ground. The ground split apart, broken rocks flew everywhere, and a few deep holes were formed. The 6 holy knights lay in the holes, one person in one hole, horizontally. Silence. Dead silence. The atmosphere had turned eerily silent. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. There was disbelief flashing in their eyes. Taixuan and the others were anxious and furious when they saw the multiple attacks directed at Wang Teng, but right now they were only left with astonishment. Everything happened too quickly. They had no time to reinforce him. They thought that Wang Teng would be in trouble, but the result was out of their wildest imaginations. Wang Teng had defeated 6 holy knights with one punch. What were they even doing here? Taixuan and the others felt a little redundant. They were here as extras, right? At first, Kipling was smiling confidently as if he had everything under control. However, the sudden reversal caught him off guard. Wang Teng had messed up his plans again. He'd defeated the holy knights who had accepted dark force with a single punch. What kind of monster was he? He wasn't so strong a moment ago. How did he suddenly gain so much strength? This didn't make sense. Even Alais, who was extremely confident in Wang Teng, was shocked. She didn't expect him to release such a domineering and indomitable power. Great Sage Farah, Suang, Sharjah, and the other holy knights on Alais's side were in a similar state as others. They looked at the young man as if he were a devil. At the same time, they felt extremely fortunate. They felt lucky that they were on Alais's side. Hence, they didn't need to be this devil's opponent. Aleph hid some distance away. He was shivering in fear. Why was this young man so powerful? He wasn't even 20 yet. He already possessed such extraordinary abilities. This was unbelievable. He was like a bug. He looked at Wang Teng in panic and started retreating again. He wanted to be as far away from Wang Teng as possible. Kipling, your holy knights have been defeated. Alais's voice floated in the air. Surprisingly, there was a hint of emotion in her tone. She seemed to be gloating in Kipling's misfortune. The edge of Kipling's lips trembled. He was roaring in his heart, but on the surface, he kept a stern face and snorted. A bunch of useless idiots. The holy knights heard his comment when they climbed out from the deep holes. They felt depressed and forlorn. They had lost to Wang Teng again. This time, it was a complete defeat. This was a huge stimulation for them. So what if you have accepted the invasion of the dark force? You still can't receive my punch. Wang Teng looked down at them and said indifferently, You! The holy knights were furious. Anger boiled in their hearts, and they vomited blood again. Even Kipling's expression turned ugly. Wang Teng's words were the greatest taunt to them. The power of the dark, which they viewed as their pride, was nothing in front of a single punch from him. How sarcastic. There's nothing more to say. It's time to send you to your deaths, Wang Teng's voice sounded once again. But this time, the holy knight's expressions changed tremendously. Fear and astonishment filled their eyes as they climbed up hastily and tried to escape. "Wang Teng, you dare!" Kipling shouted indignantly. Wang Teng ignored him. He raised his fist and hurled it down. One punch, another punch. It smashed onto the ground like a pillar supporting the sky. "No!" the holy knight screamed in fear. "I don't want to die," Yaffle shrieked. She was scared and unwilling. Boom! A huge explosion drowned their agonized cries. The ground trembled violently, and a deep trench more than 10 meters wide appeared in everyone's vision. The 6 holy knights were all pressed against the ground, their bones were deformed, and blood flowed down their eyes, noses, mouths, and ears. They were very much dead. "Look, I dare!" Wang Teng turned and smiled at Kipling. "Thank you so much for listening." That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.